All right, we are here. It's been a while. We're streaming. Timeless Field of the Dead, but with Karn the Great Creator. Some builds are trying Uro for the mid-late game. Some are going all in on Titan. As the format matures and people are figuring out how to sideboard against each other, figuring out how to go over the top or figure out an alternate game plan. Karn has proven himself in other Eternal formats, has been banned in Historic. So we're going to go ahead and try him out in Field of the Dead. I've seen one list earlier on that played 3 of him, but we're going to go all in on Karn. Here's the build. It's using Althariax's shell of 4 of each of your dorks. Once Upon a Time for consistency, Sylvan's Scrying for tutoring up whatever land it is you need. I'm down to 2 natural order against the black base decks. It's kind of a dead card when they Thoughtseize away one of your dorks or they fatal push one of your dorks and you're left with just this natural order. You can't use a zombie off of Field of the Dead. I'm going to test my volume real quick. Make sure this is working. Whoever just came in the chat, thank you for joining us. Go ahead and do my music real quick. Sorry, I was doing a quick sound check. All right. Sorry, I was doing a quick sound check. Okay, we're back. Okay, so anyways, if you're just jumping in, this is the deck. So yeah, we're basically playing Karn because people are starting to figure out ways to play against Field of the Dead. They're bringing in hate, trying to remove your Primeval Titan, at least with Karn. When you go turn 1 Mana Dork, put a land into play, you're able to play Karn on turn 3, and then you can go get your Darksteel Citadel to keep curving out for your Titans, or you can get your toolbox for whatever matchup you need. So this is what we're going to be playing. I played a few matches already, but with this list, we're currently 1-0. I'm probably going to end up shaving on these fetches because we only have 2 forests and a stomping ground. The reason why this original list was playing 6 fetches is to guarantee you can find your green source for your basics in case they Blood Moon you. Sure, do something real quick. Okay, making sure the stream is running okay. Alright, anyways, so yeah, here's the sideboard. Tormod's Crypt, for that same turn you play Karn, you can go get a piece of Graveyard Hate if you're playing against Phoenix or something like that. Liquid Metal Coating in case you get ahead on curve and you can start blowing up their lands. The Filigree Silex for the Mirror. You can blow up their tokens if you're behind, or you can use it against aggressive decks like with a bunch of 1-drops. Stone Brain for combo. Wormcoil Engine for aggressive decks and mid-range. Just a good value piece. Also gains you life. A Chroma's Memorial to give your zombie tokens flying, first strike, all those keywords, plus protection from black and red. Darksteel Citadel to curve out with your lands. Haywire Might to blow up Blood Moon or other problematic enchantments or artifacts. Tithing Needle, turn off Planeswalkers or other activate like things like Sneak Attack. That's a hard matchup, so it's good to have something to shut that off. Shadow Spear to gain you some life in a pinch. Damping Sphere against combo. Defense Grid against control or other decks that like to interact on your turn. It's kind of hard for them to be able to hold up that much mana. The One Ring as a value piece to grind. God Pharaoh Statue if you're ahead on curve and you want to shut down their mana, or if you just want to lock them out. And Cityscape Leveler as a piece of removal. There it is. So yeah, the thought process here is that natural order, some of the lists are maxing out on him or on this card, which, don't get me wrong, against decks that can't interact, If you go turn 1 mana dork, put some lands into play, it's pretty good. However, if they interact, so they kill your dork or something like that, then your natural order just kind of rots in your hand. So we're going to try out Karn. If this list ends up not being successful, then we'll probably go back to a more traditional version of Field of the Dead. As you know, if you've been playing Timeless, it is very wild card intensive. So, you know, a lot of people have been trying different things, but it's kind of hard to have everything built unless you invest heavily. So this deck is something I went in early on, and I've been enjoying it. Oh, this is something we're trying as a one of. Basically, that 2/4 body is hard for Lightning Bolt to blow up. They can't Fatal Push it without Revolt, which obviously is easier in Timeless, but the idea is that it's another piece that lets you put lands in ahead of schedule, and it's a decent blocker. So this card could easily be swapped out for something else. I've seen people play like Courser Crufix, which, to be honest, Courser, let's see if I even have one. I'm not convinced that Courser is better because you still need a land on top of your deck. I do not. But I still think this card's good because it turns all your lands into any color or any basic type. So you can activate your Hanweir battlements earlier than ahead of schedule if you don't have the Stomping Ground. And again, I'm thinking about shaving. I'm probably going to shave a fetch to go up to another. Might do that right now, actually, just because we only have a Snow Forest, we have a Basic Forest, then we have a Stomping Ground, but we have 6 fetches. So I'll go ahead and probably shave on one of these for the 4th Field of the Dead right now. Yeah. We'll go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and play the 4th Field of the Dead. That's a call I'm gonna make. Oops, it's a call I'm gonna make right now because the other list that I got this from originally had a Temple Garden as well, so we don't need that extra fetch. The 4th one there, that way we're a little bit better off in the mirror. All right, feel free to ask any questions in the chat about the deck, or feel free to give me feedback. This format is not the easiest to play, and there are several lines you can take. I have put in quite a few games in Althariax's version, so hopefully we pilot it well, but let's get into it. So I was playing best of 1 and had about just shy of a 70% win rate. But what I've learned with best of 1 is that it's not especially fruitful for ranking up. Let's see. Let's get my camera real quick. Have some fun with this. Alright, don't have the play, which sucks. This deck is much better on the play. I think my win percentage was somewhere around 10% better on the play, but good thing we're playing best of 3. Yeah, I was playing best of 1. Pretty good deck in best of 1 because you're good against all the DRC Dragon Rage Channeler, Mishra's Bobble decks as long as they don't have a nut draw. This hand's decent. We don't have a Mana Dork, but we do have Sylvan Scrying to get our combo. This is kind of a dud. We can also use this to go get our Colony Garden for Natural Order. Again, we wish we had a Dork, but we do have our land drops plus Sylvan Scrying to initiate some sequences. Not a great keep, but if we're playing against a slower opponent, this hand's fine. They thought C, so we would have gotten something taken anyway. Not that that justifies the keep. All right, we'll go ahead and probably just go get that Stomping Ground. So we have our duel for fetching, or for activating Hanweir battlements later in the game. We'll see though. Oh, it could be a Blood Moon deck, so we might be fetching our snow-covered forest. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that because basic swamp, basic mountain implies that he probably has Blood Moon in his deck. He's dashing rather than just playing it. Okay, we don't need that land. Ragavan's not the greatest. Okay, so he's ripping apart our hand, but that's the beautiful thing about this deck is that our top decks tend to be pretty good. Taking our Sylvan Scrying. Interesting that we're just going to keep playing our... See if he plays Blood Moon next turn. So obviously we're off the top of our deck. Karn is probably going to end up fetching something along the lines of a 4 or 5 drop. Alright, well, bad news, our hand's gutted, but his clock is fairly slow. There's Sylvan Scrying. We're going to go ahead and go get the Sunken Citadel, because then if we draw a Primeval Titan, we can play it next turn. Which we hope we do. Going to dash Ragavan again. We do have Radiant Fountain to get back 1 attack from Ragavan. This is the kind of matchup that we play this deck for. You know, Jund mid-range obviously is looking good right now, but when you play this deck a bunch, yeah, he does have a pretty aggressive curve. Ragavan back to hand. Not Titan, no dice. He knows we have it. We're just going to go ahead and play it. Go back up to 14. We do need to draw a Titan or a Karn to have a chance. But this is one of those games where multiple thought seizes will do the trick. Titan here still saves us. Ragavan back to hand, Titan 1 time. But it's not Titan. I'm not sure it keeps us alive either. We could technically go to if he dashes Ragavan. Okay, we'll go ahead and scoop it up. Okay, we don't dislike this matchup. And because we're playing a Karn deck, we don't have to bring in anything. That's why we play 4 Karn, just like with the Mono Green Devotion in Historic. Try to get game 2 so we can make this interesting. Alright, I just changed the mic. Hopefully that helps. If you were picking up some background noise, I apologize for that. Alright, this hand's much better. We have a turn 1 Accelerant into a Sylvan Scrying for our second land for our combo piece. And then we have Fierce Empeth to go get our... We're going to go ahead and put Sunken Citadel into play because we can play Castle Garenbrig untap next turn off of the forest. So we can basically kind of live the dream here. We do need a natural land drop to be able to go turn 4 Titan, turn 3 Titan, but that's okay. Even if we don't, we still have... So here we definitely want to go get our Titan.
Okay, our opponent concedes. That works. That's why we play this deck against mid-range. Alright, let's go ahead and have another great draw against Jund. So obviously he didn't like what he saw there. He didn't like the speed of his hand. Alright, let's go. Start the climb here. Best of one, like I said, almost a 70% win rate, but we were not moving very far. Okay, this hand, we want to Once Upon a Time into a untapped green source, but I like our chances, especially if we rip some lands. Okay, red off the top is good for us. He's probably going to play Ragavan, yep. And so a lot of people Once Upon a Time on end step. I don't understand that. I like to see what I draw, just to give us more information. All right, there's that snow-covered forest in case he does find Blood Moon. We do want more lands, obviously. We need more lands for sure. But worst case scenario, we can go Karn, find our Darksteel Citadel to guarantee one of these Titans hits the battlefield. We do have a second Grazer to brick Ragavan, which is sweet, because that's one of the ways they get way ahead is by... Okay, no Blood Moon. Okay, there's Tarmogoyf. So he's not going to be getting in for damage anytime soon, which is good, at least with Ragavan. There's our fourth land. We're going to go ahead and play this. We're going to play this. Okay, so next turn we do have Titan, which is sick. No matter what, even through a Thoughtseize. Oh, no, we don't. I'm sorry. We don't have Castle Garenbrig. But we do have Karn to go get Darksteel Citadel to get us one land closer. Alright, this is good for us. Okay, we need lands, for sure. But we have at least our next land drop. Okay. 3 Titans. Hopefully we live long enough this game to start dropping these bombs. There's Thoughtseize. He's not going to like what he sees. Maybe he'll just concede because he figures we're going to find. We're going to Karn next turn. If he does, we're definitely going to keep Karn alive, is the hope. Okay. Well, do we let Karn... yeah, I think because we can natural order. We definitely want to keep Karn alive if possible, especially if we draw a land into Titan, we can keep Karn alive with our fields. Untapped land is the actual greatest. One time, give me a fetch land. You know, that's not great. We'll go ahead and turn off this treasure. And then we'll just go ahead and play this now because we want to hit our land drops. And say go. And he's going to have to commit some amount of beef to Karn here. So we do get to land a Titan. Since we don't need to hold on to this Arboreal Grazer, question is, do we block Ragavan? Do we care about that treasure? Two treasures. No, Ragavan's going to get through anyway. We're just going to go ahead and save the most amount of life here. Chances are we can stabilize with Titan. So, what did he get? Oh, he got Fierce Empath. Hopefully he doesn't have a 6-drop he can go get with that. We don't really need that card. We already have 2 Titans. And so the fun begins here. We're going to go ahead and play Titan first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 other lands. A Shieldred's Edict. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need field and probably Bazooka Bog to shrink his. Might have just killed ourselves. Wait. Okay, it's our graveyard too. Whoops. Hopefully we can live. That was a misplay on my part. I should have got just the one. We already had the one field in play. I needed a second land there. Comes 2 Goyfs. Deathrite Shaman. We dead? No, we're not dead. We're not quite dead. Nope. Not quite dead. He takes a land, which we don't need. So we can live here. We should have definitely been able to soak up at least one of those damages. We're going to go get Titan. We're going to go get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. A third field. And we're going to go get Radiant Fountain. That'll save us a block from a token. Okay. We do get a bunch of tokens here. Maybe we can stay alive. This keeps us out of bolt range. Play another. Alright, we should be okay. He's living off the top of his deck. And we have a Kami to keep hitting our land drops next turn. He's going to ship it with everything here. Okay, he's going to try to kill us with Deathrite Shaman, it looks like. Interesting. Are we dead? No, we have one. Okay. Unless he drew a lightning bolt. Yeah, unless he drew a lightning bolt. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and do this in response. We might be able to kill him next turn. It's going to be close. We gain 2 life here. Obviously, we'd be at 4 instead of 2 if we didn't missequence with our Primeval type. Okay, that was the best possible draw because now we can gain 5 life after attacks. Go ahead and make a bunch of zombies first. I think we got this game now because we were able to gain 5, but he doesn't know that. Go ahead and ship it with everything. Go ahead and get our last field plus a layer of the Hydra just for good measure. Forgot that we have our 4th field, which is pretty sweet. I think he has to send a bunch of blocks here. I think he's hoping to be able to untap with this Deathrite Shaman. Nope, we just kill him. Xaxes. All right, we'll take it. This play get rewarded, but that shows the strength of the deck. Considering against mid-range, it's just too much for them to deal with. And they had a pretty explosive draw game 3. Game 1 was their best draw, but update our record to 2-0, and we'll keep moving. Sweet. Maybe we'll draft. We have enough gold to hit our Karn's draft. Been enjoying that as well. All right, let's get on a run here. Let's get into the numbers. I was playing best of 1. It was going like somewhere between 93, 96, 97%, something like that, and it was just a slog. Okay, this is a great hand. We have our Accelerant into our Tutor for Titan, into Karn for value. Again, I'm not sold that Karn is the best. Go ahead and Sunken Citadel. I'm not sure Karn is the best piece for this deck, but I think as the format matures, I wanted to try it because, you know, you're playing this Field of the Dead deck. People kind of know what the script is, but then when you play Karn, you can get into your toolbox and get whatever you want, and that seems pretty powerful, especially in post-sideboard games when you need to pivot away when they bring in hate for Field of the Dead. All right, so we'll go ahead. This sucks. I replaced a card with this just to have an extra thing to tutor for attacks. Also, it's a untapped green source turn 1, but anyways, I kind of want to hold on to Beseju. I don't know what we're up against. So I think we can afford to shock, especially because we're ahead on curve. We'll go ahead and go get prime time, our namesake card. And we'll go ahead and say go. So next turn we can play Karn. Okay. Let's see, this is why we play the deck, because you play against your Sultai mid-ranges, your Jund, your Grixis decks. I like our chances. The decks you don't want to play against is that stupid... Sorry, if you do play combo, nothing against you. The what is it, Tendrils of Agony deck. That deck is very hard to beat game one. Another reason why we play Karn, because we can at least go get Damping Sphere or something like that. If you're really ahead against them, you can go get your statue, which the name escapes me, and shut them down. You also don't want to be really playing against the, like, you know, people still play Delver. I don't think Delver is correct to play in this format. Obviously, the people that flip him naturally, like, it's so infuriating when they go turn one Delver and they blind flip it with no brainstorm, right? But I think without other enablers for Delver, that deck's not as good. I haven't played a ton of Legacy though, so I can't confirm that. But from what the hive mind has said is that Delver is not as viable as people think. Anyway, you don't want to play against like those aggro decks with like DRC, Ragavan. Some play Ledger Shredder. This hand's good. We obviously need to untap Green Source for it to go bonkers, but we have a lot of ways to slow the game down, which is good. All right, we're going to go ahead and, again, I see a lot of people play Once Upon a Time on the end step of someone's turn. There's no reason to do that. If it's the first spell you cast, it's free, so you see what you draw. Okay, we have more information. We can go ahead. If he Spell Pierces this, then we get Spell Pierce. That's fine. That's one less card that's one less Spell Pierce for Karn. We don't have an untapped Green Source for our accelerants. More likely to draw a forest or some way to keep this untapped coming into play. So we're going to go ahead and play this on green and say go. Probably going to end up using one of these two to fetch some additional forests, but we'll see how the game breaks. There's our prime time. We definitely want to use Sylvan Scrying. Okay, we're going to lead on our Arboreal Grazer here. We're going to Sylvan Scrying for a Cavern of Souls against a blue deck. If he's showing me blue, I definitely like... should have done that. No, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. Okay, we're definitely going to Sylvan Scrying next turn, especially if he taps out. I'm going to shrink my camera just a little bit so that I realize I play a deck with a lot of lands, so shrink this just a little bit. Yeah. We're going to move this down just a little bit as well. Okay. Learning, folks. We're learning. Okay, he's brainstorming. For a couple of you here, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to try to do this pretty regularly, try to make a schedule of it. I'm learning as we go. So if you're... Oh, I forgot that my deck list widget is here. Let's see if it works. It's not. So how do we... I'll have to play with that later. Huh. Anyways, sorry about that. I'm still been scrying here for a Cavern of Souls. Put that on Beast. I'm sorry, Giant. Then we're going to Sylvan Scrying again for our... I don't know. What are we up against? We could technically have Dig Through time. We can always get the Bazooka Bog later. We'll get our... some of these come and play untapped. Well, because we can prime time next turn. No, we can't. Not with Cavern. Huh. Definitely playing a draw-go deck. So what's the most impactful here? You just go get one of our fields. Yeah, probably. That can't hurt, getting that train rolling. to go. Shrink this guy a little bit too. Just a smidgen. All right, we're playing against either that 4-color control deck or okay, we can't, if we want to prime time with Cavern, we can't use the trick, right? Because that makes mana. Well, we could actually. How does that work? So it says add 6, spend this mana only to cast creatures. And this says add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of chosen type. But I'm not sure how that works. Yeah, we're just gonna play it safe. Get this, and we're gonna use one of these commies on their end step to go get some forests. Or we can play one. Yeah, we can play one right now to get this Wooded Foothills into play. Probably not the best move because we can hold this for multiple forests later, but guaranteed that we can land one of these prime times. We'll go ahead and get this Wooded Foothills into play. I'm gonna have to look that up how that works with Castle Garenbrig. It says add 6, spend this mana only to cast creature spells. So if we float 6, then use, doesn't really matter because you end up, I guess you end up netting 1 less mana to spend, which is important in Timeless, right? So with this uses 2 mana to activate abilities of a land. So technically you can go with 4 lands. You can Castle Garenbrig for, okay, there's Blood Moon. I'm glad we, hold on, or Blood Sun. So this just turns off, yeah, that turns off Field of the Dead. But luckily we play Karn, so we have some more action in our deck. I can't fetch anymore. Okay. All right, well. Can he counter us now? Well, let's see. Wait, it says it loses all abilities. Except mana abilities. Okay, I just fucked that up. Oh, doesn't matter. He didn't have the counter. Let's Bazooka Bog, nuke his graveyard that he does have. And our lands are pretty much turned off right now. I wish we could... If we draw another Sylvan Scry, we're going to go get Buzeju to blow up Blood Sun. Good Colony Garden. Their land. Hope for 1. He has, what is it? Orcish Bowmasters, whatever. At least we're thinning our deck for Karn, and we do have a big boy in play. He's in Leyline binding that. So we need to draw Buzeju, so our Field of the Dead is turned back on, obviously. We're going to probably hold these lands. The Blood Sun. Okay, there's Oko. Hopefully he doesn't realize we're playing Karn. That would be great. Huh. Okay, well, luckily... Poke Oko for 1. Okay, there's the Bowmasters. Okay, so we're playing at some value. We're going to play this for us because they know we have it. But I kind of want to hold these two, especially this with this as an enabler for the zombies, because we don't really have action. And if we can draw a Karn or a Buzeju, then okay, he's going to give us a treasure or a food. I'm definitely going to crack that food at some point. Okay, well, that Duress is a dud. I should have definitely fetched this Wooded Foothills in response because I don't think it does much now. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and pass. Well, he's not putting a huge amount of pressure on us at the moment, so we do have some time. If we draw our Titan of Industry, that's another way to blow up this stupid thing. Yeah, we're just going to keep saying go here. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Karn. So we have enough for Karn plus Haywire Might. So we're not under a huge amount of pressure to play these lands. Kind of a weird game. Our opponent's just going to try to grind us out with these creatures on deck, which we can die as early as next turn depending on his draw. Okay, there's Fierce Empeth. So hopefully now we're definitely going to go get our Titan of Industry. He lets us. Then we can start playing our lands. Big counterspell. I think we're dead. Not quite yet. We'll play this field because he knows we have it. We need to draw something the next turn. I like our chances against this deck. They don't know we have Karn, and so he probably thinks this Blood Sun is going to. This is pretty hot tech because Blood Moon. Oh, we are dead. Blood Moon obviously turns everything into mountains, but Blood Sun enables his mana base to still work the way he wants it to while shutting off ours. So good on our opponent for having some cool tech in his deck. We're just going to go ahead and run it back because that's the beauty of running a Karn deck is you don't have to think sideboarding, really, unless you... Some Karn decks in Historic or Explorer, Pioneer, I guess now. Karn's banned in those formats, by the way. But anyway, typically Karn the Great Creator decks don't have to sideboard too much unless you play a couple green cards like earlier in the format. Some are playing Veil of Summer, like as a 2 or 3 of, or some sort of utility creatures. But I'm going all in on the artifacts. There's not a ton of artifact hate in the format right now, so you can kind of go nuts with Karn if he sticks. Go ahead and move this up just a little bit. Okay. All right. Definitely gonna go get our Buseju probably, just to have his insurance. I'm gonna go get our Field of the Dead, so that's gonna come in tap no matter what. I don't play Spelunking. Althariax was down to 2 copies, and he said it's probably the worst card in the deck. Obviously, it has its combo potential. He could have Spell Pierce here, and if he Spell Pierces our Sylvan Scrying, we're kind of boned. Not really though, right? The question is, we can go for Natural Order next turn. That's the higher upside play, right? We can always Sylvan Scrying for Buseju if he taps out for Blood Sun. So we'll go ahead and we're gonna go for Grazer. Could have Stern Scolding here, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world because we could still go get our Buseju. The next turn still be able to Natural Order. This card, don't get me wrong, I know people play 4 of. Could be a Stern Scolding here or a Fatal Push on this one. Okay, so we're not heartbroken over that. We're gonna go ahead and go get our Stomping Grounds because we know he's not playing Blood Moon unless he brings it in post board. We're gonna go ahead and go get Buseju here, just in case. Hopefully he taps out for something. Like I don't know what he would tap out for. Okay, there goes our Natural Order. Okay, we're going to Sylvan Scrying here. We're going to go ahead and play this first. We're going to Sylvan Scrying for a Cavern. I mean, hey, we have the answer to Blood Sun. We have a Cavern of Souls. We're going to go ahead and put this on. Oh, can't do anything quite yet. My apologies. Need some water after this match. Alright, well, we're off the top of our deck, but that's why we play this deck, is because, yes, discard sucks, it always does, but we're one of the better top decking decks in the format. Okay, there's a Demolition Field. I don't want to fetch into a Stifle. There's Karn. He doesn't know we play Karn yet. Playing this on Giants. Wonder if he has a counterspell. I think we just have to play Karn here, though, right? Yeah, can't just sit around and do nothing. Hopefully this resolves. Surprise! We have a Karn. What can we go get, by the way, if this resolves? Which it might. Ooh, that's rough. Okay. Getting a Karn Spell Pierced is not the best thing in the world, but thought about it. He thought about it. There's Uro. Yeah, our Karn stuck there. Probably would have won on the spot because we activated it for something juicy. Probably doesn't have very many ways in his deck to get rid of Karn. Radiant Fountain. Go ahead and play that first. Does he have Fatal Push? Is it worth getting in with damage? Does he even keep Fatal Push in his deck? We'll check. But we're one land away. He's probably going to Demolition Field. You know what? I don't think it's worth it. We're not going to win this game with hitting him multiple times with Lair of the Hydra. So that would be like a late game thing. Well, he has to demo field this turn. Probably going to play Uro here. Alright. This matchup's interesting. Think about playing something in the main deck to get something back from the graveyard, like one of those utility lands. Okay. We knew that was coming eventually. Titan is a great draw, by the way. Especially if he taps out for Uro here, which he likely is. All right, we need a great draw here. Obviously, we wish we had Karn still. Maybe we hold on to it, but he has discard, so just sitting there not doing anything isn't a great. Yeah, there's Once Upon a Time. Yeah, it's not ideal, but we do get a field of it. We'll get a lane. We'll get okay. I think at this point, yeah. No, it's still play Blood Sun, so we have chump. We have a chump at least for a turn or two. There's Lorien revealed. He's digging for his Blood Sun or something else to kill us with. You know, I don't hate our chances right now, but we definitely need to start drawing well. We're gonna go ahead and block with a zombie here in case we draw Natural Order. Alright, there's Kami, so we'll go ahead and just do that now. I don't dislike this. Play Forests, because we can just chill for a while. Yeah, I mean, obviously our opponent's way ahead on resources, but the nice thing about our deck is we don't have to do much to chill, right? We can just play lands, chump block as soon as we draw our action. We do have a Cavern of Souls, so once we draw a Primeval Titan, we can start going ham. But our opponent obviously is doing things, and I would imagine he has some sort of tech for this matchup. So we do want to draw something because, you know, just getting back Lorien revealed. Yeah, I mean, he's really digging here. But he knows we're holding Boseiju, so he's going to need multiple Blood Suns. Okay, there's another Demolition Field, which is unfortunate. And I don't think we have something else to fetch. We have a Snow-Covered Forest, a regular forest, a Stomping Ground. We'll go ahead and give it a good old check. No, we do not. Okay, he is tapped pretty low. So hopefully he taps out and we draw something good. We do have 2 more Field of Deads. Again, this is another reason why you play Karn, is because in these sort of matchups where they're prepared, like this opponent's playing Demolition Field, for example, Karn gives you some other avenues to win, right? I have Cityscape Leveler, Wormcoil Engine, some other action in the deck. He has to discard, which is cool. Down to 28 cards, so you never know what could happen in this matchup. There's prime time. Okay, we'll go ahead and make sure we tap green. We'll go ahead and prime time. We'll get 2 Field of the Deads here. Make sure we get max zombies. We're in good shape now. I mean, he can kill prime time, but he might have to Wrath. Do we want anything else? Now, I think we just want to get both of these in play and get our zombies now. And we do want to play this forest as well. Alright, all of a sudden, we put a bunch of power on the board, and we can start going ham. We do have the Bousseju for his... Okay, there's a Leyline Binding, but that just gets rid of the Titan. You know, if he doesn't play a Blood Sun, we might just go get Blast Zone and Bazooka Bog. This is why this deck is great, is because opponent has a full grip, has an Uro, but all of a sudden we have 12 power in play. There's temporary lockdown. Okay. Maybe we can blow out Uro here. He knows we have Bousseju. Alright. I mean, he knew we had it. I'm gonna go get Blast Zone in case he does have Blood Sun. I guess that doesn't do much, but... Blast Zone and Bazooka Bog. We can't escape Uro. Alright. Definitely going to go for the quadruple block on Uro with the zombies. So even if he has a spot removal spell, he's still going to lose Uro here. I mean, he knew he had Bousseju, right? So was he just willing to lose his graveyard? And I don't know. But the onus is on him now. He can't escape this Uro. Hopefully he just passes. Just has a bunch of instant speed interaction, or like a dig through times, or treasure cruises or something. That's what we hope for. There's Blood Sun, so he was holding it. But we do have Titan to thin out our deck. And we can draw a Karn here, so maybe he's just hoping to ride this Blood Sun. There's Oko to turn my prime time into a elk. Now he's tapped out and we can play Karn. Karn would be just the absolute best here. It's not a Karn, but it is beef. We can just get rid of Oko in one swing here. We will play our Dryad, force him to Wrath. Okay. I mean, we're not dead. He is down to 23 cards in his deck. We do have a board. So we do have 3 Karns left in our deck, and some other prime times. We have Titan of Industry to blow up Sunfall. Okay, he gets to incubate. That's pretty sick. There's Kami. I think we're just going to hold Kami. He's going to start incubating here. Okay. Brainstorm. Alright. We need to draw Karn for sure. Or, I wish... Giant. I don't think Titan of Industry is considered a giant. I think it's an elemental. I wish Cavern had a creature type that shared both, right? So you can do Titan of Industry or Primeval Titan. There's another Lorraine reveal. This guy's drawing his whole deck. Alright, something juice. Give me something to do, please. One time. Guess you're saying there's a chance. Once upon a time. There's Titan. See, it's an elemental, so we'll just go ahead and tap this first, thinking maybe. Please just have this resolve. Resolve, please. Of course, why would that resolve? Alright, well, maybe that's one less counterspell for Karn. How many does he have left? One. Only counterspell be once. Alright. The pendulum has definitely swung back in opponent's favor. There comes Uro. Alright, well, our window has quickly closed, but we do have another draw step. Okay. Alright. Obviously not going to trigger field. We can thin our deck. Probably just going to play this Kami just as another blocker to stay alive, potentially. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go get lands that we... Fetches would be dope. Trigger field later. But we already fetched our lands, so we'll get Hongware Battlements. Sure, and a Castle Garenberg. We'll just play Kami, and we hope for the best. Not liking our chances the rest of this game, by the way. Our opponent playing the 4-color money pile. You know, this is probably one of their worst matchups as well. I know I said mid-range is a good matchup, but there is a caveat. The reason why I think this matchup against this deck is bad, he might play Omnath as well. The reason why I think these piles are a worse matchup is because they have the ability to play a controlling game or a value game pretty easily, whereas like Sultai and Jund and Rakdos, those decks usually have more of a slant. Like Sultai is more controlling. 1 and 2. Sultai is more controlling. Jund can be a little bit more aggressive. Same with Rakdos. So we'll go ahead and edit our record here to be 2 and 1. And I'm gonna get a drink of water. We'll go ahead and fire up our next opponent here. We need to get out of this 90th percentile, man. We only have a little bit of time left. Go ahead and all right, we're back. You know, we wish we had an untapped green source. We can't say no to a hand that has some acceleration in some ways to set up our prime times. Go ahead and do this on green. Then we can go next turn, we can go up to 3 lands. Hey, you know what? If the opponent wants to concede after seeing our 1 land for prime time, but again, can't stress this enough. We play this deck because it has good matchups, but also because if the opponent knows or is perceived to think that they can't interact with whatever they think we have, that's fine. Like, I don't think the opponent should have conceded there. All they saw was the sunken land, which is obviously half of our ramp, but and he concedes. All right, we'll take free wins, you know. We'll take free wins. Go ahead and update this. 3 and 1. Backup's 94. Well, we need some help off the top of our deck, but we do play 28 lands and we have everything we could ever want. So obviously, again, living the dream. Living the dream here is untapped green source to our Boreal Grazer into a second land, but what I'm not playing, and something I need to maybe go back to, is the generous Ent to go get a forest. So sometimes, oh well, we lucked out a little bit. We are playing against the mirror. I'm not going to fetch because we need to have a higher likelihood of drawing a land. So our opponent we're in the mirror, but he's playing a really small. Alright, well, we lucked out here. We're playing against number 42, by the way, Flow True. Very nice. We're gonna go get Stomping Ground in case we do Hanweir Battlements later. We go Natural Order on our plant. He's probably gonna concede here just because we're so far ahead in terms of ramping. May want to see some more action. We're gonna get one field here and our Hanweir Battlements. We can start accelerating out future Titans. And we're just going to go to town on our opponent here. So he probably has everything he needs, but he kept a slow version of it, right? He didn't have a turn 1 accelerant. He didn't have a turn 2 accelerant. He had Once Upon a Time. He probably has something to do on 3, like Fierce Empith. Winding Way. So he's playing an Uro version, I'm guessing, if he wants to mill himself. Hey, there's all different kinds of ways to play this deck. Obviously, we're trying a Karn version, which should be pretty good in the mirror. Alright, well, I think we're going to go get... we're going to start by attacking here. We're going to go get second field and our Stomping Ground. Okay, we already have our Stomping Grounds. Probably our Castle Garenbrig. Now we literally have everything we want to start cranking out more Titans. Play our second Titan. Go get our last 2 Fields of the Dead. That should be GG's for game 1. Yeah. Alright, hey. Up a game in the mirror. We don't have to sideboard. So, since we have some time, as far as the mirror goes, I haven't put a lot of thought into that for Karn, the Karn toolbox. Chances are I'm slanting too heavily against control and combo. Liquid Metal Coating, if we're ahead, Liquid Metal Coating can blow up their Fields of the Dead, which, now that I think about it, is a pretty good sideboard tech. Filigree Silex, if you're behind on curve, you can just play this for 2, crack it for 0 at any time, and blow up their tokens to be able to get back to parity. You can Stone Brain and take out their Titans. So we do have some utility in our sideboard, but with Karn we don't have to do that. Alright, I mean, this is everything we could want. This is a very fast hand. Our opponent's mulliganing, looking for some action. Feels pretty flattering to be in the mirror against number 42. It says maybe we're playing a decent deck. Alright, he definitely mulliganed aggressively. But that means 6. So we're not going to Once Upon a Time. Once again, my issue with Once Upon a Timing on their end step is I see it all the time and I just don't understand it. Might as well wait and see what you draw. We're gonna go ahead and get our... We already have an Boreal Grazer. Yeah, I think we just get this. Go ahead and fetch for our... Could come down to a couple life, so I'm going to play it safe on the draw. I do want to get Stomping Ground really badly, but we're just going to go ahead and play Castle Garenbrig. Probably next turn, we're probably going to go Sylvan Scrying, go get... Yeah, we're going to Sylvan Scrying, go get our Sunken Citadel. Then we're going to play Kami, drop the Castle Garenbrig and our Citadel, and we'll be able to prime time on turn 3. Which hopefully is good enough, because he doesn't have either of his combo pieces in play. He might have everything he needs, but he doesn't have... It doesn't have the castle or the... They're spelunking. So next turn, if he drops a Castle Garenbrig, he can Titan next turn. Okay. He needs a Castle Garenbrig next turn. So we're gonna go, oh man. We have all kinds of ways to do what we need to do. But we're gonna go get Sunken Citadel. We're gonna go Castle Garenbrig, put in our, okay, next turn we can Titan. Hopefully that's good enough. Hopefully he's one turn away from tightening and we can start getting ahead on board. No, he can't Titan yet. So he's gonna take our Titan here. Okay, that sucks. So now we're gonna have to rely on Karn and our Titan of Industry to do the job. Which I think we can, right? If we draw Karn next turn, we can go get the liquid metal coating and start blowing up his lands, and that should be GG. But again, this is why I'm happy we're playing Karn. It gives us a different angle of attack. It gives us something else to do post-board. It kind of surprises our opponent because some versions play Uro. Some just go all in on Titan. I just think Karn offers a lot of flexibility. We've seen in other formats how powerful and how consistent Karn can be in the right shell, and I'm not claiming that the Karn version is the best. I'm entertaining that. So that's unfortunate. He probably did see our Karns if he looked through our deck. We are going to go get Titan, blowing up Spelunking and making a 4/4. So yes, we're just going to go do that now. And maybe we can just ride this thing to victory. Just gonna play the field now. 7/7. We do need to draw Karn. Okay. I wonder if the last card in his hand is Titan and he's just trying to hit his land drops for it. Nope. He's off the top of his deck, so we're just as likely to draw action as him. Obviously, you know, we have a 7/7 and we can draw Karn. These Fierce Empaths don't do actually anything now because our opponent is under a reasonable clock, though. We're going to Bazooka Bog after. We're just going to play out these Empaths because you never know if that could come down to damage. We're just not going to search our deck. Okay. Karn one time, please. Karn with liquid metal coating, not good. Go ahead and attack with everything. I mean, he is dead next turn, depending on what he draws. We're just going to go ahead and empty our hand here. Weirdest mirror match game ever. Okay. We'll take it. Titan of Industry as our last beater in the deck. This mythic grind, by the way, is absurd. We just won 2 matches in a row and we're still at 94%, but 4-1. Keep rolling. What a weird game. What a weird game. Alright, beating number 42 though, that'd be a good one to post to YouTube. Flow true. I do like this deck. I do like the inevitability. Obviously, people are getting used to playing against it, but hey, that's why we're trying something new. Thank you for hanging out. Alright, we don't have everything we need, but that's why we play once upon a time. Definitely going to use the first one right away. And we'll play our next one probably next turn. Okay, opponent's on the mulligan. Double mulligan. If he's playing combo, let's hope not. Yeah, we got to take a Royal Grazer here. We'd love to take Castle Garenbrig, but we don't know what he's on. So in the blind, I like fetching a snow-covered forest or a regular forest. Most likely snow-covered because Kami of the Bamboo Groves or whatever it's called fetches regular, so you never know when that matters for Field of the Dead. I'm going to go ahead and Bazooka Bog even though we don't have a target because it's a tapped land. because we can Fierce Empathy next turn if we draw a land. We don't have to Once Upon a Time if we draw a land. He's probably gonna thought, well, so we're playing it's either combo or sacrifice. Because we don't have a 4th land, I'm gonna go ahead and Once Upon a Time. We want a Karn here. Could be on a Blood Moon deck. He's also playing Sacrifice, which makes me want to get Blast Zone. This is rough. I think we're just gonna, we don't know what we're up against, right? So we're just gonna play Forest and say go. Next turn we're probably just gonna Karn. Depending on what our opponent shows us. That could be really good if he, okay, there's a basic Swamp. Alright, well, so we see Unlucky Witness and Arachnos. He could be some sort of combo deck that sacrifices things like with the, what is it called? The bargain card. Beseech the Mirror. He could be playing some sort of bargain deck that uses Tendrils of Agony. We're probably just gonna get Liquid Metal Coating here. But can he go off next turn? I think the answer is no. But what, in case he kills Karn, Liquid Metal Coating doesn't do anything. But I think it's so good if... I think it's so good if he doesn't kill Karn that we just have to take it. The greed is real, but we can just kill him next turn. Okay, there's Orcish Bowmasters. If we can just blow up his Blood Crypts, I mean, we'll be so far ahead. Obviously, you know, this is why Karn, you gotta know what you're up against. I could have Karned for something else. Hopefully it doesn't punish us. But if we can blow up 1 Blood Crypt with Liquid Metal Coating, and then if he doesn't kill Karn this turn, we're definitely gonna activate. Okay, well, that feels bad, man. Okay, we'll move on. So we probably could have gotten something else to wreck his day, but at least we have this in case we draw a second Karn. And we can also use this to make something an artifact and blow it up with Titan, so not all is lost. Doesn't look great, obviously. We're playing against just a regular Rakdos deck. Okay. We're gonna get Titan here. He hasn't shown us Blood Moon yet. Yep, so you go. So Karn gained us some life. Liquid Metal Coating feels bad. In hindsight, there's Goblin Bombardment. Okay. Okay. So in hindsight, I would have gotten the Filigree Silex. But this Titan of Industry hopefully is going to help us out. I don't dislike this matchup. This matchup is fairly aggressive, it seems like. Okay, there's Bloodghast. So I'm familiar with this deck from Historic. This is obviously a supercharged version. We need a Castle Garenbrig off the top, and then we can cast our Titan. I don't see us losing if we can do that. We're going to block. He's going to probably sack something post-combat, but we are just going to soak up the... If we don't block and we draw Natural Order, what does that do? I don't think it matters. I think we just got to go for the gusto here. Castle Garenbrig 1 time. Or actually any untapped land. I'm smoking drugs. Don't mind me over here. That is an untapped land. Unfortunately, we have to go get a shock land here, which doesn't feel great. But we are just going to go get, I think, Blast Zone. I don't think he can kill us next turn. Probably just going to go get just this... Field of the Dead and probably Colony Garden. Does that keep us alive? Because he could technically kill us if we don't make enough blockers. But we're just going to play Titan of Industry next turn anyway. So yeah, we're just gonna play it super safe. Max blockers here. He untapped pretty quickly. Let's see what he has. If we can attack with this Titan again, I think that's all she wrote. But okay, Orcish Bowmasters. Gonna shoot in the plant? No. I am just gonna snap block if he attacks everything. Enough to kill us? Am I missing something here? Oh, he might have Shrapnel Blast, I guess. Yeah, I haven't seen this list, so there could be something in his list that I'm not familiar with. Some sort of... Could just be conceding after this. I don't know what's going on. What does this do? Oh, wait, what does this do? Can't be blocked by legendary creatures. Okay. Let's go back and look at this card again. Okay, so that's cool. It's a cool little combo. He can basically dump his board, and we were a turn slower than we should have been with Titan, so I feel like we might have had a better chance that game if we didn't dirtle around and play too many tap lands. But anyway, so basically what our opponent did is he got in for some chip shot damage. By the way, one thing to note is that even if we Karned and got something like the Filigree Silex or Wormcoil Engine, our opponent never attacked us after we played Titan. So not trying to use hindsight bias, but whatever we would have gotten with Karn that game, I'm wondering what we could have gotten that would have mattered. Well, we were in the blind, and now we know what we're fetching with Karn. I thought we were up against maybe like a regular Rakdos or Jund deck. We were trying to get greedy and blow up their lands. We're not going to do that again. Whoever just jumped in, thanks for joining us. We're playing Timeless Field of the Dead with Karn as a toolbox strategy. All right, I like this hand. We can Once Upon a Time for an untapped green source. Hopefully, and then we have our Castle Garenberg and Sunken Citadel to go nuts with Prime Time. That's unfortunate because it's not an untapped green source, but I think we just get Field of the Dead here. We play Sunken Citadel on green. Next turn we can go our Boreal Grazer. We can go up to 3 lands. We can Sylvan Scrying for another source after that. We go ahead and put this into play. And this into play. If we draw another land next turn, we can just Karn. And now we know what we're looking for with Karn. So we're up against Goblin Bombardment. So in game 1, he played a 1-drop into 2-drop, and then played Bombardment. He hit us for a few chip shot points of damage, and then finished us off with that Balrog. Okay, there's his signature card. I think this game he's gonna be a little bit too slow. We're gonna go ahead and Sylvan Scrying, or definitely want to. Obviously, we wish we drew an untapped land for Karn, but no such luck. We have everything we need for a Titan, no matter what land we get. I think we're gonna go get Blast Zone. Yeah, it's just such a good card in a matchup with a lot of cheap. Then we're just gonna go ahead and get another land. In case he does play Blood Moon, we'll go get a basic forest. And then we'll say go. All right, I like our chances this game. We have Fierce Empath into Titan. We have Karn. If we need to Karn next turn, we can do that. There's Mayhem Devil. So he's playing a very fair game of Magic right now. We're not doing the same thing. Okay, here's the decision point. He hasn't shown us Thoughtseize yet. Do we Karn in a Wormcoil Engine? No, I don't think we do that. I think the safe play is to go Fierce Empath. We just hold up Once Upon a Time. We're just gonna go get Titan here. We're pretty far ahead on curve. We're pretty. Jordan, what's your last name, bud? Of course I remember you. I just need to know which Jordan I'm talking to. Good to see you. I'm gonna start trying to stream Magic pretty regularly. I don't have time to game as much as I used to, but I played Magic for so long that I can still get some games in. Thanks for hanging out, Jordan. Which Jordan? Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing? What's going on nowadays? Seasoned Pyromancer. He's gonna discard some cards here. He's looking for action. We don't have a natural order, so I'm just gonna go ahead and block. Especially because he can get a lot of extra damage in by sacrificing creatures, so I think we're just gonna grab the fetch land. Guarantee we can Titan next turn. Go ahead and crack our fetch. It's unfortunate that we take a little bit of damage here, but look at our snow-covered forests. Prime time. We're gonna go get Radiant Fountain to gain some life, because he's aggressive. And what does he have in his graveyard? I don't see much there. Yeah, probably just this thing. Move to Florida. We're in Florida. I love Florida. I want to move to Florida myself one day. I'm in Reno now, by the way, Jordan. I moved to Reno in May. I don't know if you remember. I left Foothill in May and I moved to Reno to be closer to my sister and some other family. By the way, I don't think our opponent's winning this game. I don't see how they're going to win this game. Which is good, because they got us real good game one. Okay, he's going to sacrifice some stuff here. Unfortunately for our opponent, we're doing a lot of good things, but we're kind of going over the top. I love Florida, man. I have my fiance's family lives out there in the Miami area and Daytona, and I would not mind living there sometime soon. Whoever just jumped in, thanks for joining us. We're playing Timeless Field of the Dead, the newest formats. Oh, here comes that Balrog again. Son of a gun. All right, well, hopefully we're not going to die from this thing this turn. We're going to be able to Karn. We need to be able to Karn and get rid of that thing. Okay. And then he's going to do what? I've heard of Bredenton. You know, I don't know if you remember, Jordan, I'm a pretty big outdoors guy, so I do like Reno for all, like tomorrow I'm going to go on a bike ride. I think Reno for recreation is not better than Vegas. Vegas definitely has its places to go hang out outdoors, but Reno is just, you have so many mountains nearby. All right. Doesn't really matter what we get here. We already have our combo for lands. So I think I'm just gonna get a fetch for Field of the Dead later. Okay. We need to make sure we stay alive here, which makes me want to do Karn things. I think I'm just going to play Wormcoil Engine. Hopefully he doesn't have another Balrog. If he does, I think we're just dead. Right? I think we're just dead to another Balrog, which is unfortunate. But I think I'm just going to get Wormcoil Engine. That's why we play it. Whoever just jumped in, thanks for joining us. We're playing Karn in this version. We're going to play a second build here. Alright, fingers crossed. No Balrog. This card wrecked us game one, and he just hit us with one game two. If he doesn't hit us with one, I really like our chances. Alright, fingers crossed. No Balrog. This card wrecked us game one. Where is Bradenton in respect to like where is it in the state, Jordan? You think you're moving back to Vegas next school year though? Yeah. They say, you never truly leave Vegas, right? Even if you move away, you have some sort of connection to it. It's a hard city to leave for good. Whoever's just joining us, we're playing the Karn version because as the Timeless format matures and people are figuring out which decks to play, I figured I wanted to give Karn a try. God, there's that Balrog. We're dead again, man. We're dead again. We don't have a legendary creature to block this thing. That is so frustrating. Hey, good for our opponent, though. We didn't lose rank, which is cool. But we do have to update our record to 4-2. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust the couple of my boxes real quick. I'm just excuse me, I just recently redid my overlays, so I'm trying to figure out the best setup here. All right, it's better. It's down just a bit. Okay, that's a little bit better. We're getting there. Okay, we'll keep going here. I'm gonna start uploading these to YouTube as well. I'm gonna try to be semi-regular about streaming. I'm working remote from home, Jordan. I'm gonna be teaching from home here next semester, so I should be able to stream a fair amount. An hour away from Tampa, dude. I was just in Tampa. I was just in Tampa for work in October. Tampa, and then I went to Ocala, which I'm not sure if you've been there. It's like, what is it, 50 or 60 miles outside of Tampa. I'm gonna update my record to 4-2. All right, we get to be on the play. Let's do it. All right, we do have our turn 1 green source into our Boreal Grazer. It's hard to say no to that. Yeah, Tampa's sweet. Tampa's huge. I've only been to Orlando and Miami before that. But I love Florida, man. I love the weather. I love how humid it is. It's good for your breathing. How do you like it compared to Vegas? Busch Gardens. Somebody I was working with in Tampa told me about Busch Gardens. He said it's one of the coolest places to go to down there. I think we're going to Sylvan Scrying for an untapped source. Probably Castle Garen Brig. And then play the second field. That doesn't feel good, but at least we have a natural order next turn against the Goblins deck. Hopefully he's not some kind of weird degenerate combo. But we have a turn 3 Titan. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and natural order here. Looks like we're playing against some kind of goblin aggro. Unfortunately for our opponent, he gets to deal with prime time. What brought you out there, by the way? I'm gonna go get, you already have 2 Fields of the Dead. So for future Titans, I'm gonna go get a Sunken Citadel and probably a Blast Zone. So we can kill his 1-drops. Like, he's in trouble. But then again, we thought our opponent was in trouble last game, and then he ball-rogged us 3 times in a row. Got wrecked. He can't really attack us. I'm just gonna Blast Zone away the Skirk Prospector, because I know how explosive that card can be. But let's go to attacks first. Let's go get Hanweir Battlements and Stomping Ground for the combo. So basically, if you're just joining us, this deck, what it does is it accelerates out your resources and allows you to play Primeval Titan, which goes and gets lands out of your deck and makes a bunch of zombies with Field of the Dead. So you're just trying to accelerate ahead of your opponent. Let's see what he does here. Okay, no blocks. And then we will go ahead. I think we're just gonna crack this in his upkeep. This card allows him to sacrifice goblins for mana. We're gonna go ahead and play this fetch land, make 2 more zombies. Let's say go. Probably just gonna crack this Blast Zone now and get rid of his Skirk Prospector. That card is really, really powerful, and I don't want him to kill us with some kind of craziness. I think we win next turn. So this is in his upkeep. Okay. I don't think he can do much in his upkeep. Okay. Hopefully that did enough to slow him down. Whoever just jumped in, thanks for joining us. We're playing Field of the Dead in Timeless with Karn, the great creator. Some different versions are trying Uro for mid-late game Some versions are all in on Titan, but I was playing a ton of best of one with this deck, Althariax's version. See, there's Sling Gang Lieutenant. He can sacrifice goblins to do damage. I just thought that maybe Karn would be good as the format matures because people are figuring out how to sideboard against this deck, and Karn gives you a lot more action. I'm not saying it's great, but we're trying it out, and so far it's been pretty good. We're 4-2, trying to climb into the numbers in Mythic. So your mom and dad wanted to move out there by the water. Yeah, I don't blame them, man. But how's school out there? You like ocean fishing? What have you caught so far? A lot of animals. Yeah, dude. Florida's sweet, man. Florida's its own beast for sure. All right. I think we're just gonna crack Kami EOT. We'll get more basic lands. Is he dead next turn? That's the question. I think we're just gonna rock with everything here. I think he has to block everything. And even then, I think he might be dead. We're gonna go get Radiant Fountain to gain life. Another Field of the Dead. Really just trying to lock him out. I'm gonna shrink the chat box just a little bit. See how that looks. I think our opponent's dead, but if he's not dead, he's close to it. And if he has, Muxus, I don't think Muxus is enough to kill us through. We're gonna make more zombies after combat. Stingray, Mackerel, and Snook, but no shark. Do you want to catch a shark, man? That's terrifying. If I caught a shark, I'd be like, throw that thing back. Although shark meat's pretty good. Shark is pretty tasty. All right, he's trying to drain us after blocks. Good thing we grabbed that Radiant Fountain. I don't think our opponent can do much. I think this Goblin combo strategy is a little bit behind the curve with what we have going on. What are you going to, a charter or a private school? One life. How did we mess up here? He's gonna die, hopefully, but just gonna go ahead and Sylvan Scrying for something. You know what, we'll just go get Bazooka Bog in case he's operating out of the graveyard, which I highly doubt, and we'll go get... We're just getting lands for insurance here. I don't even know what else we can get here. Sure, we'll go get Useju in case he has that artifact that goblins play sometimes. I think this game is pretty scripted at this point. All right, there was Krenko, but he was a little bit late to the party. We are making more creatures. So the beautiful thing about playing Karn is Karn allows you to go into your sideboard and get whatever you want. So A, it gives us some action out of our sideboard game one in case we need something specific. B, it makes it to where when we're between games like this, we don't have to worry about what we're doing, right? Because Karn can basically get all these cards. So that's why another reason we're playing this is because Timeless is such a new format still that it's hard to know what you need out of your sideboard. Just a regular public school, but my goal is to catch a shark. Dude, what kind of shark? What kind of shark? Not great white, right? Like off the coast of Florida is a tiger or mako. What are the mean ones off the coast of where you're at? Live in the back of your house. You have a pond with a 7-foot gator behind your house. Is it on your property? What the heck? Dude, you know what I didn't know is that American saltwater crocodiles live in Florida as well. That's kind of freaky, dude. It's like just the resident gator, 7-foot gator, chilling. All right, we do not have our turn 1 acceleration. I wasn't paying attention, but I just saw Sylvan Scrying and Karn. Okay, so we're going to have to... We're going to try to race our opponent here. He does have turn 1 Skirk Prospector, which scares the shit out of me. He might be able to race us this turn. We're going to Sylvan Scrying for Castle Garenberg next turn. And we're going to try to turn for Titan, which might be too slow. We'll see though. We might be able to pull back. Should have mulliganed for I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy obsessing about the gator. It's alright. We're on the draw. We'll do our best. Jordan, if you know anybody at your school that likes strategy games, definitely try to become regular at streaming. I made a, not sure if last I was around you, I made a Twitch, affiliate, and I'm trying to build off of that. Now that I work from home, it should be easier. Big pond, and there's a lot of houses in the pond. Dude, we almost died to Muxus. We're so dead. So our opponent got to do goblin things this turn. Basically what he does is he plays a couple goblins that make mana, and he plays Muxus, which reveals the top 6 cards of his deck, and he gets to put goblins into play. Alright, we're going to go ahead and go to the next game. We just got rough. I don't think there was any draw we had that game that would have gotten us out of that. Alright, we need to be faster than our opponent. Dude, do you have to use a special kind of line? Like a reinforced line for the shark, or is that just the kind of line you use for ocean fishing? I've only been freshwater fishing. My dad loves ocean fishing. For his 60th birthday, we went to the Keys. He had an Airbnb in the Keys, and he went deep sea fishing. Okay, because we're on the play, we have pretty much the same kind of hand, but because we're a turn quicker, I'm gonna try it. We're gonna Sylvan Scrying for the. We're gonna try. Okay, he doesn't have a Skirk Prospector. Okay, we're going to go ahead and Once Upon a Time looking for an Accelerant. We did find the Arboreal Grazer. So yeah, I think we're just going to take that Arboreal Grazer here. Go ahead and put the Forest into play. And I don't know if he's playing Blood Moon. If we draw a land naturally next turn, okay. I'm gonna activate this. I don't know if he plays Blood Moon, but we already have a basic forest. I'm still gonna fetch just the regular forest though. Okay, there's Cavern. The question is, do we get Karn here? And I think the answer is no. I think we just want to get our Sunken Citadel so we can turbo out this Titan next turn. Big pond, there's a lot of houses in the pond. Yeah, dude, that's crazy that you just have a gator chilling close to your house, though. Can you imagine just like walking along a path and that thing's just chilling? Yeah, we'll name Giant. And it's time to Titan. I don't think he's gonna have. I don't think he can even Muxus us next turn. So we'll go get Field, and we'll go get. Should we play it safe? I don't think at this point it matters. Gain a little bit of life, make a little bit of blocks. You tried catching it? Dude, you like to live dangerously, man. A braided line, yeah, for the sharks, because they can just snap that thing. I remember when I was what was I doing? I was fishing for something once. I think it was like catfish or bluegill or something in Minnesota, and I used the wrong kind of line, and a bass just snapped my line. What did you try catching the gator with? That's crazy. You were brave. All right, he has Krenko. What do we do here? He's gonna be able to make a crap load of goblins. We need to play this carefully because he can explode. Krenko can make the number of goblins equal to the ones he has, and so if he has Muxus next turn. Might be overthinking this. I certainly might be overthinking this, but let's go ahead and go to combat. Let's attack with just our boy Prime Time. Let's go get more Field of the Deads, because you can never have enough Field of the Dead. We will make more zombies than you can make goblins, sir. And we're going to go ahead and go. This is rough. We're going to go Karn. Sylvan Scrying. We're gonna go ahead and get another Field of the Dead. We're gonna play it. Make 4 more zombies. Alive bluegill. I like bluegill, man. Those are delicious. And they're fun to catch too. I kind of want to get a... I only have 1 mana available. I'm just gonna get Pithing Needle and name Krenko. This could be really incorrect, but at least he can only use it once versus twice next turn. Okay, he's gonna make a bunch of goblins. We're gonna name Krenko. This is Mob Boss, right? We're gonna name Krenko so he can't use it. And then this is why Karn's awesome, because now hopefully... Okay, there's Muxus. Hopefully we don't die. I don't think we're dead. I don't think we're dead. And he can't... See, if he was able to activate Krenko there, he could have made 1,000,000 more goblins. So I'm happy we shut off Krenko. That might have won us the game. We have 12 zombies to block with. I don't think he can kill us. He doesn't have trample. Okay, he just passes the turn. I'm gonna go ahead and get the Filigree Silas here. What can I do to really mess his day up? Ooh, no. This is gonna be a sick way to win the game in style. You ready? It's gonna give all of our zombies flying and haste. Fly right over the top. Chroma's Memorial. Give our zombies flying. Go ahead and go to combat. Except for you. We're gonna go get Blast Zone, and we got there. I caught a 6-pound bass with a bluegill. Yeah, dude, I was in Minnesota, and these family friends that we went and visited, they had a lake house. That was the best fishing I've ever done in Minnesota. It's like literally you walk off the back of their dock, and I swear to you, dude, every time I cast the line, I caught something. Bluegill, some other kind of small fish that I forget the name of, catfish, bass. My dad caught a pike. He was in a canoe though. So when you use the bluegill, you just had it on a line like as a bait fish, or did you like put it in a crate or something and wait for the gator to roll up? That is bold. Whoever just hopped in, thanks for joining us. We're now 5-2 with our version of Field of the Dead and Timeless. I saw this version. Whoever just jumped in, thanks for joining us. I'll show you the deck after this match. We haven't looked at the deck in a second, but basically, Timeless is still a relatively new format. However, it's becoming pretty clear that Field of the Dead is a major player in the format. From playing Best of 1, I started realizing that your combo matchup isn't the best. I know that obviously Best of 1 isn't the same thing as Best of 3. However, people are starting to figure out the linear game plan of primetime decks, right? They're starting to figure out that what your game plan is and how to stop it. So I thought, and I saw this, somebody playing 3 Karns in one of their lists, but I thought, you know what, let's just try 4 Karn. I shaved on natural order. We're playing 2 of those. And so far it's been good. You know, people have tried using hate to slow down Field of the Dead, and you just go get Karn and go get something like Cityscape Leveler, or just last game we got a Chroma's Memorial to basically win. So it was just outside. I don't know, remember the town. It was when I was younger. The town of Minnesota. It was just outside of the Twin Cities. It was like an hour outside of St. Paul, or so. I don't remember, but it was amazing fishing, and I haven't had that good of fishing since. So, okay, this hand is interesting. We do have an accelerant. We need to find another land. Okay, we're playing against a Death and Taxes deck, it looks like. So we're gonna go ahead and get a basic forest. Play Arboreal Grazer into probably Field of the Dead because it comes into play tapped. We draw a land next turn, we can go Dryad, play another land, and then we have Natural Order. Yeah, our opponent's on something interesting. But yeah, we're definitely just gonna go Dryad. I'm not sure if this card's good in this deck, but we're trying it as a one of. But we are. Okay. Well, next turn we have Natural Order. Your mom's side is in Duluth. Yeah, I'll have to get the name of that town, Jordan. I don't remember. So when do you know if you're going back to Vegas or not? All right. Well, next turn we have Natural Order. Just isn't sure. I don't know if they're stuck on lands or what, but please don't have something to stop this. Thank you. All right, Titan. What have you been gaming, by the way, too, Jordan? Like, what have you been playing lately? So we have Field. We're gonna get Blast Zone. I feel like I get Blast Zone a lot. I want to get a second one, maybe. Castle Garenbrig. We're gonna get Castle Garenbrig. Blast Zone and Castle Garenbrig. This song is sick. Whoever just jumped in, thanks for joining us. Fortnite and R6. Very nice. I remember you liked R6 before. I have a buddy that's trying to get me to play it. I do like those kind of games. I've been playing a lot of Magic lately, though, just because it's something I've played for a while and something you can always come back to. I feel like with shooters, you got to kind of get that muscle memory. All right, he has Swords of Plowshares, but luckily I have another Titan. Whoever just joined us, thanks for hopping in. We're playing Field of the Dead and Timeless, but with Karn. I feel like Karn offers some flexibility. We're trying it out. People are starting to figure out how to play against this deck. And Karn definitely gives you an edge when they bring in hate. Some other versions are playing Uro. I'm not certain that that's the best because of Orcish Bowmasters and Graveyard Hate, but... Alright, what do we need here? We already have... We can get another Field. And does he have anything in the graveyard worth nuking? Not really. Just the swords. I think we're just going to double up on Field here. And we have Kami to go get a regular forest to start going nuts. It's possible that I should have not gotten another Field in case this Titan gets nuked, but I feel like our life total is not under threat. I could be just completely misevaluating this deck. He still is. Okay, well, unfortunately for our opponent, we do get, with Fierce Empathy, we do get to go get another Titan with that, so we'll go ahead and, we lucked out there. If you're trying to get better at R6, R6 is definitely a game that's tactical. You definitely want a good team. I grew up playing a game very similar to R6, and having a good team is all the difference. All right, so it's interesting. This archivist, excuse me, does get some value off of our searches, but I don't see how that keeps them alive. Like, we're gonna go nuts here. Yeah, let's go ahead and get our fourth Field of the Dead, and then something else great. Probably gonna get our Hanweir Battlements for if we draw another big fatty. All right, he does get to draw 1,000,000 cards. He is stuck on 3 lands. You know, I'm probably gonna Blast Zone these guys next turn. Can't let him keep drawing his whole deck. So we're gonna go ahead and put a stop on his end step. And okay, well, our opponent conceded, so that's good. I have a good squad. I just don't know if he was in your class. Cruz Nelson. I remember Cruz. Dude, Cruz, man. How's that kid doing? That's cool you still talk to him. Is he still in Vegas? Alright, cool thing about Karn decks. Oh, I'm sorry. I promised to show you guys the deck. After this match, we'll go over the deck real quick again. To show you why I think this version might be good. There are some concessions. Only playing 2 natural order instead of 4. The reason is because I don't know if it was just kind of a matchup bias, but playing against a lot of Thoughtseize Fatal Push decks, they can kind of strip you down from the combo. So like natural order, right? So you go like turn 1 Arboreal Grazer or the Kami, and they can Fatal Push it. And then you just have this natural order sitting in your hand that doesn't do anything. And a lot of people are playing Thoughtseize / Fatal Push decks, especially like Sultai, Jund, Rakdos. So I was thinking to myself, man, like this natural order is like, obviously the games where they don't interact are amazing because you just go like turn 1 Arboreal Grazer, put a land into play, turn 2 put another land into play, do whatever, play a Fierce Empath, turn 3 natural order. Just like this, this hand is missing an accelerant, but I think because we have everything else we want, we're gonna keep it. Yeah, Hat Life, I agree with you. And the reason why I'm trying Karn sideboard choices, and I'm gonna go over the Karn. I'm gonna go over Karn in a second. And please tell me if you think I'm missing a card. I just threw together a sideboard based on my experience playing with the historic version and the explorer versions. But anyway, my thought process with Karn is that it offers you flexibility game one, obviously, but it also gives you something to do to pivot away from your main game plan when they bring in their hate. So trying to do a little bit of leveling. I'm going to go ahead and go Colony Garden. Obviously, that exposes this to our natural order, but we do have the Fierce Empath. Starting to work out a lot more. You said you were going to the gym too, Jordan? So here comes Thoughtseize. We are going to get something taken, obviously. Natural Order, which tends to get taken a fair amount because it is the quickest way to turbo out a Titan, especially when we're not representing the Sunken Citadel and the, what is it called? The Castle Garenbrig. No blocks on our 1-2. So here we're just going to go ahead and Sylvan Scrying for our Castle Garenbrig. It still offers us some acceleration. And we're going to say go. Next turn, we're going to Fierce Empath for a second Titan, just in case they strip it. You hit 195 in bench? How much do you weigh right now? Yeah, Hat Life, I'm going to go ahead and show the sideboard here after this game. We'll go over the deck, and I would love some feedback on what you think for the Timeless metagame. I've been having the biggest issues with the mono black or red black combo decks, like the Beseech the Mirror, what is it, Underworld Breach or whatever it's called, like the play a bunch of cheap things, go ahead and bargain Tendrils of Agony you to death. They can just do that a little bit faster than you can do your Field of the Dead stuff. It feels kind of bad. So we'll go ahead and go Castle Garenbrig here, Fierce Empath. It's possible that I should have just went Sunken Citadel. Actually, almost certainly should have done that, but it's okay. We're not under an immense amount of pressure, and I'd rather just start developing. We should have probably went Sunken Citadel. That guarantees a Titan next turn. That's just me not paying attention. Okay, what does Clement do? And these specialized cards are a mouthful to read, huh? I'm not going to read this card, to be honest. Yeah, well. So he gets to make zombies. What the hell? But we make more zombies. When this creature specializes, create 2 black zombie tokens. Okay, lifelink counter. Alright, I'm not going to block. He did specialize. So now I feel really dumb for not setting up our Titan because we're just kind of not doing anything this turn, but at least hey, we're still here. We still have action next turn. Okay, Orcish Bowmasters kill one of our natural order targets. See, hopefully that misplay doesn't hurt us because I was just basically not giving this deck the respect it deserves. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and Titan now. We're gonna go get Field, probably Swords. Swords my thing, okay. We're gonna go get Field and probably Radiant Fountain so we just don't die out of nowhere. We'll play a fetch land, so we at least get a zombie, and maybe if he's not paying attention. Actually, no, we're gonna fetch now, go get another zombie. Arboreal Grazer, put another Field Dead into play. You play more Historic Explorer. But to be honest, if you play a lot of Historic Explorer Hat Life, see you, Jordan. I'll see you around, man. Be sure to jump in. We'll chat some more. You'll be seeing me stream a lot more here pretty soon. Yeah, I was about to say, man, it's later in Florida. Yeah, definitely come back. We'll chat about fishing. You trying to catch gators, working out. I used to do physique. If you don't remember that, so I'd love to chat about working out. Okay, let's go over the deck. So we're now 6-2. I don't know what that white-black deck was. I'm sure it does things. Should be keeping my matchups, but that's all recorded on Untapped anyway. All right, let's go over the deck. Yeah, Jordan, no pressure. But I'll try to make a schedule and have that on Twitter. I'm gonna slowly get into the the mode of streaming. So, but we'll definitely chat some more, man. Get some rest. I won't be streaming much longer tonight, but definitely good catching up, man. It's been a while. Okay, here is the deck. Playing Field of the Dead. This is based on the Althariax from MTG Arena Zones shell. Have a good night, you too, bud. Have a good night. You gotta get that rest to get them gains. Okay, so Althariax from MTG Arena Zone gave this shell. It originally had 3 Windswept Heath, 3 Wooded Foothills. It played 4 Natural Order, and then it played, I forget what this slot was, to be honest with you, but I'm trying a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. It doesn't die to Lightning Bolt. It blocks pretty well, and it makes it easier to use your mana for colored sources early in the game. To be honest with you, this could be Courser of Krufix, which gains you life and finds lands off the top of your deck. It could be something completely different. I'm just trying this because it gives you some more action in the early game, and it gives you some blocking ability against Ragavan decks, which can give you problems game 1. Primetime, Titan of Industry I kept in here this game. This card has been a lifesaver. It blows up Blood Moon. It gains you life. It has reach, which is really important against DRC and what is it? The Arclight Phoenix decks. Everything else is pretty standard Once Upon a Time to help smooth out your draws and add. This card is so underrated. It allows you to put together your. Oops, sorry for that if that hurt your ears. This card allows you to really smooth out your draws in terms of Castle Garenbrig. The core of the ramp in this deck is Castle Garenbrig plus Sunken Citadel. This makes your activated abilities of Castle Garenbrig cheaper. So on turn, with only 4 lands in play, you can cast Primetime. The difference with this build, and I'm not going to take credit for playing an exclusive Karn build. I did see an early list that played 3 Karn and 3 Natural Order. I'm going for 4 for 2 reasons, because my experience playing in Natural Order is people are keen on this. They know what's going on. They're either going to Fatal Push or Lightning Bolt your Accelerant so that it cuts you off from Natural Order, or they just take Natural Order and you're going to go ahead and try to play Primetime the normal way. I'm playing Karn because maybe I'm biased from Best of 1, but I had like a 66% win rate in Best of 1 over like 30-40 matches or something like that, and it seemed like most of the time I was winning, it was because I was just casting Primetime, not Natural Ordering. Anyway, let's get to Karn. That's what we're looking at this for. Karn gives you some alternative juice, some extra gas. It also offers you the ability to pivot game 1 if you're not winning the way you should be. It also makes sideboarding very easy because you don't have to think, right? You just go to game 2 and 3 and just use your Karn for Wishboard. Let's look at the Wishboard. And this is just kind of me throwing together something tonight. I could be missing something that's very obvious in terms of the sideboard. So we have Tormod's Crypt for Arclight Phoenix and other graveyard decks. So the turn you play Karn, you can just go get Tormod's Crypt and crack it, or at least present the threat. Liquid Metal Coating, if you're ahead on board, you can turn things into artifacts and blow it up with Karn. Or you can also turn things into artifacts and blow it up with your Titan of Industry, which is much more of a corner case. The Filigree Silex, which is good against the Mirror. If you're behind on board, you can go grab this, crack it for 0, and stop them from building a zombie army. It also is good against other problematic permanents and tokens and things like that. This card's just kind of like a ratchet bomb, I guess. The Stone Brain, good against combo, good against the Mirror. If you're ahead on board, you can go strip. I had an opponent do this to me today. Somebody ranked number 42, tried taking my Primeval Titans. Luckily, I was able to win on Titan of Industry, but this card is good at taking out linchpins out of a deck. Wormcoil Engine against aggro in mid-range. This card is actually really hard for Rakdos, Jund, and Sultai to deal with. Akroma's Memorial. Actually, Sultai can just turn it into a 3-3 with Oko, but whatever. Akroma's Memorial. This card helps you go over the top in the Mirror. It gives your zombies flying and first strike and all the keywords. Really, you just care about the flying, right? You just want to be able to fly over the board. And also is nice, stops your stuff from getting fatal pushed or things like that. Really, you just want this to win the turn you play it. Darksteel Citadel, this card has always been clutch in terms of, say you're playing Karn ahead of curve, or you're playing him and you need an extra land drop, you Darksteel Citadel to let you keep playing Magic. Haywire Might to blow up Blood Moon. Really, that's probably going to be most of its main targets. However, you can also use it for other things that are an issue. Pithing Needle to turn off Sneak. The one deck that this deck can lose against. So the two decks that I find Field of the Dead to have the most problems with is Combo, in terms of the Beseech the Mirror, Tendrils of Agony. They just basically don't care what you're doing. You're sitting there trying to set up your zombie board, and they just basically Tendrils of Agony you out of the game. So, and Sneak and Show, or Sneak Attack, excuse me, where they just activate it, put a bunch of power into play, and then kill you. Pithing Needle stops the activated abilities of that. Shadow Spear for aggro or burn. I really have this in there for the red, black, or red burn decks. Being able to strap this to a Titan or even a zombie token can mean the difference between life and death. Damping Sphere for combo. Again, this stops them from being able to play a bunch of stupid 1-drops. Looks like most of the same choices you made in Historic. Only other options would be Grafdigger's Cage. I thought about that. And we're going to read Grafdigger's Cage in a second, or Platinum Angel. You know, Platinum Angel, I'll probably end up putting in the deck just because a lot of decks can't kill that, right? It's a 7/7. We'll look at both of those cards. Defense Grid. This card probably doesn't need to be in there. Really the only thing I think it's good for is control, or like instant speed decks that are trying to hold mana up against you. If you just have Defense Grid, you can just play this and then proceed with your game plan, and it's hard for them to interact. I just saw this in somebody's list and I thought it'd be interesting. The One Ring, again, not sure if this is needed, but in the mid-rangey, grindier matchups, being able to activate this several times and then go get Haywire Might to blow it up if you need to stop yourself from dying is good. God Pharaoh Statue. This might be a bit greedy in Timeless, because chances are if you're able to play this card, you should be playing something else. But on the other hand, Timeless, most people are operating with only a few lands in play. Like, let's say Grixis Death Shadow. They're playing with like a Blood Crypt and a Watery Grave. And if you're able to resolve this on a relatively stable board, they can't do anything. So I thought maybe this would be a good option. And then this is a staple Cityscape Leveler against control. The cast trigger, you can blow whatever, like a Teferi up. Against mid-range, it's a nightmare for them because you can blow up their Oko or blow up their Uro. And if they kill it, you still bring it back and kill something else. And it's just a nightmare to deal with. I love this card. But Half-Life mentioned Grafdigger's Cage. Let's go ahead and take a look at this card. This creature cards in graveyard, so against the Dredge deck, can't enter, and players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. So I think this card definitely has its applications. However, it does cut us off from Natural Order. So if we were to bring in this card, we'd have to cut Natural Order, because I believe this stops you from going to tutor one of your Titans. The other card, which I think is a good one, which I probably will just put in now, is the Platinum Angel. 7/7 or 4/4 for 7. Can't lose the game, so it can't be bolted. It can't be fatal push without revolt. Can't win the game. Your opponents can't. You can't lose. Your opponents can't win. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring that in now for Defense Grid. I just don't think Defense Grid is good enough. Usually, Cavern of Souls on Primeval Titan is good enough to win against control. So I am going to bring in Platinum Angel. That's a good call. Half-Life, thank you very much. And this sideboard is obviously adaptable depending on the matchups. So far, this deck has been good. We're 6-2 in the percentages in Mythic. Again, not saying that this is the de facto best way to move forward with this deck. However, it does offer less brain power for sideboarding, and it's really fun to be able to Karn people when they think they have you beat. Let's keep it rolling. Thank you for jumping in, whoever just joined us. We're playing Natural or Field of the Dead with Karn. I am a simp for Karn, I will admit it. I played tons of mono green in Explorer and Historic. I'm very sad that Karn is banned in Explorer, but it did make the format healthier, even though the win rate on that deck was not that great. I don't know if you can attest to that, Half-Life. I think the deck is good. It's very consistent, but I don't think it was so dominant that it needed a ban. I think it was more because people needed or wanted a shake up in the format, or wanted to be able to play other things. Okay, we do have an accelerant. We do have other ways to smooth out our draws. So we're going to go ahead and roll with this. Okay. Whoever just jumped in, thanks for joining us. We're 6-2 with I'm going to be posting this to YouTube as well so you can see the list. It is on Untapped as well. I need to get the deck... Sorry, I need to get the deck widget working again. But I'm happy to show the deck to whoever's interested in between matches or during sideboarding. I will get the Stream Decker back up. I don't know why it's not working right now. Let's see. Yeah, it still has my old list. Yeah, King Feeble. Please dive into Timeless. The reason why I think this format is good, and I don't know where you come from format-wise. I come from a lot of Explorer and Historic. The reason why I think... okay, this is not something I do see a lot with this deck that I think you can disagree with me. I see a lot of people, so opponent plays their land, they pass. Instead of going to his end step and casting Once Upon a Time, I don't see the point in that. The first spell you cast, it's free, so you might as well see what you draw. Okay, now I'm going to Once Upon a Time, because I have more information. He could Spell Pierce this if he wants. Okay, we do have one half of our combo, Sunken Citadel. Basically, this card lets us activate our Castle Garen Brig for cheaper, so that's kind of a quick grab for us. We're going to play our basic Forest into our Boreal Grazer, putting Sunken Citadel into play because Castle comes into play untapped off of Forest. Yeah, but King Feeble, I come from Explorer and Historic, and the reason I like this format is because fetch lands obviously make for some interesting deck building, but also because I think the power level of the format is so much higher that every decision matters, so it feels like you're playing Magic from the onset, versus things like Standard or Explorer sometimes can feel really scripted, right? Like, especially like a Shield Dread format. Yeah, I just think that why not Cavern? I do play Cavern. I do play Cavern Voodoo, but I did not go get it because usually you just want to go for the turbo. If I missed it there, let me see real quick. If I missed something there, please let me know. Getting back into streaming, I may have missed something, but we're gonna go ahead and Fierce Empeth here and go grab another Titan. He could have Stern Scolding here, which would be unfortunate, but we do have another Fierce Empeth. Hopefully we can just power through a Titan this game, right? We do have a lot of action. But yeah, Voodoo Kick, if there was a Cavern revealed off of Once Upon a Time, I definitely may have taken that, especially when our opponent shows us Flooded Strand. But hopefully that doesn't punish us this game. Something to keep in mind for next game. We get another Titan. Let's say go. And if we're playing against Sultai, which it appears that we are, or some card of four, we don't want like 4-color pile as much. That deck's a little bit harder to play against because they do have more ways to interact. Okay, Fatal pushing our Boreal Grazer. Not the end of the world. All right, so we are playing against maybe some sort of ramp deck. Usually, that's a card I did cut from the list. This card's awesome because it allows you to fetch a basic Forest, especially in the Blood Moon matchups. Usually, that's a card I did cut from the list. This card's awesome because it allows you to fetch a basic Forest, especially in the Blood Moon matchups. Okay, so our opponent's representing a counterspell. Obviously, the Cavern would have been nice here, but even with Cavern, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and start running out Titans until maybe he has a memory lapse, maybe he has counterspell. Either way, we're gonna keep moving on. Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, luckily we didn't get punished, Voodoo, but if there was a Cavern there, I may have just, maybe I wasn't paying respect to what we were playing against. Now I'm gonna get Cavern, just in case our opponent draws. And we're gonna get one Cavern and one Field of the Dead here. We're gonna name Giant. Thank you for that oversight. That is my bad. Trying to talk. I have a separate screen set up for the first time. Thank you for joining us, whoever just jumped in. We're playing Timeless Field of the Dead. We're 6-2 in Mythic percentages, trying to get into the numbers before the season ends. I've played about 50, 60 matches with this deck between best of 1 and best of 3. And I just felt like Karn might be a good thing to try. He could have Orcish Bowmasters here, but we don't really care at this point. We're just trying to get in the beats. Okay, another Fatal Push. Do you have that list? I do, man. And I'm sorry. Here, let me turn off the Stream Decker. I'm gonna show you the list in between, and I can put it in the chat from Untapped. I apologize. I don't know why this stupid thing isn't updating. Let me turn off the Stream Decker real quick. And then we'll get that list Well, I'll show it to you in between games. That's my bad. Opponent's in the tank, opponent concedes. Hey, and that's why we play this deck, because when we're playing against Sultai, Jund, things like that, if they don't have the interaction, they're just going to die. Obviously, that gets more chaotic, games 2 and 3. Okay, here's the list, and when it updates to Untapped, I'll post it into the opponent coughing up cards like that. Almost lights out, yeah. Hey, it feels good. When they concede, it feels good. It makes us feel like we're playing a good deck. Okay, here it is. So we are playing, this is, the shell is based on the Althariax version from MTG Arena Zone. I love that guy. He is a super good deck builder, very good player. He was playing 4 natural order and an extra fetch. I cut the Temple Garden because we don't play white cards in the sideboard. We're playing a Karn Wish board. So yeah, pretty stock. Other than that, Sylvan Scrying is a low-key MVP. It allows you to really go get the toolbox lands you need. I am trying out 1 Dryad of the Illusion Grove. Yeah, I'm on 4 Castle, 4 Sunken Citadel. For those of you that are new to the deck, Sunken Citadel enables your Castle Garenbrig to be activated 1 turn earlier. So you, against the non-counter spell, non-blue decks, you can really just carelessly, like I did without looking, slam a Primeval Titan on turn 3 off of a turn 1 Accelerant. The Karn, I'm playing 1 Dryad of the Elysian Grove because it doesn't get bolted and it allows us to kind of do more Arboreal Grazer things. I'm not saying it's good. Maybe Courser Krufix is better, but I'm just trying to play something that doesn't get us dead to Ragavan, right? Ragavan's not a huge concern, but there are draws where they go like turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 Dragon Rage Channeler, Brainstorm, turn 3 Hold Up, whatever, and you just die. Here's our Karn Wish board. Only have 30 seconds. We'll look at the deck again. Haywire Might for your Blood Moon, Darksteel Citadel for your extra land drops, Tormod's Crypt for Phoenix and the like, Pithing Needle for sneak attack and other things we need to shut off, Shadow Spear for burn, Damping Sphere for storm, Silex for the mirror or other problematic token type things, Stone Brain for combo or other things you need to gut, One Ring for attrition, God Pharaoh Statue for locking people out, Wormcoil Engine for mid-range and aggro, Chroma's Memorial for going over the top, Platinum Angel, thank you to Hatlife for locking an opponent out, and Cityscape Leveler for blowing up your opponent's permanents. Sorry for the mouthful, but that's what I get for not having Stream Decker updated. All right, going into game 2 after our opponent conceded pretty quickly. All right, well, hey, I wish that we could play Magic, but this is also nice when you're trying to get out of the percentages. We'll go ahead and update the... Man, our opponent was not happy to be playing against this deck, which, again, makes us feel like we made a good deck choice. I think the format is starting to mature a little bit. 7-2 now. Not bad, not bad. So yeah, I mean, obviously we'd like to play Magic, but we'll also take free wins when our opponent isn't having it. Not to say this deck has perfect matchups across the board. Luckily, knock on wood, we haven't played against combo. Beseech the Mirror, that deck is infuriating to play against. Okay, we have somebody at rank 296, hopefully. All right, we like this. We do have an Accelerant with Once Upon a Time to make our draw a little bit more smooth. We do have a Karn off the Accelerant. And we do have our namesake Primeval Titan, so about as good as it gets in the blinds. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. Timeless is a super fun format. I've been having a lot of fun with it, trying to figure it out. It feels like the format is turning the page in terms of its metagame, right? You're starting to see who the real players are. It seems like that your main decks are your Brainstorm aggressive shells, your mid-rangey piles, whether that be Jund, Sultai, or whatever. You have your Dark Ritual based combo decks. You have, of course, this deck, the Field of the Dead. You have, I mean, if I'm missing any major archetypes, my experience playing with Uro Soup against mid-range back when Uro was modern legal, the fair decks just can't beat free zombies. No, they cannot. And do you have any ideas about innovating the list to be more attuned to the mirror? I would say Karn is a good adaptation of the mirror, right? Like if you're behind on board and you go like Karn, Filigree, Silex, pop, and just hold it, and if they try to overrun you with zombies, you can just pop it for 0 and then catch up on your own. You can also play the liquid metal coating to blow up their lands. That may be too slow on the draw. That could just be wishful thinking on my part. Thank you for joining us, whoever just hopped in, by the way. We're playing Field of the Dead with Karn. Yeah, I'm open to discussion for that. Alpine Moon, I have had played against me, and that card is good. Okay, here we go. We already have a prime time. Kind of want the Castle Garen break here. Yeah, I mean, right? We're just trying to get things out quickly. We could take another prime time in the blind just in case we get it stripped. Tell me if I'm wrong doing this, but I'm just going to take the snow-covered forest here into that Castle Garen brig. Actually, no, I'm going to go Garden. That comes into play tapped. It does expose us to a natural order target, but such is life. I would say for the mirror, it's obviously, it seems like whoever play versus draw. I like Castle to turbo, yeah. I think in the mirror, you're kind of at the mercy of whoever's on the play draw. It just feels like in that matchup, it's like 2 ships passing in the night, right? If I go first, I'm doing my zombie thing. Sucks for you. If you're going first, vice versa. However, that's why I thought the Filigree Silex would be good, because you can kind of erase that advantage. All right, we're going to go ahead and Sylvan Scrying for... We don't know what we're up against. We see a Deathrite Shaman. Should I get the Cavern now, just in case he is playing counter magic? Or do we get the... I think because we have enough lands to use Castle naturally, I'm going to get Cavern. We're not under any immense amount of pressure. And we can surprise him with Karn next turn. If he taps out. It's possible that we should have just got the Sunken Citadel. Okay, Thoughtseize. Good news for us is he can't take both. He takes the prime time. Okay. He could definitely counterspell the Karn, but I don't think we can just sit there and do nothing. So I think we just got to go ahead and throw it out there. I think we're just going to go ahead and windmill slam this Karn and hope it sticks. Nope, looks like we're not going to have the dice. Memory Lapse, perhaps? Memory Lapse I'm feeling better about. Looks like Counterspell. Nope. Okay, we do. Maybe we slam our Karn next turn. Now it's protected from Thoughtseize, which is sick. Yeah, Sultai tends to play Memory Lapse over Counterspell, at least in the earlier days, just because their mana base is a little bit more sketchy in terms of double blue. But hey, we're not under pressure. He does have a Deathrite Shaman. Looks like he doesn't have a fetch, so he can't Counterspell us. Okay, so our opponent's stopping us from doing stuff, but we're not really getting anywhere though. Change the music real quick. Okay, he does have another fetch. Thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. It's always fun playing, having some company. Hey, Uro. Let's hopefully he misses his land drop here. Looks like he does. But he does have another fetch, so... Can't Thoughtseize away the Karns on top. He can do something for 1 mana, which looks like he's going to. It looks like he's going to Thoughtseize, perhaps, and find that we have just a castle. Nope. What do we have here? Okay, Delighted Halfling. So we're playing against Sultai. Giganta Sultai. Alright. Karn... What can we do to really mess up his day? What can we really do here? For 2 mana, do we want to get something we can just play this turn? He can't Uro us yet out of the graveyard. I think we take Cityscape Leveler. Because even if he discards it, we still can escape it. Or unearth it, I'm sorry. Yeah, do we just get Cityscape Leveler? Or do we get the, do we just try to lock him out with, there's so many things we can do here. We can get the ring and start trying to pull ahead. I don't like the idea of getting got by a discard spell, though. That would be... We do have Karn twice, if that happens. I'm just going to go ahead and take this first, and if he doesn't do anything to us, then I'll probably take something else. His graveyard count is 4, so he can't Uro unless he goes nuts. Thanks for joining us, whoever hopped in. Playing Field of the Dead with Karn. So far, so good. 7-2. Our matchups are going about as planned. Mid-range. Okay, feel much better about taking Cityscape Leveler. Because Karn is gone, and if he has a discard spell, at least we have some later game value. It's possible that we should have taken something to kind of lock him out, like that God Pharaoh statue, which I'm not convinced, by the way, is a card that should be in our sideboard. Makes me feel like we should have taken the Filigree Silex now for all these 1-drops, but I don't think he's going to be able to beat the Leveler. We'll go ahead and thin our deck. You could argue to keep this in play for Field of the Dead activation, but going at Stopping Ground in case we draw Hanweir Battlements. And we'll go ahead and... Wait, can we Cityscape Leveler it? Oh, I'm gonna land short. So used to playing tight. Alright, well, he's not doing anything, so... Next turn we can Leveler. He can't play Uro yet still. But if you think I should have gotten something else, please let me know. I'm learning with this deck as well. I kind of wanted to get God Pharaoh statue, and that way he can't do anything the rest of the game, but or at least not as easily. If only Oboro. I know, right? Okay, he's gonna go get Gigantha, which, whatever, we can just blow that up. I don't think he's gonna beat Leveler this game, so we're just gonna go ahead and start going after these Deathrite Shamans. Actually, does he have any fetch lands? We do, so we're just gonna start blowing up Deathrite Shamans. That card scales better in the late game with the activations from for pinging you and things like that. I don't see him beating the Cityscape Leveler though. Karn is sick. I feel like 75 you could just be a little bit more polished in all honesty. Maybe another Graveyard Hoser like Relic or Hearse. Okay, I did have Relic of Progenitus in the deck before I fired up the stream. I will consider putting that back in. Yeah, let's please. I am open to suggestions and open to revising this deck. To be honest, I was telling Hatlife earlier that I kind of just threw the deck together based on like what I've played in Explorer and Historic, and would love to refine the deck moving forward because in early testing, Karn is showing to be pretty good. Like right now we're playing in Sultai, and obviously, what is it? Titan is a great game plan in terms of trying to run your opponent over, but right now, our opponent playing a bunch of Fatal Pushes and Bitter Triumphs, little Cityscape Levelers looking pretty good. Okay. All right, so let's look at the sideboard real quick because we have time. So what card would you suggest cutting for Relic? Which I do think... I like Unlicensed Hearse more in aggressive decks where crewing it matters more. Obviously, with the zombies in your deck, you can crew it. But I like Relic because it comes down a turn sooner if you play Karn on turn 3 or 4 and you have the extra mana. And also I like Relic because it cycles for action. But that, in this kind of deck, I think Unlicensed Hearse is better in your decks that want to attack more often. I could see cutting Platinum Angel, although I haven't tested this card. God Pharaoh statue might be a little too cheeky in this format. My thought process with God Pharaoh statue is that your opponents tend to play such a low land count, right? Like your average opponent plays like 17, 18, 19 lands, 20 lands maybe, and this can really stop them from doing anything. But I'm open. I do agree that we should perhaps put another piece of Graveyard Hate in, because right now I just have the Tormod's Crypt, and that's it, I believe. Which Arclight Phoenix is the only deck that really operates out of the graveyard a ton, but now that you mention it, Treasure Cruise, Wet Ball seems more like an effective statue. What's Wet Ball? Damping Sphere? Damping Sphere, probably, right? For the decks where it really matters. Or we have time to talk about it. We got 50 seconds. It's not like we have to sideboard. We play Karn here. We don't think about sideboarding. We just chill. Shadow Spear I have specifically for the burn and the mono red deck because they get you so close to dead by the time you turn the corner that being able to strap this to a the problem with Wormcoil Engine in the burn matchup is you'll go get it, you'll play it, and then they just kill you the next turn before you can do anything unless you have the Hanweir Battlements to give it haste. Whereas the Shadow Spear, you can go grab it, strap it to your Titan, strap it to even a zombie token, and that's the difference between living and dying to a lightning bolt. Damping Sphere, okay. So I do agree that we need one more piece of graveyard interaction. Tormod's Crypt especially being like a kind of one and done type of effect. All right, this hand is actually bad. However, we're against Sultai. Let's think about this real quick. He's on the mulligan. We have our land combo for Titan off the top, which this kind of hand usually is hot garbage, but against a Thoughtseize deck, when you have the lands you need, you can draw into what you need. And secondly, we can Sylvan Scrying for the Kalani Garden to be able to cast Natural Order. So call me crazy, but I think this is a keep against the matchup. Our opponent's on the mulligan and he's slow, and we have everything we need to turbo out our cards, and our hand is kind of resilient to discard, right? So I'm going to keep. Tell me if I'm crazy. I think this hand is fine against this matchup. Yeah, it's pretty Thoughtseize proof. I agree. Okay, opponent doesn't have Thoughtseize, and our hand just looks a lot better now that we drew an Accelerant. We're going to go ahead and shock. We're going to go ahead and put in Sunken Citadel since Castle Garenbrig comes in untapped off of Stomping Ground. You could also argue for Field of the Dead, but that exposes us to things like Field of Ruin and the other one, Demolition Field. All right, well, all of a sudden our hand is looking gas, right? All right, we get our thing Fatal Push, but we can still go tutor up a Colony Garden for our 0-1 token. All right, we're just going to go ahead and slam. Okay, this is a decision point here. Well, we're not going to be able to Natural Order. Yeah, we can Natural Order next turn, actually. I think that's the higher upside. We could go get a Titan here. We could play this, but we could play this, go get Titan, but that doesn't leave us in a good spot next turn. I think we're going to Sylvan Scrying. Yeah, just like what, any untapped land, right? I think we can go get Cavern now. I Field of the Dead. We should have got Colony Garden. Okay. Oh, you're right. I don't know why I'm thinking like, I'm splitting my thinking here, right? Go get Colony Garden, Natural Order. But I went, okay, so it doesn't matter. I should have just done that. But now we can go Fierce Empith, go get Titan. Next turn Titan. Off of the Cavern. So, yeah. Should have thought that through a little bit more. He knows we have the Cavern, so I'm just going to play it. Probably overthinking it. Should have just got Garden. Voodoo should be playing this deck for me. I should be in the chat. Hopefully he doesn't have a discard spell, but we still do have the... If he has discard, we have the Natural Order. I mean, we're in good shape either way. We have options next turn. That's what's important. But I guess I'm so paranoid about counter magic now that we've seen it out of our opponent. But he's only shown us Memory Lapse, right? I'm not too keen on big mana. I think you're doing fine, my guy. Yeah, I mean, I think with this kind of deck, it's better to just go for the gusto, right? Go for the higher upside, more explosive play, rather than trying to overthink it like I tend to do. Like I usually play tempo, so you know, where your little micro decisions matter, whereas this kind of deck, it's just better to just present your threats or present your action and then go from there. However, at least by grabbing Cavern instead of Colony Garden, at least we are hedging against more in his hand, I guess, is the justification. All right, well, we blew up our combo, so now we can Natural Order anyway. We're gonna go get Snow Covered Forest because the Kami goes and gets regular forest when you activate its channel ability. That really does matter, by the way. You want to grab Snow Covered Forest almost always first, because in the mid to late game, if you need to activate Field of the Dead off of your land triggers, it's very important that you went and got your Snow Covered Forest first. Okay, our opponent's tapped out. I don't think they have Pact of Negation. They're not that kind of deck. I'm just gonna go ahead and chill. We're just gonna natural order. And our opponent's not going to be happy. Yeah, we drew Karn, which is sick. But we're just going to go ahead and natural order. Get rid of the Empith. Go get Titan. We already have a field, so we're probably going to go get... I like getting Blast Zone all the time just because it's such good. I'm just going to go get Bazooka Bog and not worry about Uro for a while. Lair of the Hydra might be good for attacking down Oko if we somehow need that. I put in Lair of the Hydra, by the way. I'm not sure if that's correct, but it's just nice to have a man land. I think I'm going to go get Hanware Battlements or Blast Zone. Probably Battlements. Yeah, with this deck, you can lay a lot of mustard on your sandwich, whereas Tempo, you need to be more calculated how you sequence exactly, especially with interaction. Okay, goodbye, Uro. Our opponent is not pleased at this point. He can turn our Primeval Titan into an Elk, but we have a second Titan, which, by the way, I think I played the one that he didn't know about. Which, you know, I played Natural Order, that's right. I was about to say, did I just show him another Titan? It's getting late, folks. I'm trying to stay focused here, but we're on a roll, so we'll keep it going. All right. Sultai midrange. We can just play against this deck all night, and we'll have a great night, right? We just keep playing against Sultai midrange, which is the first deck I built in this format. And if anyone's thinking about building Sultai, the deck is squarely medium. I think the best win rate I've seen out of that deck is like in the high 40s or low 50s, maybe 50s. I love Sultai. I'm a Sultai simp. I love Oko. I love Uro. But I don't think Sultai is the answer in Timeless, at least not the way I've seen it built. All right, we'll go ahead and edit our record. We're now 8-2. Sick. And let's keep it going. The Stream Decker isn't currently working. I need to get that up for next stream. If anyone would like me to show them the deck in between games, I'm happy to do that. Happy to talk about it. While we wait for our next opponent, I'm going to grab some water. Alright, this hand is... yeah. This hand is sketchy. So in that situation, you would have had another token trigger if you play 5th land first, something to be aware of. Yep, play 5th land first and search 6th and 7th, rather than search 5th and 6th, play 7th. That's true. And brings us to another decision point here. We have our turn 1 accelerant, but no untapped land to do so. However, we have Once Upon a Time to find that untapped source, so that's all gravy. But then we have this really awkward triple Sylvan Scrying. However, they are virtual land drops. And Titan, this hand is not ideal. You think it's a Snap Mole? Why, just because the Sylvan Scryings are too clunky? I feel like if we draw a land off the draw step, and then we Once Upon a Time, we're in pretty good shape, no? Like, this is like one of those hands you really got to think about, because you look at the Sylvan Scrying, you're like, oh, this is gross. But then, if your draw step is kind to you and your Once Upon a Time finds you an untapped source, you have a land ahead of schedule, you can Sylvan Scrying for the Sunken Citadel, and now you're kind of like in prime time. I'm gonna keep it because I'm greedy and I'm on the draw. If I was on the play, I'd be less likely because that's like one less look. And our opponent's on the mulligan, which I didn't mention, but that helps. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and let him do this. By the way, this is something that I see all the time. People like right now, I see people all the time on the end step, Once Upon a Time. Like, why would you do that? Just go to your turn, see what you draw, which that is not a good draw, by the way, and go get a land, which we want to take this so bad already, but we're not going to do that. All right, so we get to have a good first turn, but now we need to, unless our top of our deck's really kind to us, we need to kind of just spend the next couple turns developing, which is fine. If we draw a land, we can play Dryad, but this is why I'm not sure about this card, because this card is great when you have the juice. He's main phasing Bowmasters. Why is he doing that? So we're going to go ahead and Sylvan Scrying for the Sunken Citadel. We're just going to start developing our combo. He's mono black, it looks like. I almost took Cavern, it looks so similar. He doesn't know we have field, and this comes into play tapped regardless, so we'll just play it. Yeah, milking for info, right? Like, I understand it's instant speed. I understand it's like, cool, I'm doing it on your end step. But what does that really matter, right? Don't you want to just see what you draw before it to inform your decision? Because, like, what happens if you, like, once upon a time on their end step, and then you draw the same land? Like, that feels bad. Okay, there's another. I wish we drew just a freaking untapped source. That'd be so sick, but no dice. Okay, we're going to go ahead and Sylvan Scrying again. What do we get here? We're playing against a Luris deck. Do we just get Bazooka Bog? And just nuke his Mishra's Bauble? I think so. Is there any other land we want here? I guess we can go get Radiant Fountain and play it super safe, but I don't like his looping of drawing cards, especially on the mulligan, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this, because I guess. Cool. Next turn we can Titan. Pretty good shape. We're not under an immense amount of pressure. We have double Titan in case he has discard. He can't be looping his Bauble. We're chilling. I mean, hey, we'll play against these mono black X mid-range decks all day long. That's what we... Okay, Demolition Field's unfortunate. But we can go get another... Hopefully he doesn't activate it, but I'm pretty sure he will. If we draw an untapped land, so he's going to blow up the castle, which makes sense. Probably going to go get another one. You're going to get the snow-covered forest because Kami gets you regular forests. Yeah, mid-range is a good matchup for us. Okay, we did draw the untapped source, but we don't have enough mana to... I think we're going to go Dryad. Yeah, we're going to go Dryad. We're going to fetch... Oh, we don't even have to fetch, do we? Can we? Oh, that's sick. Okay, so Dryad allows us to tap this as a regular mana, which we're going to do to save life, because we can fetch later and trigger Field of the Dead. That's pretty sick. We're just going to go get a castle now. Right? Man, I want to play Field of the Dead. I don't want to show them that we have it. We played anyway? Do we just not care? I think we played anyway, right? Yeah, whatever. Got that 2/4 blocker, which looks pretty cool. Okay, we're probably going to get Radiant Fountain next turn, because if he kills Dryad, our life total is not super safe. Especially if he has Shield Dread. Thank you for hanging out, guys. This deck's super fun to play. Okay, well, that's unfortunate, but at least he doesn't have Shield Dread. Okay, we're at 4, which is scary, so we're going to go get Titan. So, you said, isn't it better to go get our lands first, though? Let's see. We have to play that anyway. Go get Titan. We're going to go get Radiant Fountain, another Field of the Dead. Yes, 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 yes. Don't want to die to some random shenanigans. We even have a fetch land if we need it. There's Shield Dread, a turn a little too late, I believe. There's Mishra's Bauble. Okay, what do we do here to... We do need to worry about Shield Dread, because we need to get Blast Zone. The opponent's living off the top of the deck. We wish we got online a little bit sooner so that we're not so close to getting milked by Shield Dread. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and fetch on the end step. I know that brings us a turn sooner to getting killed by Shield Dread, but we do need to race them at this point. Draw. We need to get Blast on. We could Once Upon a Time here, which we need to do for sure. I hope we don't die to Shield Red. That'll piss me off. Okay, we're gonna go get Fierce Empith. Oops, sorry about that. We're gonna go get Titan of Industry, which is pretty sick. We're one short of being able to play Titan. We really wish this was untapped, but we're just gonna go ahead and send in with all of our knuckleheads. Please don't die to Shield Red. I guess this leaves us dead to another Bowmasters, which is unfortunate too. We get Handwear, Battlements, in another field. And we need to get Blast Zone. Hopefully he just blocks with Shield Red. That'd be sick. Man, we really wish we could just slam Titan after combat, because then we just lock them out of the game. But we could play another Titan. Does that do anything? Yeah, I guess so. For style points, right? Why not? I guess this guarantees that they're probably dead next turn. Another one of those. And sure, Garden, I guess. And do we want to play this in case they wrath the board? Don't think we care. We have a fetch. No, we have whatchamacallit though. I think playing around a sweeper that they probably don't have is stupid. I think we just literally make it really hard for them to do anything. Please don't have another Bowmasters. Okay. Please don't have don't slow roll the Bowmasters. You're happy if they wrath for sure. Yeah, that's a good point. The fetch from 4 to 3 doesn't matter as much. Well, it does matter actually, because if they have Bowmasters, we wouldn't have died to the fetch, but I think we had to fetch anyway. Hopefully this isn't the combo version of Mono Black. Some of the Mono Black versions play Dark Ritual plus Necropotence plus Beseech the Mirror plus Tendrils. Opponent's digging here. Okay, we go to 1. Please don't. Okay, so is there any reason to play the Titan before combat? Is there any point to play it before combat? He has to respawn either way, right? Let's just find out if we're dead. Or maybe he'll block with Shield Red. But either way, we're dead to a Bowmaster. He knows we have it. Let's just play it. I don't like being slow rolled. I'd like to make a 4/4 and gain 5 life, please. Alright, we're not dead. I think we just go in with the knuckleheads, right? It does not fight. I wish it fought. Yeah, it puts a shield counter, makes a 4/4, gains 5 life, or destroys the artifact or enchantment. Alright, so he discards his whole hand to maybe stay alive this turn? I don't think he's still alive, though. Yeah, I don't think he's going to block the 1/1 either. Should have probably activated Hydra, just to present another threat. Oh, I could have... Guys, do as I say, not as I do. We could have activated the Conward. I think he's dead no matter what, but we should be cutting our outs here. We'll get a fetch, just to be able to make more zombies, which is unfortunate. We could have activated battlements, but at least we have mana up for Layer the Hydra on defense. Not that that matters, because we have a million zombies. I think he's dead this turn. Because Titan has Trample. Okay. Play not ideal get rewarded. All right, so we don't have to sideboard, but let's talk about it. So thank you to Voodoo for mentioning we should have another piece of Graveyard Hate, which, by the way, I need to put in after this match. But we're probably going to take out God Pharaoh's statue, which I thought would be good in this format, just because Never didn't have it. I would have been so mad if we died to that Bowmaster. Can you imagine? He waits until that Titan goes on the stack. He's like, no. God Pharaoh statue, I was thinking it'd be good in this format. Haven't had to bring it in yet. But we definitely need another piece of Graveyard Hate. Real quick, since we have some time, you're just joining us. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. Having a lot of fun. Haywire Might for your Blood Moon or other problematic enchantments or artifacts. Darkseal Citadel to hit your land drops off of Karn, because sometimes you just need that extra land. Tormod's Crypt for your Graveyard Hate the same turn you play Karn. Arclight Phoenix and the like. Pithing Needle for sneak attack and other permanents that you absolutely have to shut off. Shadow Spear for your burn and mono red matchup. Damping Sphere for your combo. The Tendrils of Agony deck can't beat this card. Liquid Metal Coating in case you're ahead and you just want to start blowing up lands. Or Corner Case, I've turned something into an artifact and I killed it with Titan of Industry. Not that that's why it's in the deck, but you know. Filigree Silex for, I was thinking for the mirror, just because you can play it with 0 counters on it and blow up tokens, but you can also use it for other things like 1-drops. It's just a ratchet bomb. Stonebrain for combo, or you can also use this for the mirror. Now that I mentioned it, Voodoo, you can use this to gut their Titans, which the number 42 ranked player today did that against me. Luckily, we had Titan of Industry as a backup, but the Stonebrain can take things that you need to. One ring for your grindy matchups. And somebody mentioned, well, one ring, you can kill yourself, but you just get Haywire Might and blow this up when you need to. God Pharaoh statue, which we're probably going to cut, but it locks people out. Wormcoil Engine for mid-range and aggro. Akroma's Memorial for going over the top in the mirror or just getting people dead the same turn you play it. Platinum Angel for lockout. And Cityscape Leveler for extra removal. Especially against your Black X mid-range decks. So far, Karn has been good. I think, obviously, a little bit slower than Natural Order, especially game 1, but I mean, this deck is so all in on Titan that having Karn, at least for me, I like flexibility. And who doesn't like not being able to think about their sideboarding plan, right? You just say, okay, whatever. Next game. All right, Bobbles himself. All right, we're gonna see what we draw. Go ahead and Once Upon a Time. All right, we have our Grazer off acceleration. We don't have the Sunken Citadel. There is a Cavern. We're playing as mono black, so Cavern doesn't matter. We already have a field. We're probably just taking Lair of the Hydra. That thing could be relevant later in the game. We could also just take Primeval Titan, but then we're pretty light on lands. It's either Titan or Hydra. What do we think? Either Titan or Hydra. We have Natural Order for a Titan. We have another Once Upon a Time. Why am I thinking about this? It's just Titan. I was thinking we were pretty land light, but I think we just take the gas. Snow-Covered Forest, Arboreal Grazer, getting your Field of the Dead because Castle Garenbrig comes in tapped off of Forest. Alright, we're cooking. Yeah, I like Titan too. It's the highest upside. Obviously, taking the land is the safer route, but against a Thoughtseize deck, you want the most action possible. Alright, I think we're just going to play Castle Garenbrig, then Once Upon a Time on their end step. Looking for... I guess we could have looked for an Accelerant. That was my bad. Yeah, that was definitely the play. Because if we find our Boreal Grazer, we can play another Castle Garenbrig. And I was just thinking we could play around discard, but that doesn't matter. Mistakes have been made, folks, but hopefully it doesn't matter. We're up a game against Mono Black Pile. Thank you for joining us. We're playing Field of the Dead based on Althariax's MTG Arena Zone build, but we're playing with Karn the Great Creator. We're shaved down to 2 Natural Order. Playing 4 Karn, because who doesn't like a Karn Wish board? And for everybody who's played, I like a second Prime Time. I also like the Windswept Heath. This is a feel bad. I think I'm just gonna take the Heath because we have Karn. And we're just gonna go ahead and grab a Stomping Ground in case we do have Homeware Battlements, so we're gonna grab the Stomping Ground. We're gonna grab Karn. And we're gonna go to town. Okay, he's on 2 lands. He just wished for something with, or he just tutored for something. Okay, what can we get to really? Let's have fun with this. Do you have any other lists ready for to fire for timeless? I do. I had Death Shadow, but I found with Death Shadow, man, you're just trading resources so much with mid range. Like Death Shadow feels like a better best of 1 deck. I do have Death Shadow. That's all I have built. What do we get to wreck mono black here? In case he has discard, do we just go with the leveler plan again? Do we go a liquid metal coating and hope to live the dream? Do we do it? There's no chance he gets rid of our Karn and discards our action, right? We have a Titan. Can we just have fun with this? Let's have fun with this. Do we want to go for land destruction? Do we want to go for Fatty Boom Boom? Do we want to try the statue out? What do we do, chat? I do think, Voodoo, I agree with you. I think I played Shadow to get to Mythic, and then I switched to this deck. But I'm playing, I was playing Jund Shadow and Black-Green Shadow. Just like Black-Green to avoid Blood Moon. Yeah, I'm gonna do liquid metal coating because I'm a simp for LD. He doesn't have discard, he's actually just gonna lose. Karn's looking good, guys. If you like this deck and you're tired of losing against matchups, okay, so he's gonna take Titan here, or does he take liquid metal? I think he has to take liquid. He has to take coding, right? does he have to take coding? No, he's gonna take prime time. We do get to make a 2/2. Here's the irony: he takes the Titan, but we make a zombie. Does that make? Did he just activate our Field of the Dead for us? Is that just? I see a zombie. Do you see a zombie? Okay, anyways. Anyways, I'm gonna turn this into an, oh wait, I did that the wrong way. I haven't done this in so long. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do this. Which one's the artifact again? That one. That feels really good. Guys, am I a bad human for that? We get to give the zombie haste? If I'm a Dinky Luris deck, I'd hate to see that on the other side of the table, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Guys, this feels good. Feels good to be liquid metal coating people in timeless. All right, we're done. Okay. So Liliana's going to take our natural order, which is unfortunate because we did have Titan lined up. But I think we're going to blow up their Castle Lock Twin. We're going to go get something absurd here. Oh, never mind. I just misplayed. It's okay, though. They're on 3 lands. They're on 3 lands. I think now we go get God Pharaoh's statue. And we attack their Lily. I think this is what they call, my bad for not blowing up their land. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to do it all. Alright, get rid of our Kami. Shield Dread costs 5 mana. Oh, that felt good. Alright, folks, we're climbing. Let's keep going. Thank you for joining us. We're hitting our stride here. And yeah, Voodoo, I would play Shadow, but I feel like we're onto something here. We're 9-2. Let's go ahead and make that change that you recommended to the sideboard. Maximum punish. So what are we cutting for the relic, by the way? What are we cutting for the? Are we cutting the angel? Are we cutting the? We're gonna. Do we cut the statue? The statue looked pretty good there. I'm digging this. What is this? This is. I'm gonna show us the deck because we do have some new friends in the chat. Let's go ahead and look at the deck. This is mono green Field of the Dead, or I shouldn't say mono green. It's mono green base. This is based on Althariax's build from MTG Arena Zone. It did have 4 natural order, and it had a temple garden for the white sideboard cards like Deafening Silence and things like that. I cut some things for Karn, and the reason I'm doing that, yeah, let's stick with the hot hand. The reason that we're playing Karn is because the format's starting to mature. People are starting to figure out how they're sideboarding and what they're doing against matchups. And Karn gives you something to do in an otherwise pretty linear combo deck or ramp deck, right? Like you're just trying to play a 1-drop, accelerate your lands, natural order into Titan, or Sunken Citadel makes your Castle Garenbrig cheaper so that you can play Titan much earlier than expected. We're also playing Dryad of the Elysian Grove. It allows you to do more Arboreal Grazer things like turbo out your lands, but it also makes your lands every basic type so that You can use them for colored reasons, or purpose rather. I need to. Does anyone know if this card overrides Blood Moon? What it does do is allows your fetches to tap without fetching, which means you can save them for Field of the Dead. That's a minor corner case, but something that did pop up. If anyone thinks that Courser Krufix is the better card than this, I'm all ears. Courser Krufix does gain you life. The main reason I'm playing this is because it's something for 3 mana other than Fierce Empith, and it is a 2/4 which survives Lightning Bolt. And let me tell you, getting your 3-drop Lightning Bolted is not fun. So a 2/4, a big ass, nice. Let's be real, everyone's interested in the Karn board. You're gonna be completely honest, as someone who plays all the bad card games, I feel like MTG players choose weird cards rather than maxing out their best cards. I like cleaner builds like this. I appreciate that, JV. I also appreciate consistency, and that's why I'm playing Karn. I played a fair amount of Timeless. I've played about, I don't know, a lot of hours, enough to kind of think I know the main players at this point. And Karn gives you some flexibility, especially post-board when people are bringing in things like, we just saw that last match. Perfect example. Opponent brings in Necromentia, which gets rid of your Primeval Titan, right? Gets rid of your Primeval Titan, and then otherwise you're just kind of drawing a little dead, like you don't have a lot going on other than hoping to hit your land drops naturally for Field of the Dead. Karn gives you something else to draw into, something else to do. Okay, the sideboard. Tormard's, what are we cutting, by the way, Voodoo? Once you master a format and have the results, you get to decide the format. Kind of true, right? I will say this is not all roses and butterflies. This deck, even with Karn, still is going to struggle against combo if they're on the play, because they can still get around your hate pieces. You're going to struggle against probably true control to a certain extent if they know what they're countering. I will say that Karn offers a lot more threat density, so you do have a better... I would say this deck still has its weak points, but especially game 1 when the opponent doesn't know you're on Karn, that gives you an edge too. The respective abilities having timing rules. Whoever plays their card last has it impose its ability. So if I play Dryad after Blood Moon, that's another out, is what you're saying. I like cutting Shadow Spear, actually. You already have Worm Coil and there aren't a lot of bodies. Okay, so we're just going to hope that Worm Coil is enough against Burn. And we also have Haywire Might, which can gain us a little bit of life if it dies, so we can just go get it as a blocker. I like it. We'll go ahead and cut. We can also play Platinum Angel against Burn, and they probably can't kill that either, unless they're 2-for-1 in themselves. We're going to cut Shadow Spear for a Relic of Progenitus. Relic of Progenitus. Okay, so real quick, we'll get back into games because I'm sure... Oh, we'll talk more about the sideboard in between games. How about that? Because I'm noticing some people just bounced out. They probably want to see the action. Karn is broken. He's... In a deck that can leverage mana, he's pretty gross. There's a reason he's banned in Explorer. I'm just playing him because I was tired of getting got post-board. I was tired of people knowing what to do against me. I just feel like, all right, cross my fingers, hope Titan's enough. I mean, Voodoo's been here a few matches. How many times? Cityscape Leveler's been a house. There's been some cards out of the wish board that have just shut the opponent down. I agree, Voodoo. I agree. Yeah, we like this. We're on the play. We have an accelerant. We have ways to look for the other half of our mana combo. We're going to go ahead and Once Upon a Time. We already have a turn 1 mana accelerant. So I think at this point, we don't need to get Field of the Dead. We already have one. I think we're just getting Stomping Ground. It's one less untapped source for later in... You could argue... One could argue for an Arboreal Grazer. But if... We don't have a ton of lands. We have to Once Upon a Time. You could maybe convince me no Arboreal Grazer. This one's tough. This is why I like Timeless, by the way. This is not a clear-cut decision. You can go get Arboreal Grazer to guarantee you have more acceleration, but then you're lighter on lands. You can take Stomping Ground and have more lands. 2 accelerants is OP. All right, I'm gonna go with Voodoo. Voodoo's been here. He knows what's up. I'm gonna agree with you on this one. Blackwoods. I would say this deck has less investment than... You don't even need to play actually any fetch lands if you don't want to. You should, but you don't have to. I'm going to play Arboreal Grazer because we can always use Kami to go get more forests. And I'm going to play this because we're more likely to need that earlier. Blackwoods, I would say if you want to get a lot of free wins, especially in best of 1, that red-black burn deck is disgusting. It has the best win rate in best of one. It doesn't require a ton of wild cards. The fetch lands it does use is Bloodstained Mire, which is basically in tons of decks. I like this deck because I like going over the top, but I can't lie to you, man. That red black burn list is disgusting. All right. We're playing against some weird Death and Taxes deck again. Um, now that we drew another land, I'm definitely gonna go Kami, put in Field of the Dead. Once Upon a Time on their end step, looking for our mana piece for Primeval Titan. And yeah, this is kind of what the deck does, right? We just need a Castle Garenbrig and we're boogieing. We really want a Castle Garenbrig, like more than anything in life. All right, no plays from the opponent. There she blows. Well, this deck is showcasing what it can do. Thank you for joining us, whoever just hopped in. 9 and 2 with our Karn variation of Field of the Dead. All right, so we already have a field. I think because we're playing against a Death and Taxes deck, they probably have a lot of cheaper creatures. So I like Blast Zone. I also like. There's a lot of options, man. Hmm. Probably just go get Blast Zone in a second Field of the Dead. Right? Nah. Let's not be that greedy. Let's go get probably Lair or Colony Garden. In case we can go natural order. If we draw natural order. Probably thinking about this too much, but I'm gonna go get Garden. Blast Zone, fetch land. Okay. Yeah, fetch land is what I was thinking as well. We're gonna hold Kami. And by the way, a very minor nuance I see a lot of people do wrong with this deck. When you're using Kami to fetch lands, it's regular forests. So when you're fetching, go get the snow covered forest because you can screw yourself later in the game. Do I chump check with? No, just joking. Just joking. All right, we're gonna say go. Our opponent's on Giver of Runes and 2 lands, and we have 7 lands in play and all this beef. You're just tapped out of resources. Look into the burn deck. If okay, so correct me if I'm wrong in the chat if you disagree with me, but I feel like the major players in Timeless, regardless of best of 1 and best of 3, is the another deck you can play Blackwoods is the black mono black. You don't even need to play a different color. Just play the mono black Necropotence Tendrils of Agony Storm deck. That deck is disgusting as well. I lose to that deck quite a bit. All right, I don't know what's going on here. We're playing against a very okay. It looks like we're playing against Winota. This is Mardu Winota, isn't it? Yeah, he's playing Juggernaut Peddler. He's playing the colors. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna go to combat. Okay, we're gonna keep back this guy and this guy. Oh, we shouldn't have attacked with Kami, but I don't think he's blocking Kami anyway. He probably is. We're just being greedy at this point. I don't see what he's going to be getting out of his graveyard, so I think we're just going for max zombies at this point. Yeah, you have to love draft. Draft, if you're good at drafting, it's a great way to farm wild cards naturally. Okay, but anyway, back to my train of thought. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around here. The major players in the format are the Necropotence combo decks or Necropotence mid range. Necropotence is just a broken card of Dark Ritual. Burn this deck in any version. And then your Brainstorm aggro shells, Arclight Phoenix, and then your Black X Jund, Rixis, those type of mid range, Mince and Boo. Like, those are your pillars of the format, I would say. Okay, no blocks, or those blocks. Do I just hold a Blast Zone? No. We're just gonna go ham here. Yeah, if you're a historic fan, I would say Timeless you'll love because Timeless the micro decisions matter that much more. Fetching, look at this. Like I'm playing a ramp deck that is pretty mindless, but there's still decisions, right? A 4th field, and we'll go get we'll go get Bazooka Bog. I don't know what they could be. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna nuke their Seasoned Pyromancer. Derp. Folks, Arclight. The reason I like Blackwoods, I think if Arclight is a great choice because you can play it in Timeless and then you can play it in Explorer. It's the best deck in Explorer right now, in my opinion. That deck is very good in Explorer. All right, folks, let's go over the sideboard real quick. Haywire Might for your Blood Moon and other problematic enchantment and artifacts. I'm sorry I don't have the Stream Decker list up. I wish I did, so I didn't have to go over this, but I don't mind talking about it until I get the Stream Decker fixed. Darksteel Citadel, Indestructible Land if you need it off of Karn, Tormod's Crypt for Arclight Phoenix, and other decks you need to nuke their yard immediately, Pithing Needle for sneak attack and other things you need to shut off, Relic, thank you to Voodoo for recommending a more permanent answer to graveyards. We were going to do Unlicensed Hearst, and that could be the better answer. I do think that this deck doesn't utilize Hearst as well as a deck like, like a Deathrite Shaman, Dragon Rage Channeler type of deck. Damping Sphere for Storm, Liquid Metal Coating for the ultimate greed if you just want to landlock them, which we did already. Filigree Silex for cheaper permanents, or for the mirror match if you're behind on board, you can use this to blow up their tokens. Stonebrain for combo and for gutting other cards that you need to get out of their deck. The One Ring for grindier matchups. God Pharaoh's Statue for if you want to get ahead and kind of lock a soft lock. Wormcoil Engine for aggro and mid-range. Akroma's Memorial for if you just want to play at the turn you have a bunch of zombies and want to kill them. Platinum Angel if you need a desperation or some sort of way to stonewall the game. And then Cityscape Leveler for just going over the top with a big fatty boom boom. If you're going completely free to play, you can build one deck and go back and forth between the constructed gold farming and draft. If you're good at draft and like the set, yeah, I agree with you. If you're comfortable with the draft format and you're farming, it's kind of the best of both worlds because you rank up in draft, and so you're progressing that way naturally, and then you're getting the wild cards. I will say I got two sets of fetches from drafting Cons of Tarkir for this set, so I agree with that completely. All right, this deck is super honest. We do have Dryad, but this is on the play. I think this hand's a mulligan. As much as I don't want to mulligan this, because you have lands, you have your Castle Garenbrig, which is one half of your. But we are playing against. I'm almost certain this is Winota. The problem is, if this was on the play, I'd consider keeping it because you can go Dryad, play an extra land, and then you're kind of at decent shape. But I think if they're playing Winota, we're just going to get ran the hell over, right? This is a mulligan. I'm going to mulligan this. Feels bad, man. All right. Anyways, this is much better. We're going to keep 6. In this situation, I think I want to get rid of one of our accelerants. They could have Thoughtseize, and that could slow us down, but we have Once Upon a Time to recoup. We need Sylvan Scrying to get one of our pieces. I think we need to ship one of our 1-mana accelerants here. And I think it's going to be Kami. Because Arboreal Grazer blocks. 0-3, baby. 0-3. Okay. Something I'm going to point out, and if you've already heard this, I apologize, but I see a lot of people on the end step with Once Upon a Time. Don't do that. Just go to your turn and see what you draw. Now we can do this and figure out what we're doing. Yeah, we're just taking Forest. I mean, we want to be able to, well, we could fetch for a Forest and then play Colony Garden tapped. Yeah, we're probably just going to do that. That way, if we draw Natural Order, we have one more target for it, and this could matter in the long game blocking. We are going to get Snow Covered Forest now, and we're going to go ahead and put Colony Garden into play tapped. Bajuka Bog could matter in a bit, but also they already know we have this. Both of these lands are going to come into play tapped regardless. We're going to Sylvan Scrying probably for Castle Garenbrig, because when you don't have Sunken Citadel and you just only have an option to get one of those two lands, Castle Garenbrig is better because you can still activate it naturally, whereas Sunken Citadel doesn't do jack diddly squat by itself. You lean draft, and that's where you climb and spend. I played a lot of thought, and I get some people who don't have time to waste their life. That's true, but honestly, drafting makes you a better Magic player. For the longest time, I hated playing limited, playing in Grand Prix and playing in qualifiers and stuff. You just have to, playing limited is a great way because you really value what you're doing, and the plays matter and deck building matters. It all matters. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and Sylvan Scrying just like we said. Well, yeah, either way, we're not gonna be able to play Fierce Empeth this turn. Unfortunately, we're playing a pretty slow game here, but um, such is life. Sometimes you don't get to have it all. We are going to play Bajuka Bog now because Castle Garenbrig comes into play untapped next turn. If they don't do anything, we're probably going to play Karn because Karn can do some things. Uh, so I'm almost certain we're against Winota. Giver of Runes. I've seen this list. It's pretty gross. It can play a fair aggro game, or it can just go over the top of you pretty quickly. So Juggernaut Peddler is kind of like their Thoughtseize on a stick. 100%. What was your favorite? What's your JV? What's your favorite draft format of all time so far? Have you drafted cons yet? It's pretty simple format, but there's some play to it for sure. It's from an earlier time, the more purest days of Magic when vanilla creatures were more prevalent. Where flavor text was the only thing. But I do like cons. I do like cons. By the way, I've dabbled with streaming before, but I'm going to be starting to work remote here next week, and so I plan on streaming on a pretty regular schedule. So feel free to follow, and I'll get a Twitter going, and I'll start posting these to YouTube. I'd love to be able to chat, having a lot of fun with everybody. I hope to keep doing this regularly. Okay, so now we're at a decision point. We have Archon of Emeria, which um, we actually only have one choice. Well, no, we can play Dryad this turn and still play Castle, which is probably the move. Because if we play Fierce Empeth, no, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to play it. Each player can't cast more than one spell. We don't care about this card that much because we are usually only playing one spell a turn anyway, unless it's later in the game. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and go Fierce Empeth, go get Titan. We might need to go get a Titan of Industry with our second Empeth because this does have flying, but so does this has reach. You should. I worked in esports for a while. Thank you very much, JV. I've dabbled in esports. I coached an esports team. I'm a teacher, by the way. I should have said that. I'm working remote as a teacher starting next week. For the first time, I'm very excited to be teaching from home. But I did coach an esports team, and that was a blast. I did like the whole broadcasting side of things, but really, I just play Magic is awesome, and it's nice to be able to play from home. But thank you, I appreciate that, JV, very much. Only cons fetches, yeah, exactly. All 10 fetches. No, just the cons ones. If you're gonna craft one set of fetches right now, I would say Bloodstained Mire, and anyone can disagree with me. I think that's the most versatile set. Bloodstained Mire or I guess Wooded Foothills if you want to. Oh, you can also play the sneak attack decks. Those are great too. I forgot to mention those as one of the pillars of the format. Anyway, I'm talking a lot, not playing as much. Um, let's see here. Okay, so we have our Archon. We can only play one spell this turn. We want to set up our Titan next turn, but we're just gonna have to hope. No, we can play Titan next turn. Um, let's go ahead and play Karn, or we can play another Empeth and go get Titan of Industry, and I think that's the move because Karn's just gonna get gunned down. We play him right now. Yeah, I like this play more. This also gives us more options for natural order in a bit. I'm gonna go get Titan of Industry so that we can follow up our Titan, our Primeval Titan with, unless we draw an untapped source, then we can just Titan of Industry next turn, blow up his Fable, have a big body in play. I'm really worried about Winota. Yeah, Death Shadow is. I agree with you, Voodoo. Death Shadow, I love playing in Modern. Grixis Death Shadow. Um, if you get good at piloting Death Shadow, it feels like you're on that razor's edge, right? Like you have to play really well in certain matchups. But when you win those matchups, it feels amazing. It feels amazing. Where did you coach? I coached a Halo Infinite team in Vegas. It was a high school team. They ended up getting onto Twitch. It was pretty sick. Um, had them scrim against some pros, and then they ended up beating another high school in the championship. Here comes Winota. Hopefully we don't get our shit rocked this game. Agent of Treachery take what? Our Fierce Empeth? Our Boil Grazer? A land. Wise opponent. So this is showcasing what Winota can do. If you like these kind of decks, I do think this deck is underrepresented and it's very good. I would imagine you get pieced apart by mid-range. That's why I think you don't see this deck as much, is because okay, he's gonna take something here, something juicy. Maybe I should have played Karn last turn. I don't know. Get the Filigree Silex maybe. I agree with Voodoo. If anyone's looking to get into this format, Death Shadow. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's gonna be a pretty steep. Okay, we can just go ahead and concede, but I'm gonna go ahead and let this opponent do his thing to show um so basically this deck we're up against Winota. It is a combo centric linear aggro deck. Basically, play some disruptive pieces like Juggernaut Peddler to gut your hand, Seasoned Pyromancer to find your action. This is a sideboard card, but shuts you down from playing more than one. I don't think this is the appropriate card to bring in this matchup. I don't give a shit about this card. I'm usually playing one big spell a turn. When Noda goes and gets whatever you want off the top of your deck, it's kind of like a Cocoa on a stick, but they come in tapped and attacking, so it's actually much more strong than that. I'm going to go ahead and concede. We're going to go to game 3. It's a messy industry. Would recommend I worked, but if you love, go for it. Yeah, being a teacher, being exposed to esports, I just yeah, I enjoy it, and I think I'm going to really put some effort into streaming now that I'm working remote next week. I'd love to be able to keep chatting with everybody, keep learning this format, keep ranking up together, because honestly, this format's very much in its infancy. Shout out to if anyone follows MTG Joe on YouTube. He was one of the pioneers of this format in terms of posting content. Altheriax, that guy is one of the best players in Magic right now, hands down, on MTG Arena Zone. A great brewer, great player, always consistently in the top 10 or 20 players. But yeah, don't work for TSM. TSM Hal. I used to play a lot of Apex Legends. That dude is that dude complains so much. Um, Real quick, would anyone like me to go over the sideboard before we click into our third game? I don't mind talking about it, but I've been talking about it. I don't want to bore anybody that um unless someone would like to see the sideboard. Anyway, here it is. It's a Karn Wish board. The reason we're playing Karn in this deck is A, experimentation, because brewing is fun and the format is still relatively new, and B, because this deck is fairly linear in what it does. And we've already seen cards like Necromentia tonight, trying to gut our Titans, trying to stop our game plan, and Karn just kind of gives you a different access to pivot to. It also gives you a lot of action to counteract what they're doing. So I think also very cool to see a fellow FTG Halo gamer. I used to do game battles between Ace 3. Game battles, dude. Game battles is so sick. That was the good old days before ladders and rank systems were mainstream. Do game battles. I used to play SOCOM Navy SEALs on game battles. Those were the days, man. 8-on-8 clan matches that were recorded. You had to post your. Man, you're taking me back, man. You and I must be similar in age, Voodoo. You know what game battles is. Anyway, let's go ahead and beat Winota game 3 on the play. Let's go ahead and vomit some zombies onto the battlefield. I'll be posting this to YouTube. I gotta figure out how to. If anyone knows how to do overlay or title screens and graphics for like YouTube videos, feel free to link me or message me. I need to learn how to make those so that can decorate the video. All right, let's go ahead and play first. Yeah, we don't have Titan, but we do have Karn. And again, natural order, very good. In this matchup, natural order is probably amazing. They can probably juggernaut peddler it away, obviously, but we do have Karn, so we do have a secondary piece of action other than Titan. Yeah, no, Voodoo, you and I are very similar in age. Just I only got a year on you. Game Battle is awesome. Yeah, that was the precursor days to mainstream tournament play. So if any younger gamers in here watching, which I doubt because a bunch of us Magic players are boomers. If there are younger Magic players in here, kudos to you because Magic is the best game of all time. It you can always come back to it. You don't have to have a ton of muscle memory. Anyways, we have Castle Garenbrig. I think we're just gonna stay the good old course and try to go for our combo here. All right. I'm starting to think we need to cut this card. As much as I like it for the upside, there's a lot of times we have it in our hand. I'm like, man, I could play this or I could just do something else. So I think we need to play this for another 3-drop. Maybe Courser of Krufix. Maybe we play another 2-drop. Maybe we play like a single copy of Explorer. I don't know. If anyone has a suggestion for a 1, 2, or 3 mana card that can help make our matchup slightly better. Okay, we're going to Sylvan Scrying here for... Our opponent's really trying to get to Winota. That's scaring the crap out of me. Any suggestions for lands here? We already have our Titan mana. Get a Colony Garden. Well, we do need to get an untapped land for next turn to even play Karn. So there's that. So we don't have a ton of options. Voodoo, you've been my bailout, man. What do I get here? I'm imagining our opponent's going to try to Winota us next turn. Or soon. We need an untapped source, folks. And we one that relatively probably is it Radiant Fountain? Are we really in that kind of boat right now? Blast Zone? Yeah, but no, Colony Garden comes into play tapped. I'm gonna get Blast Zone just because I'm almost out of time on my timer, but I'm gonna play Field of the Dead. So you go. The reason I'm playing Blast Zone is because if we want to Karn into something for 1 mana, we can. But you're right. Colony Garden could have given us an additional blocker. We do have 2 Karns though. So Blast Zone might be able to do something if we are able to get to a point to where we can untap with relative mana. I don't like Fable. All right, I think we need to get Karn into Wormcoil Engine, maybe? I don't know, man. Okay, we can go Blast Zone. We can go Blast Zone, play Karn, go get Darksteel Citadel, play Arboreal Grazer, Darksteel Citadel, and then next turn be able to down tick and do something juicy. Is that the play? Do we just get Darksteel Citadel? Because we can Wormcoil Engine off of Castle Garenbrig next turn. I feel like we have to get something other than Darksteel Citadel. I think that's stupid. I think we just play Arboreal Grazer as a blocker. I think it's Wormcoil Boy. Either that or the Filigree Silex. What should do it? What do we get here? This could be the only Karn activation we get before things get haywire. I wish Pithing Needle just shut off Winota. Pithing Needle says Winota can't attack. Ensnaring Bridge. We could also get Haywire Might. That doesn't seem like it does much either. Folks, this is why Timeless is awesome. We have a Karn Wish board and we don't know what to do. I feel like Wormcoil Engine's like the no-brainer play, but is that the best play? Any takers here? The Wormcoil Engine? Stonebrain for Winota? I think I'm just gonna take Wormcoil. I'm gonna play this because I'm just almost out of time. So if Karn lives, we'll down tick and get something better or something more relevant. But this way, at least if he plays Winota, hopefully we can survive an attack. But if he Winotas into Agent of Treachery, we're probably in bad shape. We can also down tick and get Darksteel Citadel to still play Wormcoil Engine. Maybe. So Winota is one of those decks that's looking really good against us because we don't have a lot of ways to interact traditionally, right? Like we don't have Fatal Push, we don't have Shield Red's Edict, we don't have Lightning Bolt, we don't have things to just completely like dismantle what Winota's doing. So it's basically just 2 ships passing in the night who can do better things. Let's just hope that our opponent whiffs and puts nothing valuable into play here, which I doubt. But please, one time, opponent. Nothing juicy. Nothing juicy, please. That's just Juggernaut Peddler, which that sucks. But at least we can down tick and go get something else now. What? Another Karn. Can I just block? Oops. Either way, Karn's going to go to... I can get rid of his treasure token. I think I'm definitely blocking. All 3 are attacking Karn. Right? Is this attacking me? Or Karn? Okay. I'm just tripping. Don't mind me over here. Alright, we're going to turn off your treasure, good sir. Just play Wormcoil Engine? Yeah, I mean, hopefully he doesn't have Agent of Treachery. That probably wasn't the move. Maybe we just go and get a Filigree Silex. This matchup does not feel good. This matchup feels awful. We are finding a weakness, but it's okay. We're 9-2. I'm 26 and I feel old in gaming too. Anyone over 23 feels old. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're basically like, yeah, I should have Sylvan first. That was a mistake. I guess I'm just so tilted by this Winota not being able to do anything and just. I think the only way we win this game is if they don't hit Agent of Treachery, right? Like, because we need to be able to block with Wormcoil Engine. But yeah, Sylvan Scrying was. Well, no, Sylvan Scrying. Yeah, we could have been able to get another land and still play Wormcoil. Please just don't hit anything good. Please. Please just hit like a Giver of Runes. Giver of Runes one time. I feel like if he had Agent of Treachery, he would already put on the battlefield, right? Okay. You're saying there's a chance. So he's I get 3 Juggernauts, and I get to activate Karn again. So this is where I'm getting punished for not using Sylvan Scrying, because now I can't do something juicier with Karn, but that's okay. I think the fact that we are in this kind of position is great. I mean, we get to gain 6. He loses Winota. We do lose Karn. But we need to draw a Titan is what we need. Because we can start playing these Juggernauts, but that feels like we're playing limited from 2005. Who knows? Maybe we'll just be able to race. Blood Moon? You know what we can cast with Blood Moon? These Juggernauts. I think we're just racing at this point. I think trying to play this game of hiding behind stuff is not going to work. Who knows? Orcish Bowmasters, kill your Arboreal Grazer. This is the weirdest game of Magic ever. This is why we don't play this card, folks. Look at this card. You know what? Sylvan Scrying for basic forest would have been so gas. God, that's such a tilt. Yeah, I think we have one option, and that's attack and play Juggernaut. And we just hope we draw a second. All right. Yeah, I like this. Kill all your stuff. I mean, Wormcoil Engine's doing Wormcoil Engine things. Are we going to win this game on the back of triple Juggernaut? If we win this game on the back of triple Juggernaut, I'm going to be freaking. But to be honest, I don't think would we have Sylvan Scrying for a second forest? I don't think we would have. I think we would have went for something else. We would have went for like a utility land. So not to give myself hindsight bias for making a mistake, but I think we wouldn't have looked for a second basic. I think because we were behind, I think we would have looked for something else, like maybe a Radiant Fountain. But this is hilarious. I think we're just jamming, dude. I think we're just gonna try to jam these down his throat until the cows come home. And we just hope we draw a second land, a forest. I mean, we need to draw, or Kami. Kami would get us out of this. I think we're actually in decent shape. I mean, he can activate Reflection of Kiki, but we need to keep pressing here. We're not going to win the game just by sitting around waiting for another Winota. Okay, that's unfortunate, but we are at 36 life. You're taking, are you serious? Dude, are we going to win with quad Juggernaut? Take it all. Take all my money. Guys, can we win this game, please? One time. Please. Alright. The Reflection of Kiki's going to be a problem because he can make a free blocker every turn, but eh. A second forest would be straight gas, though. Because we can go get Titan of Industry and blow up the Blood Moon. I think we need to kill the Goblin Shaman. Get rid of his things he can copy. Alright. So you're saying there's a chance. This is hilarious. Guys, whoever's just coming into the chat, I promise we're not playing Juggernaut aggro. This is timeless, folks. Cutting edge technology right here. You haven't lived until you played a 5-3 that has to attack every turn. Live by the seat of your pants. Now he's thought seizing the juggernauts he gave me. This is bullshit. That's called Indian giving, dude. Honestly. We're probably going to lose this game, I'm just saying. But if we do win, dude. So what happens when he juggernaut puddles a juggernaut? Is anyone watching this same game that I'm witnessing right now? Hey, you get a new one. Opponent trying to dipsy doodle their way into a board stall. It looks like it's happening, though, to be fair. You know what can't cast anything? This card. He's going to give me another Juggernaut? If he gives me another Juggernaut... Oh, please. I don't think that's how that works, right? I think I'm only... Yeah. I think I just don't care at this point. I think you just... The Death Touch is fine. Like... Well, we can draw another Karn, and then we can Haywire Might. So we do have outs. We do have ways to come back. Russian Doll Chain. All right, I am gonna keep killing the ones you can copy, though. All right. Hey, if the opponent dies, he did this to us, guys. He did this to us. If you're just joining us, our opponent is trying to give us enough juggernauts to survive the apocalypse. We are playing Field of the Dead, not Juggernaut Tribal. This is... Guys, maybe we're just destined for the ranked numbers. Okay, that can't fetch a forest. All right. This guy is not having a good time right now. Let me tell you. The hero who faces doom on the path he took to avoid it. Oh. Do you think... I'm just wondering, do you think they're having fun? They're just waiting to top deck a Winota so they can Agent of Treachery my Juggernaut. I'm just going to keep killing the ones you can copy, dude. I'm not falling for your tricks, opponent. Guys, if you're just now joining us, this is the newest format on MTG Arena. It's called Timeless, and Juggernaut is tier 0. Oh, I need to be drunk for this. He's out of Juggernaut Peddlers. I think, do we keep this in case he draws Thoughtseize? Yeah, I think I'm just going to hold on to this. No! No! He's getting Winota back. Son of... We're still ahead, guys. He's at 4 after all. Wait, does Juggernaut have Trample? No. We'd be asking for too much, right? If Juggernaut had Trample. Sheesh. This is actually Marvel Universes Beyond Juggernaut, just a special print of Ultron. The alternate art. Magic Arena 23. Okay, he's going to attack me with... Who? Is he going to make a copy of Winota and attack it? Okay. No. Why wouldn't he just... Okay, that doesn't even make sense. Forget what I said. I'm going to kill Deathray Shaman. Oh, he drew it. He found it. Now our chances to win are... Okay. Now Winota's doing Winota things. You know what? I'm going to block, okay? All right. I should have blocked the 2-3. So we draw Karn. What are our outs? Man, we got our opponent to... Once upon a time. There's Titan. We can't take Titan. I think we're just dead. I think we're just dead, guys. I think we hit that point. Or we can play it out, right? So he has Blood Moon. We have that. I think we just grab the Titan and hope for the best. I think we just hope to draw another green source. You feel like this part where you shake their hand? I'm at 32 life though. I could draw a green source and then blow up his Blood Moon, make a Titan, make a 4/4, start having Field of the Dead active. We're really low percentage to come back, but especially with Winota going ham. But okay, Winota just bricked. Winota did not just brick. Okay, now we can concede. You know why? Because it took one of our 2 green sources that we need. Yeah. All right. Well, what's hilarious is our opponent was at 4 life. We didn't go down in percentage points. We are 9-3. That's our first loss in quite some time. We're gonna get back on the train. 9-3. We'll take it. We'll take it. All right. So we've learned that is there anything we can put in the Karn Wish board for that kind of matchup, other than just trying to race? Which it feels like that racing. We'll think about it. We'll talk about it. Winota. That's only the second time I've played against the deck ever. Guys, it turns out if you want to win games of Magic or get your opponent to 4 life before dying, play Juggernaut. Play Juggernaut. 5/3, it's colorless. It dies the lightning bolt for 4 mana. Super efficient. Super efficient. I thought we were really going to win there for at least a couple turns. That would have been an achievement unlocked. Have you ever won a game of Timeless playing 4 Juggernauts? Limited bomb. All right, let's get it. Oh, this hand is hot trash. All right, we have our accelerant. We have half of our mana combo. We're living off the top of our deck. This is one of those hands where you're like, yeah, man, like, I'll get there. And then you just draw nothing. So we have to mulligan this, unfortunately. This hand is worse. But I don't think I'm going to go to 5 because we can Sylvan Scrying for our Castle Garenbrig. We do have a Lair of the Hydra, which is kind of a creature. I don't like this hand. I'm going to come out and say it. But mulling to 5, we could mull to 5. We mull to 5 and just try to live the dream. This hand does need to, or this deck does need to mulligan aggressively. We goof around, flush away your Karns, and drive for 4 Swords of Plowshares, some other insane Mammoth Jammin' natural order, and then you have things to board out so you can play insane stuff like Veil, even Mind Sensor for the Mirror Rip. You could definitely. That's what. So Voodoo, I like your train. First of all, before we talk about pivoting away from the Karn deck, do we mulligan this or do we keep it and just top deck well because we'll have the mana? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna get rid of the Field of the Dead because when we need to hit 7 different types of lands. Well, no. With that reasoning, we should get rid of this because if we do get to our 7th land or 8th land, I guess, then having 2 fields is better than 2 sunken citadels. That could be wrong. This is why Timeless is fun because these decisions matter even from the onset. And we're up against a pretty good player, number 256. So he's no slouch. We all know this. Play this on green. We're going to try to disguise what we're doing as long as possible. I feel like he's going to... Oh, thought we were going to see something there. Opponent doing it correctly. Notice, he waits until his turn to play once upon a time. He's also ranked number 256. There's a correlation there. Don't play it on your opponent's end step on turn 0. All right, looks like we're up against the mirror, which... unless we draw like hot gas... we're probably going to have to go to game 2, but... Oh. Okay, so... Well, we already have everything we need to succeed, so now we just go and get something like... I guess we go and get Colony Garden in case we draw natural order. That's probably the move. Because our opponent... So we're in the mirror match. Our opponent is... Okay, looks like he's on the accelerant heavy hand. Titan. I think we have to play this in case we draw natural order. I mean, we're probably going to die this game, but we'll try. So our opponent kept one of those heavy acceleration hands, but lacking action. So there's a chance that we can recover. There is a chance. Thank you for hanging out, guys. Having a good time. We've learned that Juggernaut is one of the best cards you can play in the format, and that this deck is good, as evidenced by our opponent. Natural order, please. I think we're going to try to set up here for next turn Titan. I mean, we just got to hope that we draw something before our opponent. Nope, looks like he's going to draw it first. So we'll give ourselves one turn to try to find a Titan ourselves. He's pump faking us. Okay, natural order. Go get Titan. The good thing is he doesn't have zombies right away. We need to draw like Titan like now. Like yesterday. We do get to try the Karn Wishboard in the mirror, which is sick. But yeah, so back to your comment, Voodoo. So hear me out. We goof around and flush away your Karns and Drought for four swords to plowshares and some other insane Mamajima in GWX to natural order. Okay, so basically turn into more of like a green-white, more like a focused deck with other game plans. Hey, I don't dislike it. That's what Althariax did. He splashed the Temple Garden for... Alright, well... something to do, please. I'm not going to show him Karn, not this late in the game. I mean, you could go get Karn, go get Filigree Silex, but that's just like delaying the inevitable. I mean, no. What we can do here is we can go... Wait, I'm a dum-dum. Castle's going to come into play taps. We're going to go next game. We're going to go next game. We're going to lose that game almost assuredly anyway, because usually in the mirror match, whoever Titans first wins. I'm not going to show him Karn because I can play Karn, go get something to try to catch up, but then... So we're just not going to do that. And we're going to go to game 2. So yeah, Voodoo, if you want to make a list, dude, send it to me, please. And we can work on it. I like this shell, and I don't know if it was laziness or just I'm a simp for Karn, but a lot of people are skimping on artifact hate in the format right now, other than things like your random, sometimes you see like Assassin's Trophy or things like that. Some people play the, what's the green instant that you can kick it for a black and it gets rid of any permanent? It also gets rid of an artifact or enchantment. What's that card called again? People play that in their green-based mid-range decks or black X decks. Yeah, that red-green sneak attack deck is very good too. That's something we didn't really talk about. That deck is sick. Very consistent. It's not as good post-board, but all right, come on. Let's go nuts. We don't have either one of our ramp lands. We don't have Castle Garenbrig or Sunken Citadel. So if we're Once Upon a Timing, we're probably doing so for a 1-drop, which gets us close. I think we keep this because we do have natural order. I think we have to keep this. We have lands, we have Titan, we have natural order. Now we just need a Arboreal Grazer or Kami. Come on! I think we take Lair. We take Lair because we can activate it in natural order. That sounds terrible, but such is life. We're just going to go ahead. We already know. Our opponent knows what we're playing, so... Yeah. All right, well, we need help. By the way, we play 4 Arboreal Grazer, 4 Kami. I don't know the odds, but Once Upon a Timing, looking for those, I think, was correct. If you want turbo draws to be more prominent, Voodoo, I think the Simic version's the best because you play Explore and you play Uro, so you're just really churning through your deck. All right, and our opponent says, you know what? I'm ranked 256. I'm going to play this. Okay, you know what? So you're saying there's a chance. All right, all right, all right. All right, well, we're going to natural order next turn. So I think we're going to win this game. But this is the mirror match for you. So if anyone knows of a way to break this smoke show, then please, by all means. My plan is the filigree Silex from Karn. But yeah, Voodoo, I would check out the Simic version. It's more straightforward. Plays growth spiral. Some of them play growth spiral. Some play explore. I'm gonna go get stomping ground in case this turns into a how many titans can we generate type of game. And then I'm gonna go get a snow covered with this guy. Do this. This. We're gonna go get. See, our opponent is a seasoned veteran. He understands that whoever does that first tends to win. All right, there's nothing we can do other than to hope to be faster. There are games that I've played in the mirror where both you get zombies going, and that's where you hope that Karn matters. Yeah. All right, come on. We need to be faster. Our opponent's on the mulligan. We have a Kami. The first one can be an accelerant. The second one can be a land fetcher. We do have Once Upon a Time to get us our untapped green source. We have Natural Order. Can we do better than this? Yes. What do you think, guys? Need to harness the power of y'all. Keep it for sure. Go for the W. I mean, it can get there. It can definitely get there. You gotta live, right? You only live once, as they say. If we mulligan and the hand's worse, then we're just feeling bad. Now we're going to 5. You do need to mulligan in this deck, but we have. He's on a mulligan to 5, by the way. He might show us. He might show us why you mulligan to 5. Yeah, you got a high roll. That's true. I like your mentality. He doesn't have either of our acceleration lands. Okay, that's huge. That's good as well. All right, so all of a sudden our hand looks infinitely better. Okay, we're just gonna go get whatchamacallit, Castle Garenbrig. Oh, stuck on 2 lands, and we drew the Garenbrig. Are we just better? Are we just better at being a ramp deck? No, I feel bad for our opponent because I've been there. You mulligan into oblivion, and then you just sit there, and it looks like you're playing limited. Yeah, we're just trying to set up natural order. We have Castle Garenbrig for next turn, so it really doesn't matter what we get here. I guess we can go get Only Garden in the off chance that no, we don't do that either. I think we go get Stomping Ground. Play this. Sure. Yeah, no, you're right. JV, you're right. I feel like you can't really over. Sorry, opponent. That's sick. We'll take it. Back up to 97. All right, 10-3, folks. Hey, honestly, for real though, couldn't be at this record without your guys' help because some of these decisions are not straightforward. I think a lot of people get salty about this deck because you're like, oh, just play Primeval Titan and win. It's like, yeah, there are a lot of games where you do that, and then there's a lot of games where you make a micro decision that matters, and you lose by to a lightning bolt or something, or you lose to a shield dread activation or whatever. Okay, so this hand, we're on the draw. We don't do anything until turn 3. He is playing a Luris deck, which gives us hope that we can mess around a little bit. We need to start drawing better. Oh man, that's a rough one. He could thought seize us and we just end up dying, right? But I feel like that we just need to keep this game one. We don't know what kind of Luris deck he's playing. He could be playing like a do nothing deck, like a Luris control deck. We have Karn, we have Natural Order. What do you think? What do we think, guys? We've gotten this far. We've done a lot of things. Oh, so greedy. I want to keep this so bad. What do we think? This is a snap mole. This is like the combo ramp side of me is like just mulligan this. But I feel like we're playing against a Thoughtseize deck. Don't hate me, guys. Don't hate me. Oh boy. Assault. Oh, I should have mulliganed this hand. All right, feel better. I feel better. Although having an accelerant would have been sick. I get it. The no comments really gives me the answer I needed, which was you should have mulligans. All right, so we have 2 card types, 3 card types, 4 card types. All right, he's going bananas. Yeah, I'll take my licks. I'm not going to say anything. Oh, I messed that up big time. No, it doesn't really matter, actually. Doesn't matter. All right. Tap out. Tap out and lose. Please tap out. Oh, please. Please don't play anything after this. He's looking. He's digging for a land, maybe? Oh, don't kill it. He's going to kill it. He's going to kill it. But the good news is we can natural order the turn after this next one. He's going to go ahead and Unholy Heat. So he's playing the Delver game, right? Play a 1-drop, get it going. By the way, don't play Delver in this format. I'll be happy to argue that. Please don't play Delver in this format. All right, go get Titan. I'm going to disguise the fact that we can play Titan even without natural order. Dude, if we go get Titan, ooh, we can always natural order for Titan of Industry, which would just completely wreck him. Yeah, I'm going to disguise the fact that in case he plays Stifle, I'm going to go ahead and fetch now. I've been stifled enough to know that you don't fuck around with Stifle. He could play Blood Moon, but I doubt it. I'm going to be really pissed if he plays Blood Moon. But I think he's playing Grixis Death Shadow. I think he's playing Grixis Death Shadow. Okay, I can still Titan next turn, and he didn't leave up blue mana, so no counterspell. We can win this game. There's Big Boy. There's another. Ooh, that sucks. Hopefully he doesn't play Teamer Battle Rage. That would be rough. I think I'm going to play this Kami out. Just another blocker. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. We're actually not going to be able to... we're not going to be able to... whatchamacallit? Oh, this is going to be rough. I think I got to chump. Do we even stay alive at all? That double shadow. If he only had 1 shadow, that would have been better. 2 shadows is rough. Hopefully he has no more ways to... Hopefully he doesn't have another way to lose life. This is close. How are we all doing? Still alive out there? Anyone need coffee? I need some coffee. We're hanging in there. Opponent's in the tank. Okay, we're cruising. Cruising for a bruising. Okay. Please don't. That was. Okay. JV's still alive. Voodoo, you still with us? Good, sir. We kept a really sketchy one and we're hanging in there. Okay. Okay, there goes the life loss that we were dreading. Now, we can actually. So, we can actually. That thing doesn't have haste. Okay, we need to double block. Yeah, we have. There's no choice here. We have to block. Go to 5. But we can go Fierce Empath in the natural order. Does that keep us alive? Actually, I'm straight tripping. We have a Blast Zone. So we go to 5. We go to 5. I think we might actually, as long as he doesn't have Lightning Bolt, I'm actually going to let him. I go get. Yeah, because if we natural order here, it's not going to keep us alive. He could have Spell Pierce, we just get blown out anyway. So I think we go get. Do we get Titan of Industry? No. Yes. Titan of Industry would be fucking bonkers. Yeah. Because we can always natural order later. I think we're going to live. We're going to let him do stuff, though. Because I don't know if he realizes that Blast Zone's going to wreck his day. Yeah, we got to heal. Okay, go to 1. Or go to 2. So we actually live through a... I don't know. Please don't have another Lightning Bolt. Can you just... You know what we should have done? That was silly. We should kill these Dragon Rage channelers because he gets all these extra looks. Problem is I want him to attack. I want him to maybe commit more to the board. At this point, I think we're... okay, he kept it on top. I think it's a Lightning Bolt. We'll see, though. Maybe he can misplay. It's possible. Oh. 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 I don't know if he knows that he's dead to Blast Zone, or his guys are dead to Blast Zone. Man, I really wish I Blast Zoned in his upkeep. Oh well. We're on the path now. We're on the path now. He just topped it. Okay. I think we gotta block like this. Oh, you scumbag. And you know what? You're right, dude. Ah, that feels bad. But I feel like once we let it happen once, you can't like. All right. Well, here's the thing. Let's retrace our steps. We should have mulliganed, but the fact that we made it that far, okay. We learned. We live and learn. But yeah, in our upkeep, we should have just blast zoned. That way he doesn't have the extra looks. He could, but however, he could also like dash Ragavan then, right? Like there is some downside to blast zoning in his upkeep because then it gives him more information about how to sequence his turn. However, he did get a couple extra looks with Surveil from DRC. So, well, okay, in the future, don't give him the looks. Oh, woof. This hand is rough. We have Kami to put in our second land. We don't have a third land to Kami for more lands. And we're too Titan rich. This hand is worse. All right, we got to keep this. We're definitely keeping Karn. Don't want Castle at this moment. Although, if we do get to the point where the game gets drawn out, this is nice to have. I don't think we want Hanware Battlements this moment. Does that look good? Yeah. All right. All right. Welcome to whoever just joined us. Man, that's a tilt. I wonder if we would have lived that game. It's hard to say. All right. Well, if we can get Karn to do Karn things, probably just gonna get thought seized and die. But here's wishful thinking. Yeah, we definitely do that in his upkeep. Woof. This is why mulliganing with this deck sucks. Okay. I'm not going to attack in case he wants to. If he dashes Ragavan, that feels bad. 1 damage, and it just makes his Death Shadows get bigger. All right. I'm going to go ahead. Well, if he Spell Pierces me, that feels bad. I know I want to hit my land. Okay. This is rough because you can Once Upon a Time right now, but if he Spell Pierces you, okay. If we wait and find a land and it's Sunken Citadel, but if he uses a counterspell on this, whatever. I think we just need to hit our land drops. I don't think we can afford to mess around doing things on his end step. Holy cow. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, you got to hit the land. There's no messing around. No messing around. We came here to Titan. All right. Please just tap out, dude. Please don't hold up Counterspell or Memory Lapse. Nobody likes those cards. Everyone likes this card. Please resolve. Yes, thank you. Okay, we definitely want Blast Zone. Learning our lesson from last game. Uh, we go get a Layer the Hydra can block. Although Lightning Bolt is a thing. Yeah, we'll just go get Radiant Fountain. We're just playing the long game at this point. All right, from a Mold of 5. This shows how strong this deck is, though. For real, like, especially against these, like, Luris piles and these mid-rangey decks. This is more aggressive. This is Grixis Death Shadow. Yeah, I don't want to block. I'm not blocking. I know that seems greedy, but he could have, like, double Bolt or, like, something else. He could just be trying to bait me into something. Okay. Folks. Or, yeah, I can't Fatal Push it, but... All right. Roll a 5. All right. Second field and Bazooka Bog. No treasure cruise for you, sir. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Okay. All right. Back to parity here. He is on the play. I like this matchup, though. Honestly, Death Shadow is scarier than playing against Jund or something a little bit slower than Death Shadow, but they do require some setup. You know what Death Shadow it would be broken if Death Shadow had Street Wraith in this format because they could just cycle it for free and like get their Death Shadow online quicker. For those of you just joining us, thank you for hanging out. By the way, guys, we've been going at it for almost 4 hours now. We're in 10-3. We have Haywire Might for Blood Moon, Darksteel Citadel for extra land drops off of Karn, Tormod's Crypt for immediate graveyard wipes, like against Arclight Phoenix and the like, Hitting Needle for sneak attack and other things we need to shut off ASAP, Relic for prolonged graveyard hate. Thank you again, Voodoo, for that recommendation. Damping Sphere for combo. And other things we need to stop from going off. Liquid Metal Coating for the greed land destruction. Filigree Silex for the mirror match, tokens, wiping, things like that, or 1-drops. The Stone Brain for it does work in the mirror match if you really want to. If you're on the play, maybe you can use it to gut their titans. The One Ring for grind fests. God Pharaoh's statue for trying to do a soft lock on their mana, since a lot of these decks don't play more than like 20 lands at the most. Wormcoil Engine for your life gain against aggro and mid range. Chroma's Memorial for winning the turn you play it with zombies. Platinum Angel for stopping the game, bringing it to a halt. And Cityscape Leveler, this card's been great. Playing this version because the format's starting to mature a little bit. People are figuring out what to do against this deck. We've seen things like Necromentia and other combo hate or ramp hate or whatever you want to call it. So I'm trying Karn. I'm not saying it's definitively the best, but it's been showing pretty good in testing. So, oh, by the way, we need to cut this Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Every time I see this card, I'm just like, why am I playing this? If anyone has any recommendation for something to replace that with, I might just go back to playing Generous Ent in this spot just to go get another land. This hand is slow. It does have one of our ramp pieces, but it doesn't have another way to go get another one. This card doesn't die to Lightning Bolt, which makes me tempted. Man, this hand against anything slower than Death Shadow. What do we think? We've been in this boat before. I feel like game one I did something similar to this, right? But Thoughtseize is a card, and every time you mulligan, Thoughtseize gets better. What do we think, chat? I need help on this. I'm going caffeine free for the last 4 hours. We've been primeval tightening people into oblivion. Just want to keep doing that. What do we do? You mulligan this against Death Shadow? On the draw? I think you need to. What do you think? Mull or keep? Mull or keep? I'm leaning Mull. Any takers? There is Cavern, but he hasn't showed us any counter spells. He just kill us with DRC. Any all right, I'll mulligan. All right, this is better. I think we're gonna get rid of the Titan since we have 2 ways to get it anyway. All right, this hand. The problem with this hand is we need lands. Like we're gonna play Kami unless he thought seizes it away. Yeah, I agree with you, Holga. Thanks for joining us, by the way. What we learned from game one is that first hand we saw was obviously good because it has most of what you need, but it's just kind of slow. All right, our opponent is bobbling himself or bobbling us, bobbling himself, bobbling everybody. Whoa, whoa. No discard spell, shock yourself because of Death Shadow. Got it. Okay. All right, well, we actually found both pieces to our combo, land-wise. So we're going to play the one he knows about. The problem is we don't have a forest. This should maybe just be another forest. I'm playing it just because we don't need to play all the fetches we were playing before, so we're learning things, chat. We're learning. We're learning about what works in this deck and what doesn't. But what we do know is that Karn is decent. Okay, Demonic Tutor. Our opponent's playing a really slow game plan, which makes me feel worse about mulliganing our first hand. Okay, well, I'm just going to play this because he could have DRC. I'm going to let him figure his life out. I'll be right back. Well, I should have attacked. All right, we're back, and we're getting Thoughtseize. Everyone's favorite thing in life. We need lands really bad. I actually really like our chances this game because our opponent's off to a super slow start. This is really where I wish we really had Generous Ent in the deck because we could Fierce Empith for Ent and then cycle it for land. Okay, so our opponent, land please. One time untapped, please. All right, well, we do get to get Titan. We got blockers for days. We're doing well. We're doing well. We can Titan next turn. Okay, Expressive Iteration. He's looking for another discard spell. I think here we definitely block at least one shadow. Reason being, we do want to keep one target for natural order if we draw it. Anybody else in the chat play this deck? Okay, we're treasure cruising. I love this. Our opponent's playing the value game against a deck that he can't be playing the value game against. However, he did just draw another land. Gonna shock himself. He can't Fatal Push the Fierce Empith. Keep that. I kind of want to keep this in play because it has reach, but I think we're just at the point where we're just chump blocking anyway. He doesn't have Teamer Battle Rage, which is good. Can't discard. Okay, see. I wish I just kept the whatchamacallit in play. But we're doing well now. Go get Blast Zone. We've learned our lesson from that. He has 2 lands. Do we just go get Bazooka Bog or do we go get... Does Radiant Fountain even matter at this point? I think we're just trying to keep him off of that flying idiot as long as possible. And then next turn we hope to start going bananas with our Titan. We're going to block probably 1 Death Shadow for sure. We have to block one Death Shadow. I hope he doesn't have Teamer Battle Rage. Yeah, he's dashing Ragavan. Getting desperate over here. Okay, what could he have if he'd have to like 2-for-1 himself to kill the Titan after blocks on DRC. Do we block DRC, guys? I don't think we block Ragavan. Either way, he can double bolt the Titan. Either way, he can double bolt the Titan, like no matter what, right? And we have Blast Zone. This is a tough choice because we can block Ragavan. I mean, if he has what's the card with Delirium, the red burn spell. He doesn't have Delirium, so that only does 3 or 2 or whatever. We do have Blast Zone. I kind of want to block and preserve our life total, but I kind of don't want to block. Not blocking the Shadow. He could have Teamer Battle Rage, in which case we could die to what? Bolt plus Teamer Battle Rage. Whatever, man. Show me what you got. I don't want to give him mana. Okay, he does have Unholy Heat. What's nice about this, though, is that he's using so many resources to get this Titan off the battlefield. Yeah, what's nice about this is he's using so many resources. This is great. I mean, if I block the DRC, my Titan stays alive. That was something I was thinking about. But now he doesn't have the Ragavan to dash again after Blast Zone. I can't Karn and whatchamacallit. I'm just gonna go get Fountain. I guess I could get Colony Garden to stop another. I think at this point I'm just trying to stay alive. And I do get a zombie for my troubles. I think I'm just gonna say go. I mean, oh, what we've learned is don't let him have triggers. Got it. Okay, this is good for us. All right. Blast Zone is so sick. He's going to play Luris. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be good enough for the opponent, though, because we do get zombies plus Karn. He does get Bobble. No, he doesn't. Okay, can we nuke his yard? We already did that once. Yeah, I think it's time to Karn. What do we do for... What can we do to really mess him up? I think we go and get... We get Cityscape Leveler in case he draws discard. What do we get here, chat? This game has been a tightrope. We can't get rid of Luris, which is unfortunate. He has too many lands where liquid metal coding to matter. I think do we just get Cityscape Leveler and just blow up Luris next turn, even if he has discard? I think that has to be the safest possible play. Platinum Angel can get wrecked by something. I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna play this. Why did I do that? Okay. I'm gonna do this now, so in case he doesn't have a counter. And I'm gonna go get Titan of Industry. That way I got 2 bombs that he has to deal with. He only has 1 option for bringing something back. Okay, that doesn't have haste. Okay, so Karn's down, but I think Karn did his job. Death Shadow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Cityscape Leveler. Blow up Death Shadow. Because I really don't want to have, well, yeah. He needs to draw something to kill Cityscape Leveler. No, I'm just blowing up Luris. What am I thinking? This is why Karn is sick, by the way. Allows you to do things like this. Okay. Do your worst. I'm just going to chump block the Death Shadow with a Boreal Grazer and then start going to town. Hell yes. Alright, I'd like to go to combat. That was sick. We did not play that well game 1. Yo, by the way, this rank system is whack. We're 11-3. We've moved up like what, 2 or 3 percentage points or something? I'm not keeping track, but it's something stupid. Guys, this is fun. We're having a good time. Timeless is sick. Didn't every turn feel like it was like, I don't know. This format is just gratifying because you feel like you're playing Magic through and through. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's keep going. Anything that you feel like I could have done better, please let me know. I've been playing for a hot minute now and feel like it's all a blur at this point. Yes, yes, indeed. Okay, by the way, this is the last match. Mark my please, please, someone remind me to cut this card. I was living in magical Christmas land when I put it in the deck. Please, someone remind me. All right, in the blind, I like to fetch snow-covered forest because I don't know if we're playing against Blood Moon. Excuse me. By the way, if you're just joining us or I haven't mentioned it since you've been on, my name is Eric. I'm a teacher. I'm going to be starting to work remote here next week. I plan on streaming a lot more moving forward. If you're having a good time or you like Timeless, I'm going to be playing a lot of Timeless with a little bit of draft mix in. Would love to hang out. Feel free to follow me. I'm going to get a YouTube channel going. I'm going to get my Twitter active. I'm on Untapped GG. I'll get the Stream Decker working. I'd love to hang out. So feel free to follow me. I'll get a stream schedule going. Having a lot of fun. This is the first time I've streamed in a while. No, not the mill deck. Is this what happens when you play too late in the night? Dude, we didn't draw land. We need a land for Kami. I'm not going to fetch. I'm just going to play the Arboreal Grazer and say go, in just in case he kills our natural order target. We really need a land. I don't want to die to mill, guys. Nobody wants to die to mill. I'd rather die to something else. Okay, maybe he's stuck on lands. Nope, just double mill instead. We are playing 28 lands, so there is that. That's a land. That's not the one we wanted. How many of our, okay, so we already got rid of one of our, we actually need to fetch. Did he get rid of our stomping ground too? No, I was about to shit my pants. We need to fetch that right now. Before we just get dumpstered. I'm not going to play the other Kami. We need to hit our land. We need to draw an untapped land so we can just natural order and get rid of this shenanigans that our opponent's doing to us. I don't want to die to mill after this run we've been on. Our opponent's playing every shock land in Magic. We've gotten rid of a lot of things. Okay. I'm going to say this, and I'm sorry if you're one of the people in the chat that like mill. Please don't play mill. If there's anything more infuriating... Okay, now we are going to play the Kami. All right, we're a little bit behind the curve on what we're doing versus what our opponent's doing. Yeah, we're down to half the cards. Well, we might lose this game. What's the artifact that shuffles our graveyard into our deck? We need to put that. We need to put that in the Karn wish board. Oh god. Are we just dead? I think Mesmeric Orb does it, right? It's like a death by 1,000 cuts. I think we can just scoop it up, right? I don't think we have enough lands to do anything. This is wild. Sure. Yeah. All right, we know what we're up against now. We're Karning for something. Oh yeah, we can just start doing crazy things to him with Karn, right? We can land destruction him. We can play the statue. Damn. Who else hates losing the mill? I don't think anyone enjoys it. All right. We have the acceleration. Probably should have mulliganed this because we don't have a lot of action. Maybe I'm just tilted from playing against mill. I'm going to treat this like a non-match. You just need 2 crabs. Usually, I thought you need more crabs to die in real life. Look, see what our opponent just did there? He once upon a timed on my turn, instead of looking to see, he once upon a time on my turn and got rewarded. He got root. Okay, well here's one of those games where Dryad looks reasonable. Okay, we are online mana-wise. Okay, no lands. Nope. He has double crab start again. Our opponent's living the dream, guys. He woke up this morning and said, I am winning with ramp. I'm gonna get Blast Zone. You know what? I'm tired of this, opponent. I'm tired of this. I'm gonna blow your fucking crabs up. How about that? I don't even need to fucking... How about that? You know what? I'm gonna do that on your upkeep too. What if he has Stifle? Does he play Stifle? What if he stifles my Blast Zone and proceeds to mill me with the crabs? He doesn't play Stifle, right? We go to his upkeep? Is there any reason to do that? No. What we've learned is you don't get greedy with Blast Zone. You just get rid of their crabs and you proceed. That was pretty sick. Oh, there's the orb. Ah, no crabs for you. No, not Karn and Titan. You son of a bitch. Well, I don't know about you, but Mesmeric Orb versus Dryad is not a winning recipe. Oh, he mills himself too? Maybe we'll win this race. We need to draw something. If we just draw Karn, we win. What does that do? Oh, I got it. You mill yourself so you can get Brainstorm back. This deck, dude, if we lose to this, we're not losing to this guy. Oh, the crab. Please just draw Karn one time. One time, Karn. All right, so what do we do with Karn, though? We have to do something juicy. I think we go get, for starters, we go get Haywire Mites. No, hold on. We really got to think this through because we may not get to activate Karn again. Damping Sphere doesn't do much against him. Don't want the One Ring. We don't want to be drawing shit. I think we just got to get Haywire Mite and get rid of that stupid ass. Get rid of that stupid ass orb. Get rid of that stupid ass orb. Yep. Love to see it. Love losing the crabs. Good thing is Karn doesn't care about what's in my graveyard. All right, he gets to do whatever he wants. Oh, he gets to do Glimpse the Unthinkable with Jarsel. Gross. I think next turn we're gonna get a whatchamacallit. Cityscape Leveler and blow up Jarsel. Yep, mill 10 cards. You got it. Ugh, woof. Angel would be Angel's, but what if he has like a removal spell? Angel, what is might blows up a artifact? Oh my god! Holy shit! All right, well, what do we do here? Yeah, I think we need to do. I think you're right, man. Because if he does anything to us next, but if he counters, yeah, I think you're right. I think this is one of those games where you just. I think we're on the Angel plan, and man, I wish we had Cavern on Angel. You bet you counter this, you scumbag! I swear. I think you were right, though, man. I think you were right. I think you were right. And then the crab comes through in the clutch. You know what though? I did see somebody lose to this on stream as well. And in a world full of playing a bunch of quick cantrip spells, I'm dead, dude. You know I'm dead. He knows I'm dead. He's dude, look at this mana base. Look at this mana base. Alright. So in my defense, I didn't know what we were playing against. I do think that you were right about the angel because if we were milled out and he doesn't kill it, we can just like keep using Karn and eventually win. So that was a good call. Whoa, we're alive, but you know what? What do we have left? It doesn't really matter what we have left in our deck. It matters what can we do with Karn next turn that keeps us alive. Because we only, no, we're just gonna go to the next game. I'm gonna take my L to mill. I'm sorry, whoever had to witness that. I'm hurting just as much as you. Imagine his face if you play 1 mana red card. Guys, I don't know what we just witnessed, but was it 4 or 5 color mill? Get our bonuses back here. Was it 4 or 5 color mill? JV, I appreciate you hanging in there with me, man. I'm really sorry you had to see that game. You know, there's people that play mill, and then there's people that play that kind of mill. Hey, and you know what? Everyone, that's what's so nice about Magic is that you can play whatever you like, except for mill. But to be fair, we're not really high on the totem pole in terms of desirable decks. Like people that lose to our kind of deck complain like, "Oh, motherfucker, just playing ramp. You don't got to think to play ramp." I feel like we've done a lot of thinking. Yeah, I think we actually keep this because we don't have the turn 1 dork. Like we can look for the dork, or that can happen too. I think here we can Sylvan Scrying. We just take prime time. No, we have prime time plus a way to get prime time. I think we're just taking the Heath. We're just playing this, saying go. Next turn, we'll Sylvan Scrying for Castle Garenbrig. He loses without Crab Opener. Yep. I like evil decks too, JV. I like decks that, but like the thing about Mill is it takes an axis away from the game, right? There's no combat, there's no counterplay really. It's like, oh, you're playing Mill. Got it. I have this many turns. I guess it's like Burn. You know what? I take it back. Mill is its own kind of beast. Um, okay, well, I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. Uh, I know this guy Sorak. I've seen this guy Sorak before on the ladder. I should have played a tap land, by the way, so that I could. It doesn't really matter because we're getting our hand gutted, but oh boy. Yeah, that's true. I guess you really do need Crab to have that deck go off, but um, he did have other things. Okay, please don't stifle me, bro. Please don't stifle me. I don't think he's playing Blood Moon. Not game one, at least. Yeah, I like Oracle of Alphas. That card's good. I like that card. That card's fair, right? It's a 2/3 flyer for 3. Scries when it attacks. It goes and gets value. Like, there's nothing wrong with that card because it's like one of those cards that doesn't kill you immediately. It doesn't feel terrible when you let it resolve. But if you let it go unchecked, it does. It will do disgusting things to you. Um, yeah, I guess I just play Field of the Dead now. Well, why would I expose it to? I don't. He's playing Jund. He's playing Gigantha Jund. I don't think they play. They might play like one Field of Ruin. I doubt it though. Either way, I think it's correct to get Field of the Dead into play because if we draw a Castle Garenbrig next turn, we could still play Titan. No, yeah, no. JB, if you're looking for a, there's a good blue-eye control deck that plays Alpha Oracle and Timeless. Plays Snapcaster Mage, Oracle. That deck is really frustrating to play against because it just gets all the Power 9 going and then plays Time Walk. It's a good. All right, well, I'm definitely gonna play this guy. As much as I want to hold it for lands, I'm just gonna hold on to this fetch because, well, yeah, I guess we don't. I would love to keep these fetches to crack for Field of the Dead later. I couldn't get to work. Maybe I'm bad. You're not bad. No, I mean honestly, man, like it feels like this format is like you can play the known quantities of the shells, right? Of the archetypes. Like, am I gonna play a Dragon Rage Channel or Brainstorm deck slash Shadow like that? Like one drop. You know what I mean? Like the Brainstorm's Thought Seizes, Counter Spell plus one drops, try to tempo you out deck. But by the way, again, I'll stick to my guns on this. Anyone in here who's a Delver simp in this format, do not play Delver. Just my thing about it is the games you win, you feel like a god, and you're like, yes, Delver fucking so good, nostalgia, yes, yes. But you only really have Brainstorm. You don't have the legacy staples to make Delver like really obnoxious, and you have enough one drops to where you don't really need Delver. But I'm sure there's people that are really high up on the ladder that love Delver, and they're like, nah, man, Delver's sick. All right, so look at our opponent doing Tarmogoyf things, take a blast from the past, and we have prime time into Titan. Woof. We got lucky, by the way. We almost ran out of things to fetch. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we already have the one. Unfortunately, that second Sunken Citadel sucks. We're gonna go get Blast Zone because Blast Zone's been a fucking MVP. We're probably gonna go get Jukabog. Shrink Mr. Goify a little bit. Wait, I'm an idiot. I didn't look at my graveyard. Forget I did that. Anyway, we needed a 7th land for Field of the Dead. Oh, at least if he has Jarsel, we won't get punished. That is one advantage to playing Bajuka Bog, so not all is lost. Okay. Not going to be happy about this Titan of Industry in my hand. Please don't take it, bro. Please don't take it, bro. I'm going to put a shield counter on it and make a 4/4 probably. And then we should be chilling. Okay, I'm just going to chump the Goifi. No, the fact that he... Okay, yeah. I'm definitely just chumping the Goif now. What was good? Okay, well, that changes everything. It's time for multiple Field of the Deads. It was good in Demir, but if you had red, then nah. Yeah. All right. Well, I wish we could play against Jund every single match in existence, and we'd be straight. But hey, if you don't like sideboarding, especially in Timeless, um, I do think Karn has some merit there, right? We've been playing for a long time. We literally just click continue. We can sideboard in game, if you will, because we can make those decisions when we need to. I think anyone who's played Explorer, Mono Green Devotion, or sideboarding sucks. Sideboarding's that's why I played Best of One, right? No, I was playing Best of One a lot at first in Timeless to get a feel for the format. And my thought process was the power level is so high. I know, right? Too much work. My thought process was with Best of One and Timeless is, yeah, Best of One tends to have a different metagame than Best of Three. However, the power level is so high that I felt like the difference is mitigated, right? So I guess my example is this. Mono Black Storm, Necropotence, Dark Ritual, Tendrils of Agony, that deck is miserable to play against. It is much better in Best of One. You can also play it in Best of Three, but I wanted to play Best of One to get an idea of like where the power level was at in the format. Um, but the red black burn deck, the Tendrils of Agony Storm deck, there are certain decks that are much better in Best of One and Timeless. Not to say you can't play them in Best of Three, but yeah, I guess the Field of the Dead deck is good in Best of One because of its power level, but I started to lose a lot to the same like turn one, Swamp, Dark Ritual, Necropotence, fill up my hand, go. Turn two, play everything I just drew. Play Beseech the Mirror with Bargain, Beseech the Mirror with Bargain, kill you with Tendrils of Agony. It's like, okay, like that's why I play Best of One to get a feel for that stuff. I feel like sideboarding is particularly bad if you're taking someone's deck. Your list is easy, otherwise you're guessing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sideboarding is definitely a skill, and it's definitely something that in Timeless is exponentially like important because you need to have the interaction. But yeah, I like Karn because your game one is kind of a sideboarded game too. You know, your game one is kind of okay. Yeah, yeah. I think because we know we're playing against slow Jund and he's on the mulligan, we're gonna keep this. And Jund, by the way, is a heavily popular deck. I will say the one card in Jund that makes it actually playable is you can disagree with me. Is Minson Boo or whatever that Planeswalker is? That card is a fucking. This is one of those. Do I take the Dryad here? I think I take the Dryad, right? This is the one game I take. By the way, why am I still playing this card? Okay, guys, I'm putting in Generous Ent next game. I almost said go without playing a land. This card isn't bad, by the way. It works for the reasons I put it in the deck, but I would much rather, in most games, I'd rather just have something that's going to give me immediate value. Like the Generous Ent goes and fetches a forest. If you guys can think of something better, please let me know. I don't even remember what I cut for it. We could just play a third natural order and just play 7 4-drops. That seems greedy. Play another natural order. Do that. Or something else. We could play something else too. What could we play instead? Oh, hell no. Dude, the dude is playing Jund Land Destruction? The fuck? All right, well, should I keep proceeding with my turn then? I'm gonna disguise. I don't think they play any art. Oh my god, why did I do that? He could have Blood Moon. That's okay. I got a basic forest, and he would have fetched. He would have definitely. Okay, he could have Blood Moon. Could have Blood Moon. That would suck. But I think playing Dryad second would override it. I think, according to what our friend said earlier. I think we just Karn. I think we just Karn and make him deal with it. Let me get some. What can I do for 4 mana next turn? Oh yeah, this is a one ring type of game, isn't it? Or we could also liquid metal coating, but I feel like the ring has higher upside. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Having a great time with y'all tonight. Farming people is still a thing. But I feel like there has to be like a vintage or a legacy deck. If anyone plays eternal formats, is there a good Karn deck out there? Legacy, vintage. I know modern he's reasonable. In Tron. Yeah, I didn't think I'd play Karn, did you? Alright. Well, I already got my value out of the One Ring. If you thought sees me, you're gonna be a sad panda to see all I have. Don't thought sees me, bro. Yeah, Tron Karn is broken, but they play the whatchamacallit in that deck too. The great some lists play the great creator. Gotta have the Thoughtseize, bro. It's not Thoughtseize. Alright. Yeah, OG Karn, I don't see why they couldn't have him. I don't know why they wouldn't have regular Karn in Arena. Like, he doesn't seem like over the top broken. Like, obviously he's very good, but I mean he vindicates a permanent at 7 mana. If you let him live, it's degenerate. But I think he's perfectly fine. Dude, stop blowing up my shit. He's I'm supposed to be playing lands, not getting rid of them. Cleansing Wildfire is pretty hot tech, though. I do like that in Jund because you can use it to fix your lands. No. Yes. Yeah, theoretically you could, but I like how it's like kind of like spreading seas plus draw a card. Is Emrakul an MTG? It is. Yeah, and I've seen do you know JV, do you know what's his name? He's a streamer, kind of buff dude, has like his little wiener dog. Always brewing really good decks. He's been around for a while. I've met him in person. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. He has Emrakul in his version of Field of the Dead in the sideboard for these types of matchups. For like Jund and mid range, like you just play that thing and they cry. Ali and Eldrazi, yeah. Ali Eldrazi. Yeah, he plays I love that dude by the way. I've talked to him in person, but he plays I think I've seen the like I don't know if it's him or somebody else plays Ulamog. I've seen Ulamog. That's definitely if you like anticipate a lot of control. Like Ulamog, control cannot beat Ulamog. Unless they play Stifle. Yeah, we'll start by seeing what we draw. We like to draw an untapped land. That's an untapped land. We gain our 2 life for our troubles. We like to play Titan. I'd like to go get 2 Field of the Deads, please. You'll be crafting? Yeah. I think and I haven't played a ton. I've played we're getting close to like couple dozen hours playing this deck. Control doesn't feel good, like true control, because if they walk the tightrope, you feel like you're just kind of sitting around. I haven't tried the Karn version against control yet. yeah, I do think Emrakul or Ulamog would be good. Getting in with the Goyf. I mean, our opponent is fighting the good fight. I will admit, he's hanging in there. So what do we think? I mean, we've JV. I'm not sure if Voodoo's still here. If anyone else has been in here for more than a few matches, I mean, do we think the Karn version has legs? I think it. I think it's. I don't think it's. I thought my fear was it was going to be pretty slow. Try to get this. I'm actually going to try to get this guy off the table first. Hmm. Um, my fear was that Karn was going to be too slow in terms of like replacing natural order, but it seems like yeah, like Winota. Winota definitely seems like a deck where or a matchup where you want just like natural order straight up. Like that's the only card you want. But Winota also seems like a really really bad matchup. Like really really bad. I don't know if we need to One Ring anymore. I think we're just past that point of need. You can always activate it in response. I just think we're just gonna keep jamming these down our opponent's throat until they give up. Yeah, the only other version I played in Best of 3 JV is the Simic version with Uro. And it seemed like the problem with the Uro version is that it seems like you're kind of giving in to other people's game plans a little bit more. Like Orcish Bowmasters becomes a better card against you, and that card otherwise is not that good. Um, and then like things like Explorer, same thing. Like don't get me wrong, the Simic version is very good at tightening people like very quickly. Um, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna Once Upon a Time on his end step. I guess we could Once Upon a Time and play another land. I'd rather not do that in case he sweeps us somehow. Yeah, I just don't think so. Part of the reason you play Field of the Dead is because you don't want to die to cards like Orcish Bowmasters. And playing the Simic version says, hey, I'm really good at tightening people. But it also I have thought about playing Nexus. I have everything to play it, JV, but my fear with Nexus is like kind of like we'll fall victim to what this deck falls to sometimes. If people really want to beat you, like Necromentia and things like that, they can kind of take you off your game plan. However, I was thinking about sideboarding something like Hydroid Crisis in that deck. So like the non no, because Orcish Bowmasters just shits on that card too. I'm not sure what the move is against for Nexus of Fate. That's a card I think, or that's a deck I think people are gonna keep experimenting with. Yeah, I saw it like early on in the first 2 days of the format. Did we won that one, right? Um, damn, 12-4. 12-4. Let's go. All right, just keep fighting it. Keep fighting. Still got people hanging out. Thank you for chilling. 12-4 with our Karn deck. I haven't. Bowmaster Ruin's fun. I will say I'm pretty neutral when it comes to that card. Do I think it's oppressive? Yes, but I don't think it's oppressive to a point to where it's like, let's put it this way. It's really restrictive to play against, but people still play Brainstorm in a Bowmaster format. Like, that's a draw 3, and people still play it. So I think the card, I will keep this. We got our accelerant. We obviously don't want to see this card in our opening hand. But yeah, I agree with you, JV. Yeah, but if you want to brew Nexus, I'd be down to brew with you, man. We could find a reversion. I would venture to say my imagination tells me that I'm gonna go get a snow-covered forest here. My imagination tells me you would want to splash a third color, like Sultai or just some kind of color to have more options, but I don't want a Bajuka Bog right away to take him off a land. We do have to play this tapped eventually anyway. I'm gonna hold it for one more turn. Yeah, I'm gonna hold Bajuka Bog, hoping that he puts more stuff in his graveyard. so I can take them off DRC. Um, but that's my inclination is that Nexus needs a third color, whether it be for sideboard options or for an alternative game plan. Because Simic as a color pair just is so bad against creature decks. It's so bad. Like I think their sideboard plan is to play Haze of Pollen. Um, and like when you're fogging people to keep yourself alive, like I know that's what Simic deck, like Turbo Fog, I think the archetype is called. Like Dirtle, 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 win the game with turns. I do think a Time Walk deck, whether it be Nexus or not, is good. Like traditional Time Walk, like in that blue-white control shell. But I do think some sort of Time Walk deck is probably viable for sure. All right, he's just on 2 card types. We want to have the option to Karn next turn, so I think we don't have to play Bazooka Bog, but in the long run, if we want to be able to Titan, I think we should just play it this turn. I know we want to hold on to it, but and this takes him off of his, at least he has to use my fetch lands. Yeah, doing good. We're doing good. This might be my last one. I'm on Pacific time, so it's not super late. My throat's starting to hurt. I need to like drink some tea or something. I haven't spoke this much in a while. I'd love to keep playing because we're doing so well, but this might be my last one. We'll see how quick this one goes. You want Oracle? I think Oracle does work, man. I like to brew that card with you too. Any deck you want to work on, like it's nice to have multiple people working on the same deck because you can bounce ideas off each other and have more data and testing. But as far as your back to your comment about farming and limited, if you're looking for a deck to farm timeless with, do you play best of one or best of three more? And again, my opinion is, I mean, I played a fair. Did he? He didn't dash that, did he? No. All right. I think we're going to Karn. I think Karn tick up, but that doesn't do anything. He'll just maybe kill it. If we Sunken Citadel this turn, we can Titan of Industry next turn. I think. Right? That's how that works. Or we can Karn. What does Karn do? Hold on. So Sunken. Tap. Yeah. I think we have to go for the upside of being able to Titan next turn because we can just like put a shield counter on it, make a 4/4, and then all of a sudden our opponent can't do anything. Yeah, but I'd say I'm not trying to farm. I've done the whole high mythic thing. I'm just here for fun. I've gotten into esports because I was playing card games too much. Gotcha. Okay, what are you playing in esports now? Is that what you do for a living, or there's a lot of options, I would say. So people like I've seen like some streamers complain that timeless is already solved. I don't think it's solved. I think people are just figuring out the limits of the format, right? Like the different corners you can push into. That doesn't mean it's solved. It just means and okay, and like that argument for anyone that okay, here's my counter argument to the whole timeless is solved. Are people figuring out what's good? Yes. Does that mean that there's not does that mean oh man, he took a Titan? Does that mean there's not options? No. And also people play vintage and legacy and all those types of formats. There's only so many decks you can play in those formats, and people still really like playing it because the play itself is fun. That's the point, right? Like, if you like the way the games go, like Brainstorm, Force of Will, for example, then that's fine. That's okay. But you work in media. I used to work in esports before this. Gotcha. Okay. Sick. I could definitely would love to pick your brain about getting some of this stuff off the ground because I haven't dabbled with YouTube yet. I mean, of course, I've helped people with YouTube stuff, but I've never done that. Okay. Anyway, back at the ranch, our opponent. All right. I would like to just play Titan of Industry, so I'm going to put a shield counter on him and then make a 4/4 so that I can natural order the token if it lives for a Titan. A lot of people forget this thing has reach, by the way. Yeah, that's my thing. Like a lot of these streamers, like this newer. I don't know if you know who Delmo. I don't know if it was Delmo. Somebody on Twitter was like posted this Field of the Dead deck, like one of the early versions. Oh, you work for TSM? Damn, dude, that is big time. I would say if you've worked with or for TSM, you're an expert because they are. I've watched a lot of Apex Legends, and those guys are legit. So have you met Snipe Down in person? He lives in Vegas. I'm from Vegas. I just moved to Reno, Nevada a few months ago, but Snipe Down lives in Vegas. A lot of esports pros live in Vegas because it's Nevada is no income tax, so it's really nice to be able to not to deal with that. Dashing Ragavan. All right, man. Call your bluff. I'm not going to get rid of the shield counter because I don't want this to die to something. I'd rather just keep this as a blocker for these guys, for the Dragon Rage channelers. Okay. Well, I want a natural order. I think I'm going to do that. We'll get Titan. Don't get me wrong, natural order is such a sick card, and when it works really well and it looks good. I guess I was just thinking Karn gave you more flexibility. I'm not sold that natural order isn't better. Yeah, I'm gonna go get Bazooka Bog. Oh, I already got Bazooka Bog. Blast Zone and Radiant. I'll play this. I already have. How do I like it? I'm born and raised in Vegas. I lived there my whole life up until May. I love Reno. Reno is just I don't know if you're familiar. It's just north. It's north of Nevada. It's like a 7 hour drive, northern Nevada by Cali. But I like Vegas, man. I didn't get rid of my house in Vegas. We're renting it out. Um, have family there down there still. I mean, Vegas has great weather year round. People say it's hot. Obviously, it does get hot in the summer, but like right now, my friends in the winter, like it's like 50, 60 degrees during the day, 70 degrees sometimes in the winter. Like um, restaurants are really good. Residential areas are improving, and Vegas is blown up. I like recreation, and my sister just moved to Reno from. Oh, you're from NorCal, so you know Reno. You know Reno well then. Um, I haven't lived here long enough to have a definitive answer. I would say I like Reno, my first impression, because I like recreation. Um, like I like riding my bike. I haven't done the ski resorts yet. Reno's a smaller town, so definitely not as much traffic. But Vegas, obviously being what Vegas is a huge destination for shows and food, and so they're both different. I definitely need to go back and visit. Who knows where life will take me? I like Florida a lot too. My my fiance's family is in Florida. Florida's really nice too. You're from NorCal? We're in NorCal. Did you feel safe in Vegas? Yeah. If you want to ever move to Vegas, I can definitely help you out. Avoid some of the more sketchy areas. There's only a few in town places in Vegas I would avoid. All right, now I have to block. Yeah, I mean I've lived in every part of Vegas except for a couple of spots. Opponent's deep in the tank here. Block. Well, I'll triple block this in case he has a removal spell, and I'm gonna have to go ahead and of course eat one of these DRCs. He doesn't have double bolt mana, so that would be sketchy if he did. I'm definitely gonna. I think I'm gonna go get Worm Coil Engine next turn. This is where I wish I had Shadow Spear because I could just go Karn, go get Shadow Spear, strap it to a Titan or Primeval Titan. See, this is why I played around this. So he might have a second removal spell, but it's not the end of the world. You like poker? Yeah, dude. There's a lot of pro poker players who also play Magic that live in Vegas. Like I'm not sure if you ever heard of David Williams. I think he's done pretty well on the World Poker Tour. Dave Williams, he's also a Magic Pro. He's from Vegas. Or not, I don't know if he's from Vegas. He lives in Vegas, but make sure we tap correctly here. Oh wait, we have Blast Zone. Man, Blast Zone is such an MVP. I kind of want to play a second one. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap. I feel like guys that play poker. I'm just gonna play Karn, tick down, hold up Blast Zone. I feel like we can't lose. Now let's go get Worm Coil, seal the deal. Probably not even the right move, but we can hold this up on the end step to go get more forests if we need it. But I'm just gonna go. I think we go get. Did I go get the? I think we're just getting two of these guys. All right. I guess I could have attacked with Titan because it would have forced lethal. It would have forced a block. But I kind of want to entice him into attacking. I also want to just do this now, I think, Blast Zone, so that can't activate Deathrite Shaman more than once. Or not at all, yes. Man, this deck is so good against mid-range, it's insane. We still are playing this card, man. I can't take it out, though. All right, I'll make a note to myself to take it out. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of overlap for sure, and a lot of poker pros are really good at Magic, and vice versa. Definitely want to play some more Hold'em, especially living here in Reno. Feels like it'd be easier to kind of go have some fun at a cash table or a small tournament. I do like Hold'em. I don't play as much as I would like, but where you at now? You said you're from NorCal. Where you live now? It's super tilting. Yeah, I told myself if I go to a casino, I'm gonna play in a cash tournament because at least there's like limited to so many rebuys. Like the fear of going to a cash table is like you think you're doing well, you're winning some hands, you're running shit, and then a shark comes up and just takes you for everything. Takes you for it all. Yeah, this is kind of this is one of those medium hands. You have Sylvan Scrying to find your Sunken Citadel to go with your Castle Garenbrig. You have Once Upon a Time to find your Mana Dork to get you there. You have the Titan already. So, yep. Obviously, you want maybe one less land in this hand to make it more dense with action, but in the Bay Area. Oh, playing against. Wait. I almost did what I said not to do, which is play Once Upon a Time in response. Definitely just want a one mana dork, and we found it. Trying to play with no lands, don't have Lotus Petal. Want to disguise Blast Zone. I also want to disguise that we have a fetch. In case they have Stifle. Everyone here, thanks for hanging out. Feel free to say hello. JV has been holding it down with me. Then also, you've been using my Stream Decker. I'm sorry, Asmerfolk. That's something from that shows you the last time I streamed. Probably has a date on there. It's like an eternity ago. But I'll be streaming a lot more moving forward. Okay, we have DRC with a Kumano faces Kakazan. Once again, Blast Zone is just such a fucking sick card. We're going to disguise that until next turn. We're going to go Fierce Empith to go get our boy. We could have Sylvan Scrying there, but I think I want him to overcommit. I mean, we probably should have just Sylvan Scrying for our Sunken Citadel, but at least this way, it looks like we're taking a different line. Oldham is the best. From the Bay Area. Dude, I like the Bay Area, man. I haven't taken some time to. Reno's only a few hours away from the coast, so I'd love to go to the Bay Area. San Francisco has some of the best food I've ever eaten in my life. All right, Blast Zone is going to be so sick. I think because I'm going to lose the commie anyway, I'm going to go ahead and chump. And see you later. I'm going to keep the Fierce Empith back for blocks in case he has Ragavan. He might just concede on the spot. Nope, he has Mutavault. Man, this guy's playing some Blood Sun. Good thing we have Karn in our deck. And now we go. Wait, what does Blood Sun do again? Draw a card. All lands lose abilities except mana abilities. Well, Sunken Citadel, I believe, still counts as a mana ability. I'm just gonna go get Haywire Might. I don't think I can activate this as a fetch. Yeah, I don't. With Blood Sun, you can't use fetches, right? Really want to draw a land so we can play Haywire Might the same turn. I don't think I can play Windswept Heath. I don't think it's going to do anything. So if he... Is it more likely he has removal or Thoughtseize? Probably removal. So I'm going to hold on to Haywire Might. Food is the best part. Yeah, dude. I want to go to Napa soon with my fiance to... Another Blood Sun, bro. You're going to make me play Fair Magic now? This isn't Menace, right? No. This card's good. This card, I always thought this card is good. We're going to use our Boreal Grazer because this takes... This is harder to kill, I guess. Well, no, it's not. What's its name? Alright, we do 5 mana. We just get the One Ring here and start pulling away from our opponent. Sure do. Okay. Interesting game. Man, this is... I didn't realize... It's been a while since I've tried to make a Mythic push. I didn't realize how many matches you have to get in to get anywhere, man. We've been doing relatively well. Like, what's our win rate? I'm not a mathematician, but we've been doing pretty good. And I have to go back and check to Untapped GG, but gotta put in some work, which I'm not opposed to doing, but we should have done it earlier in the season. Well, I don't even know when the season ends. I think it's like tomorrow, next day. I'll have to check. Anyways, back at the ranch. We'll go ahead and chump. I'm just going to save the Haywire Might for the ring at this point. Another... Dude, the ring is so good. No, now I'll just use it to blow up the Blood Sun. Alright. I'm gonna go get Cityscape Leveler. Put this into play so that after I blow up the Blood Sun, I can fetch and get a token. Alright, I guess Karn's going down. We need to watch our life total. They're starting to get a reasonable amount of aggro. I mean, it's a pretty good clock, actually. But he's going after Karn. If I were him, I would just go after me, because with the One Ring in play, it's kind of dicey. Okay, just lost a land there, no big deal. We get rid of the One Ring. We're gonna have to Seiju. Okay. We might lose this game because Blood Sun really fucked with us a good amount. Oh no, we have whatchamacallit, um, natural order to gain us some life, so we probably don't have to use the ring for a minute. 9. Cityscape leveler? We have mana short? What the oh, because it's fetch. Woof. Not account for that. I must be getting tired. Alright. Wow, that's unlucky. Ugh. Yeah, I think we're dead this game because we can go get tight and go get more lands. Unfortunately, the second Blood Sun was not great for us. All right, we'll play a little bit tighter this game, and this will probably be my last one because I'm just starting to not even think through lines properly. The hang with us, we'll win this match, and then make sure if you haven't, please follow. I am going to start streaming regularly. I'd love to be able to explore this format with everybody. I do think it's relatively new still, and I think even the archetypes that are cementing themselves as the good ones have a lot of improvement that they can have done to them. I'm having a lot of fun with this format. I tried going back and playing Explorer a little bit, and don't get me wrong, I think Explorer is a good format. God. We do have the mana we need. But if we don't draw anything, man, we do have Colony Garden as a blocker too. I'm going to run it just because anything we draw basically is going to be dope, and we have Buseju to blow up a Blood Sun. Like, this could be really bad, but I think playing against Thoughtseize decks, I'm more likely to keep. Yeah, it'll always change. I agree. I agree with you. Yeah, there's Ragavan. So I think I'm going to play. I want to take a hit from that thing. But I also want to go get Blasto. Blasto's so good. Yeah, I'll go get Blastone. I'll take one hit from Ragavan. I don't want to get my Sylvan Scrying thought seized. By the way, I hope we don't lose this game. We're in decent shape. We need some action, obviously. But if we do lose this game, I'll take full responsibility for my play degrading over the course of the stream. I've just been having so much fun with you guys. Oh, okay, that's not. Hopefully he's obviously doing this to hit land drops. I don't know why you would burn a treasure to cast the spell. We'll play Dryad. Turbo out a couple more lands. What did he take, by the way, with Ragavan? Another land. Okay, we don't need that. Pithing Needle. What are you taking? Blast Zone? Or Karn? Okay. We'll hold on to the Buseju for Blood Sun. Come on, man. Ragavan doing Ragavan things. If you're wondering why I kept this hand against Thoughtseize decks, I tend to keep hands with like 4 lands. Okay, there's Karn. He hasn't shown us counter magic yet, right? Did he show us counter magic last game? I don't want to hold this and just get it discarded, so let's go Karn. Let's go Karn. Sick. We take the ring again because it is going to draw us into more action. He hasn't shown us. Yeah, I'm going to take the ring. Play this as a trump blocker. Hopefully we can live to see another day with Karn. Hopefully we can untap with Karn. I'm wondering if he wishes he Pithing Needled Karn instead. Okay. Bowmasters, huh? He wants the treasure, but he also wants to kill Karn. I do not feel pain. What do you feel, Karn? Alright. This ring is feeling real bad. I wish I took Worm Coil. Fuck. I just want to play it, not draw for a turn, see what I just get the protection and see what I draw. See. Yeah, I'm just gonna draw this turn because damn it, dude, I should just got Worm. I was just so afraid of discard, but I guess if you're afraid of discard, you don't care about the ring then. You just take Worm Coil and like that. He can't really deal with Worm Coil Engine. There's Blood Sun, but we have the Buseju, so that's good. But if I blow up the... No. Blood Sun still turns that off. If we draw a Titan here, we're good. Because we can just Buseju on his end step. Get a Titan. Go get Radiant Fountain to give us a little bit of a life buffer. Man, I don't want to take this damage. Oh, there we go. Alright, we should be okay now. Now we're taking a couple licks from these Bowmasters. Hmm. I think I'm just gonna go get Titan of Industry. Can I get Titan of Industry here? Where do I just get? Has to be Primeval Titan plus Radiant Fountain plus Field of the Dead, right? Right? That has to be it, right? Because I can always natural order next turn, yeah. Just go get two field. That works too. The overthinking this, guys. Brain power limited. Refuse to drink caffeine this late, and I'll never go to bed. I just got off working graveyard too, graveyard shifts. So another reason why I'm happy I'll be working remote. Thank you for hanging out. If it seems like I'm making these decisions at a snail's pace. All right, next turn we natural order for kind of industry to give us a little life buffer, plus a blocker if he plays DRCs. He's looking for another Blood Sun, but I think the damage has been done already. No, I was working grave. I was working as a distribution manager at a warehouse. I actually took a break from teaching when I moved to Reno because there's so many industrial. There's a big industrial area up here, so I was like, I had an interesting offer, so I was like, yeah, let's go for it, and it was fun. Everyone I worked with was dope. The company was dope. Just working graves. Um, I used to be a bar back, so I thought, oh, there's the blood. All right, so we're definitely gonna get Titan and gain 5 life and blow up the. Okay, we have an embarrassment of riches now, but we're gonna go ahead and blow up the Blood Sun, gain 5 life. Titan of Industry has done some heavy lifting. I go get Bazooka Bog. I don't know what we're Bazooka Bogging him for, but you never know. Son of a gun. What can we get here? For 1 mana. I don't think there's anything we want for 1 mana. I don't think it really matters at this point. We'll go get Cityscape Leveler as insurance. And then we can even activate the ring next turn if we want to attack. Yeah, no, it was fun, JV. It was fun. It was a cool job for sure. I just an offer came up to work at home, and I was like, yeah, gives you a lot of flexibility to do other things, including doing this. Pay cut though, as you probably already know, teachers don't get paid the most, but okay, hell yeah. 98. So I think we started 93 tonight or 94. So feels like we should be in the numbers by now, but let's see when the season ends. See what we're working with here. I do think this Karn version, if you're interested in playing Field of the Dead, for sure I work from home. Oh, for sure, man. Oh, nice. What do you do from home? That's so cool. I get to be on hashtag work from home with you now. That's dope. Okay, so when does it end? December 2023. I know it doesn't always end right at the end of the month, right? Is there a way to look up when the season ends? Let's go ahead and do our mastery real quick. So we'll go ahead and update the stream before I close it up. 13 and 4 is where we are going to park it for now. If anyone knows when the season ends, I'd love to know to see how much time we have to get into the numbers. You're an account manager? Dope. Hell yeah, dude. Cool. So you get to kind of front load your day however you want and kind of schedule or project based and do what you got to do, right? So here, I'll look at the deck one more time before we close up shop. For those of you that I didn't get a chance to show it to, I'm sorry. I'll get the stream decker working next time so you can just obviously look at the list. But okay, so JV, I know you've been here the longest, unless somebody hasn't chimed in. But this is the deck. The original shell was based on all Theriacs. The field deck from MTG Arena Zone. I'm gonna go ahead and post this to MTG Arena Zone. Uh, all about appearances, right? Got to look the part. It is the part. I'm gonna go ahead and post a snippet of this with the matchups, so that way there is some publication about it. But it started with his deck. The changes we made is we've cut some number of natural order. I forget what we cut. I'm gonna cut this card right now because it is. It's not that it's bad. It's just you need to have enough lands in hand to make it good, right? And yes, the 2/4 is relevant. And yes, there were a couple games where it was nice to have the mana fixing. But I'm going to go ahead and play this for the until I think of something better. I'm going to play the Generous Ent. Is it Generous? Oops. I'm going to play this guy. This is the was in the original list. The reason this card is good is because it also has reach. It makes a food token for extra life gain against the aggressive matchups, and it allows you to go get a basic forest, or your shock land. So we'll go ahead and play that. Here's the deck. Um, Everything's the same of all three axes list. I cut the third Windswept Heath and the Temple Garden for the fourth Field of the Dead. Because I don't play any white cards in my sideboard. He was playing things like the card against combo, Deafening Silence, and Rest in Peace, which are great. I was just thinking I wanted some flexibility game one. So everything's the same. I will say that these cards do a lot of the heavy lifting. Obviously, Once Upon a Time, I would not cut because it allows you to play slightly less lands than you would otherwise play in this deck. Like most of the time, these decks want to play closer to 30 lands. This plays 28. I believe I played 28. Yeah. Sylvan Scrying has been great. It allows you to basically bridge the gap for Sunken Citadel and Castle Garenbrig. I'm not sold on Lair of the Hydra. This could just be another basic forest or another shock land or another fetch. If you want to experiment with this, please feel free to do so. That's something that's experimental. And then Karn. Karn has been great. 13-4 on the night. Um, there was games where obviously we were too far behind where he couldn't really save us, but then there was games where I think there was a couple different matchups where they brought in hate like Necromentia or what was the other card they brought in against us, the Stone Brain, and getting rid of our Titan, and we were able to resolve a Karn and go get like a Cityscape level or something of that type, and then just be able to beat them. This card is amazing, especially game one. Being able to gain how many? I mean, excuse me. I don't even know how many times JV you can probably. There was tons of times where this card stabilized us. Um, just a house. I wish the Cavernous Souls could cast both this and Titan. Like I wish they were both giants since they're both Titans. So weird. Anyway, deck definitely is not 100% refined, but I do think depending on the metagame, obviously if there's less interaction, there's less Thoughtseize, less Fatal Push, less counter spells, and things of that type. If there's decks that are more linear and just don't care about what you're doing, I think Natural Order is the better card because you can just do your game plan pretty quickly. However, I do think that in a lot of the decks we've been playing against, this card's been a liability. There's been a lot of times it's been stranded in our hand. So I'm not trying to make confirmation bias for Karn, but I do think Karn offers you some flexibility. And if you're wondering what people play instead of this card, some people play Uro because it's cheaper, gains you life. But my problem with Uro is it makes Orcish Bowmasters better. And we don't want to be doing that, right? We're playing a deck that largely doesn't care about Bowmasters. We like it when our opponent plays Bowmaster. The sideboard, again, I'll post this on MTG Arena Zone. I'll get a snippet of it and I'll send them a screenshot of the matchups. Um, but yeah, here it's a pretty standard Karn Wish board. I will say this card's good if you just want to win on the spot. If you have a bunch of zombies out and you're in the mirror match or you can't really punch through for lethal, this card gives all your zombies flying, so you can just win. Um, but yeah, everything's been good. I think we've literally fetched everything out of the sideboard at one point tonight. So I won't say everything is warranted and everything is needed, but I will say that there were times where we looked for these things. Um, I had a great time, honestly. Like, did not know what to expect. A, trying this deck out, and B, trying the stream. I got a second monitor for the first time. Um, This is a learning. Do you have a Discord group? No, I'd love to make one, dude. So if you want to shoot me a message on Twitch, JV, that way when I wake up we can start chatting, dude. You've been so helpful tonight, man, and I'd love to pick your brain about your background and everything. And then I'd love to brew some timeless with you. Um, but yeah, I'd like to make a Discord group. I'd like to get active on the Twitter. The only other time I've used Twitter for Magic is I made. Not sure if you guys remember this from a few months back. In Historic, there was a like a Boros Legends deck with Mox Amber and Tree. The what's the white tree anthem, and Mary, and it was like an aggressive Boros Legends deck with like Ember Cleave. I brewed that deck. I posted it to MTG Arena Zone and on Twitter, and it was on the ladder for a little bit before people figured out that that deck's not good. That deck definitely needs some work. But anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is I need to get back to what I was doing, um, and I'd love to make this a regular thing. So, uh, yeah, dude, if you want to shoot me a message on Twitch, on Twitter, here I'll put my Twitter. I'm gonna put my Twitter in the chat real quick. Let's see if I can get it. I appreciate it, man, and thank you. And especially coming from a streaming and media background, I really appreciate that because I was telling my fiance I don't know how this was gonna go, and but I've just been dying to do it because I told myself, dude, I play a lot of Magic online, and like I love talking about plays. I love talking about brewing. Honestly, brewing is what keeps me coming back to Magic. Sure. Just getting into Twitter real quick, checking through all the new Elon stuff. What the? Okay, this isn't right. Anyways, yeah, if you just want to shoot me a message on Twitch for now, then I'll respond with all my other handles. Good morning from Hamburg, Germany. 3 ideas: put Cam higher over Pet Place. Chat in big is nice, but perhaps delete it after some minutes. Try untapped. Our viewers can hover over your deck. Yeah, I apologize, Donners, and I really appreciate that feedback. I will have the deck link updated. I didn't even think about that. That was an afterthought. I will have the deck viewable on the stream. But yeah, I'm gonna get all these things synchronous. Twitter, YouTube, everything. And I'm gonna do this pretty regularly. I know that a lot of streamers like to make a schedule, and I'd like to do that too. I hope this was useful if you're looking to play timeless. This deck is awesome. It obviously has an acquired taste. If you don't like just playing lands and making zombies, it's not for you. My last recommendation for tonight is if you don't like this deck, obviously you saw that there's those brainstorm aggressive shells. Something we did not play against tonight that I think is actually very good in Explorer as well. If you're looking to make a deck that applies to 2 different formats, is Arclight Phoenix. The burn deck we did not play against, but the burn deck is very good, especially in best of one. I use Ether Hub for checking out win rates, and then Untapped, of course. But yeah, no, I had a blast, guys. Like honestly, like I wouldn't have played this long tonight if it wasn't for everyone hanging out, especially UJV and Voodoo. I'm not sure if Voodoo's still hanging out. Donners, thank you for giving me the recommendations. I'm happy you were hanging out. I'll definitely go back and watch the stream. And so just to kind of sum it up, Cam higher. So basically over. Oh, you see my dogs in the background. Yeah, I'd like to get them closer. I have 4 dogs, by the way. Don't call me crazy. And then I'll mess with the chat duration, how long it lasts on the screen. But yeah, dude, you guys are awesome. JV, let's definitely link up. Donners, feel free to shoot me a message as well. Oh, not the real cam. So you mean the actual placement on the screen? Got it. So put that higher. Okay, over the pet because no one cares about the pet, right? No one cares about the raptor. But yeah. Okay. I appreciate it, man. I had a blast. I'll do this tomorrow, I'm sure, at some point. And if not tomorrow, definitely before the weekend. But you guys have a great night. I'm gonna go make some tea or something. I feel like there's a frog in my throat. But yeah, shoot me a message. Let's keep this going. All right. I'm gonna peace out. Hope you guys get some good rest. Happy brewing. I'll see you guys.